live
subscription service with like 40 million subscribers. So if you're only talking about 2 or 3 million more people watching the game, that's actually not that many. And I think a lot of people in the traditional media industry kind of took a sigh of relief and said, okay, maybe we're not there yet. Maybe YouTube is not just going to eat our lunch tomorrow. Now, the caveat is the TV rights for the NFL are not up until the end of the 2029-30 season. So really, the key data point is, where are we then? How far out into the ocean are we by 2029? That's the key.
The international piece of it is interesting, too. You know, you look at the game set in Brazil, you had 1 million viewers internationally. People think, you know, we're going to have World Cup, you know, excitement coming up here soon. People love soccer internationally. But do you think more and more American football is encroaching on that territory?
Well, this is what the NFL hopes. The NFL hopes that by playing more and more international games, that they will be able to derive a larger and larger global audience. Again, another data point from that YouTube number was that of the 17 million or so people that watch on YouTube, 1.1 were from a global audience, 1.1 million. So that is a small number. It shows you how far the NFL has to go. And that game was played in Brazil, but simply playing games globally doesn't necessarily translate into an international audience that's going to watch on TV. Now, that is the NFL's playbook. They're going to launch up to 16 international games in the next 5 years, Commissioner Roger Goodell has said. So the hope is that by playing these games all around the world, you can generate a global TV audience. But I think the jury is still out on how effective that will be.
Alex Sherman from CNBC, good to see you as always. Thanks for the breakdown, and I know you'll be watching tonight. Appreciate it. That does it for us for this hour. Thank you, as always, for watching. I will see you Sunday on Nightly News and right back here Monday on NBC News Now. More coverage picks up right now.
Tonight, the breaking new details in the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The FBI releasing these images of their new person of interest, as authorities say they've recovered the bolt-action rifle they believe was used in the shooting. The massive reward now being offered for information as officials hunt for the killer. It comes as tributes pour in for Charlie Kirk, the president saying he will award Kirk the Medal of Freedom, one of the highest civilian honors. Vice President Vance touching down in Utah to visit with his family as Kirk's friends and fans remember a powerful conservative voice famous for fostering debate. Also tonight, chilling new details in that Colorado high school shooting. Officials saying the 16-year-old shooter was radicalized by an extremist network before wounding 2 students, then taking his own life. Plus, the man accused of trying to kill then-candidate Trump begins his defense. Ryan Ruth questioning the former Secret Service agent who discovered him on a golf course last September, allegedly lying in wait for a rifle for the president. The wife of former New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez, sentenced to 4.5 years in prison for selling her husband's influence in exchange for bribes, cash, and gold bars, and a luxury car. The emotional moments in court. Mexico highway inferno, the tanker truck bursting into flames, at least 8 people killed, dozens more injured. And as we mark 24 years since the September 11th attacks, our Sam Brock sits down with 3 firefighters who have answered the call to serve after their fathers made the ultimate sacrifice at Ground Zero. And tonight, news that fresh off their merger, Paramount Skydance is preparing a major bid for another media company. Top story starts right now. And good evening. Tonight, the manhunt is on in Utah for the shooter who assassinated conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Authorities saying they are pursuing multiple leads as the chaos and horror of yesterday's attack comes into painful focus. A warning, the video you're about to see is disturbing. New images taken in the seconds after that fatal shot, Kirk carried away by his security team in a black SUV. The FBI today releasing these images to the public. Take a good look of the new person of interest dressed in dark sunglasses and a hat. Authorities also seen scouring a rooftop near the spot where a person was seen yesterday. Investigators say they also recovered a high-powered bolt-action rifle in a wooded area. They're now offering a $100,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest. As the search intensifies, so does the grief. Tributes pouring in from around the world of politics for Charlie Kirk, a commentator with a massive audience and a unique ability to reach young conservatives. Tonight, President Trump revealing he has spoken to Kirk's wife, saying she is absolutely devastated. Trump promising Kirk a posthumous Presidential Medal of Freedom, one of America's highest civilian honors. In a moment, we'll speak to former Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, how he'll remember Charlie Kirk and his reflections on the growing wave of political violence gripping the nation. But we begin tonight with Morgan Chesky on the ground in Utah.
Tonight, the massive manhunt. The FBI releasing these images of a person of interest in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, offering a $100,000 reward for information, revealing they've now found the weapon that was used.
It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled.
And more potential critical evidence near the crime scene.
Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis.
President Trump late today.
I hear they're making big progress.
And we're getting new information about the grim timeline. Investigators say the shooter arrived on Utah Valley University's campus at 11:52 a.m. We spoke to Utah DPS Commissioner Bo Mason.
We know what time the gunman arrived on campus.
Yes.
Do we know if he had the rifle with him when he did?
We believe he did. We believe it was with him the entire time, concealed.
Authorities say surveillance video captures him climbing stairwells to the top of a building, then moving across its roof to the shooting location, which was roughly 175 yards away from the stage. The roof with easy access.
Have you written or considered writing a will? Not a threat, genuinely asking, given the current... yeah, I do have one.
175 yards away from the stage. The roof with easy access.
It is very accessible.
Doors to access unlocked.
Not even doors. There's open pathways with railings that you stand over.
So there's somebody on the roof right there?
This video appearing to catch a glimpse of a figure dressed in black up on top of that very roof. Then Kirk arrived for the event, throwing hats to a cheering crowd before taking audience questions under a tent. Around 12:20 p.m., he was answering a question about mass shootings.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
The video too disturbing to show. 3,000 people in the crowd, then screaming and running for their lives. Security rushing Kirk out in a black SUV. Stop! While this video appears to show someone up on that roof running away. Amid the chaos of that fatal shot, authorities say the gunman then jumped off a building, making his way off this campus into a nearby neighborhood. Brandon Russin was close to the stage.
All of a sudden, my heart just dropped to my stomach, and I knew after seeing the graphic nature of that shot that it was real, that Charlie had been shot.
After diving to the ground, he texted his wife.
What do you say?
The most important words I can say, I love you.
All right, with that, Morgan Chesky joins us tonight from the scene in Utah.
I love you.
There's a shooter, I love you. Is there really? I'm running T. Running T? What build is that?
All right, with that, Morgan Chesky joins us tonight from the scene in Utah. Morgan, there's been a lot of confusion. We've been getting the news alerts tonight to our phones here. And now officials are telling the public there are rapid developments in the investigation. What do we know?
Yeah, Tom, that is what we're still awaiting. There was a press conference that was scheduled for earlier today, but authorities came out, said that there had been rapid developments, and then that press conference was postponed. So as we're still awaiting to hear what those developments may be, Commissioner Mason telling me that when he watched that surveillance footage of the suspect entering campus, he said it appeared that he was very comfortable walking around almost as if he was familiar with the area. Not only that, but when that gunman fired that fatal shot atop that roof, Tom, authorities say that it appears that they had some sort of face covering on that would conceal their identity. Tom?
Okay, Morgan Chesky, with that new reporting that you just heard right there. Morgan, we thank you. In Washington, Kirk's assassination has shaken leaders on both sides of the aisle, with tributes pouring in tonight. And now there are growing concerns about security for all political figures, with threats rising dramatically just this year. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has the late details.
At the Pentagon, honoring today's 9/11 anniversary, President Trump announcing he'd posthumously award Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Charlie was a giant of his generation.
Vice President Vance landing late today in Utah to see Kirk's family. The president.
Okay. What do we got going on today? I heard Charlie Kirk got shot yesterday. Not cool.
Or just aches and pains, this patch can.
Hello? Oh. Oh, YouTube chat, hold on. Maybe that's like, maybe we switched into Fox News mode, like our ears heard what they normally hear. Maybe. Charlie Kirk, person of interest seen on video heading toward campus. Somebody has a ring cam outside of a house, posted by TMZ. People are saying he's limping, but the time on this was 11:49 a.m. This would have been way before the shooting. Could he store the rifle, like, if he puts like the stock of the gun like up here and then it goes down to his pants? That seems like he would look so weird. Also, why would you wear jeans to do that? If he was truly wearing jeans, wouldn't you want to wear sweatpants? Or something more, like, flexible? It says after shooting on the video. Well, this is after the shooting, right? This time is now. But here the timestamp is prior, right? It's like 11 a.m. Unless the timestamp is wrong for some reason. Am I supposed to see something here? Are other people getting shot? Oh, wait. Is that him? Sorry, hold on. Be patient. It's at the very end. Okay, based. Okay. Arrow of a guy. People walking. Walking. Another guy walking. I feel like I'm watching Signs. What are these people doing? Guy? Thank you. Running? Through the yard? House? What's... Did they release an unzoomed video? I can't see. Why are these people... What's going on down here? Are these people, like, ducking and covering? Down here? Or what's happening here? No, they're just walking? What, and stealing flowers? These people they don't look like they're moving normally. Am I crazy? I think those people are totally unrelated. They're getting in a car. Oh. Wait. Where? Oh, maybe like one pulls up? Oh, that could be it actually, maybe. Like maybe it looks like he's been over like opening a car door. Oh, actually maybe, yeah, and she's getting in the back. Oh, that's the other maybe is what it is, okay. Like there was like an Uber or something that pulled up. Is this the forest where they found the gun? Like over here? You see the car too afterwards. Okay. What do you think? He ran behind the house? Did he know there were cameras? I mean, you would assume that, right? I imagine if you're planning something like this, you would assume every house basically has cameras in the front, no? Is this on Blaming Israel yet?
At an event in Orem, Utah. It is at the Sorensen Center courtyard on the campus of Utah Valley University.
We'll wait for his first words.
The event, part of his American Comeback Tour, features his signature Prove Me Wrong debate format. Kirk is positioned at a table beneath a large tent. Students come up and have a chance to ask him a question and debate with him. Approximately 20 minutes into his presentation, an audience member identified as a student questions him about mass shootings.
Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Kirk asks a question, but then it gets interrupted.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Oh my God. Cody, go, run.
When Charlie is 18 years old, he speaks at a college. He just seems like any other young American conservative. But at that college, he catches someone's eye. Will Montgomery sees that Charlie gets attention. While other conservative speakers are boring, young people listen to Charlie Kirk. A month later, in September 2012, he and the 18-year-old launched Turning Point USA.
What Turning Point USA stands.
So before he did that, the OG is that he didn't, before he even got invited as a speaker, real ones know, real Charlie heads know, his starting point is actually writing an article for his high school newspaper about how potentially a black woman took his slot at West Point Academy.
Okay.
Okay. This is an admonishment of just a.
Good job. Get some applause in chat for the Pike.
We will not have a normal.
Hold on. I don't know if I'm gonna watch him yet.
Normal show today. I want to talk to you about what has happened over the past 24 hours. I have a lot to say, and I also don't know what to say at the same time. I'm devastated, heartbroken, and very, very angry. And I'll try to talk through some of that today. There is a lot of news breaking about this shooting and the hunt for the assassin. As I record this, most of the reports that are coming in are unconfirmed. So I'm not going to comment on any of those specifics until the details are confirmed. But for now, I just want to talk about Charlie and who he was, the legacy that he leaves behind, and a little bit about where we go from here. Now, last time I saw my friend Charlie Kirk in person was when I appeared with him on stage at the TPUSA Pastor Summit back in the spring. And I spoke with him backstage beforehand and told him, as I had several times before, that I was incredibly impressed by this institution and this movement that he built. But he wasn't interested in listening to me compliment him. He deflected, as always, and started talking, asking me about myself and saying nice and encouraging things. A few months before that, in the wake of Trump's victory, Charlie made a point of posting something on X to give me partial credit for helping Trump win. And it was one of the very few times that I disagreed with something that Charlie said. The truth is that he was the primary reason why Trump won. It was his organizing and advocacy and activism and mobilization that helped to turn the tide. And yet he wanted to give the credit to other people, even people who didn't deserve it. And that's the kind of guy that Charlie was. A very rare type in the world today, even rarer in this business. So it may seem like a small thing, but Charlie's desire to give other people credit, to point to and praise and lift up other people rather than himself, is one of the most profound testaments to his character. Charlie was a truly great man, great in personal virtue, great in achievement, great in his talents. He was a builder, he was an organizer, he was a fighter, which is a rare combination in this movement. You know, you got a bunch of big personalities who can inform, entertain, hold your attention on stage or in front of a camera. And then you have the organizers who know how to orchestrate and build and harness those personalities and point them in the right direction. Charlie was one of the only guys I ever knew who was truly great in both areas. He was a one-of-a-kind talent. Everyone who knew him, and so many who did not know him personally, could tell that he was destined to be the president of the United States one day. I would have been proud to vote for him. Tens of millions of Americans felt the same way. Charlie was brave. He would go anywhere, talk to anyone. He would debate anyone in any environment. He trusted in his own vast rhetorical skill and in the rightness of his ideas. And most of all, as a man of deep faith, he trusted in the Lord. I don't know if he had Isaiah 41:10 written as a mantra in his house somewhere, but it certainly seemed to be written on his heart, at least. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. Yes, I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand.
Do you feel bad for Charlie and his family? Well, I mean, I feel bad for Charlie. I mean, Charlie's dead. I mean, the family stuff is obviously tragic. Yeah, of course.
He knew that the Lord was with him, protecting him, guiding his thoughts and his words, which is really the only way to explain Charlie's nearly supernatural ability to win every debate he ever had with anyone. God had...
Charlie winning every debate he ever had with anyone. What does that remind me of? Fuck, this back and forth. Everything in my life is Game of Thrones analogies. By the way.
Very handsome armor. Not a scratch on it.
I know. People have been swinging at me for years. They always seem to miss.
Chosen your opponents wisely, then.
Called him to this moment and blessed him as he rose to it again and again. Charlie was a patriot. He loved America. He fought for her every day. He died for her. His central ambition was not for his own personal advancement, but for the well-being and flourishing of this country. For Charlie, Make America Great Again, that was not just a slogan on a hat. It was his mission. It was his great project. And he did more to complete that mission than you could ever expect one man to do. Most importantly of all, of course, Charlie was a husband and a father. He loved his family dearly. You didn't have to know him or ever meet him in person to know that about him. It came across in everything he said and did. This was clearly a man who cherished his family, would have died to make a better world for them, and did. And now he's gone. We've seen him die right in front of our eyes on stage. He died while trying to have a free and civil debate, which is all that he ever did. He didn't insult, he didn't defame, he didn't shout anyone down. He invited everyone to come and speak to him, to prove him wrong. And for that, they killed him. I have to tell you that as a fellow conservative in the public eye, you know, I always worried that it would come to this, that eventually they would start killing us. But I never thought it would be Charlie.
So they always, so it is the thing, right? Blame the Dems.
Was the nicest, most generous, and charitable of us. Far less inflammatory than plenty of other people in this space, myself included. And they killed him in spite of that. Or not in spite, but because. He was too effective. He was too widely beloved, especially among the younger generations. So they killed him. I can only be honest with you in this moment and tell you that I am sad, I am heartbroken, and I am full of rage. If you want a kumbaya message of unity and togetherness, you will not get it from me. Over the past 24 hours, I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murderous hatred against people like Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk specifically, now saying that we need to turn down the temperature and start having conversations. Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left, and you killed him for it. You're killing us in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates in Charlie Kirk. You have been openly cheering for and celebrating and encouraging and committing political violence for years. Antifa, BLM, well-funded, highly orchestrated, widespread movements based in...
Antifa was well-funded and highly orchestrated. BLM was well-funded and highly orchestrated. I mean, maybe like the 6 people that ran that org and stole all the money. It's always a projection, too. Like, the well-funded and highly orchestrated movement is on your side, guys.
And fueled by violence. You made a hero out of Luigi Mangione. And you celebrate Charlie's death even now. It's too late to turn the temperature down. This is not a time to hold hands. It's a time for justice. This is a time for good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail for the sake of our country and for our families and our children and for Charlie. And many of you have seen all the myriad posts and videos.
This is why I'm sorry. It's hard to feel bad for any of them now. Like, there's a non-zero chance, especially after Charlie Kirk dies, right? Where now you've got people that are rolling around looking to avenge their fallen conservative hero. Like, imagine you're listening to this.
Families.
Like, if there was any amount of moral character, this is also why these people are all a-religious, or if they are religious, they should go to, like, super hell, because Jesus Christ, these guys are just disgusting, right? But imagine, like, the thing you should say after an event like this is, like, I know that tensions are high. I know that we all feel, like we want to avenge our friend and everything, but, like, now is when cooler heads need to prevail. There's never been a time for these guys who are obsessed with archetypes, for these guys who are obsessed with stories and religiosity and Greek mythos and everything else. Like, there's never been a time where it was like the hero responded in rage and anger and prevailed. It's like, not generally. Like, usually you have to, like, chill and you're supposed to be a bigger person, right? Even assuming this is, again, we don't even know this is a left-wing shooter. We don't know yet. The people that hated, and nobody on these online spaces or nobody in these alternative media spaces knows, unless you spend a lot of time online, the number one group that hated Charlie Kirk, at least in the past, was the Griper movement, was Fuentes' fans. Now, we don't know if it was a Griper that shot him. As far as I'm aware, I don't think any Nick Fuentes fan or Griper has ever been involved in any kind of terrorist or violent event. That's not what I've never heard of that before. But, like, we have no idea who this shooter, we don't know anything about this guy at all, right? Another group of people that really don't like Trump or Trump associates are never Trumpers, right?
And our children, and for Charlie. And many of you have seen all the myriad posts and videos from leftist demons celebrating Charlie's death. I know we want to tell ourselves that these are fringe voices, but they aren't. There's a very large group of people out there who want us dead. Even in Congress, they tried to have a moment of silence after Charlie's passing, but Democrats jeered and heckled. In Congress, this is who they are. Not on the fringes, in the main. They could not possibly make themselves any clearer about it. But I do want to say this. When I see these rodents gloating now over the death of my friend, I'm, of course, disgusted by it. Yet also, I truly see it as a powerful tribute to Charlie's life and work. Charlie had many friends who loved him dearly, many fans who adored and admired him. That's, without a doubt, the greatest.
The number one people who hated Kirk were Fuentes types? Yes. You either know or you don't know. If you've been involved in online spaces, there's a long feud between Gripers and Charlie Kirk. They used to, like, troll him at events and shit. Kirk hated fucking Nick Fuentes. He hated him so much. It wouldn't surprise me if there's never been a mention, if Kirk has never even said his fucking name in a video over the past year. I don't know if he has kept up. Maybe they've chilled. Fuentes kind of, like, nosedived his career after the whole Kanye stuff. Although he's getting more popular again. He kind of comes and goes in waves, like a mushroom trip. Why is that? I don't know where their feud began. I'm not sure. I just know that they got, like, I know that they used to troll the fuck out of the Turning Point USA events, the Gripers did. Maybe just because it was another movement that they could kind of, like, show up and troll. I don't know where the feud starts or why, though.
Testament to the sort of man he was, no question about it. But as a true culture warrior, it must be said that the evil gloating of his enemies are accolades in their own right. May we all be so successful and productive that our enemies celebrate when we die. May we all be so devastating to the leftist project that they long for our demise. May we all fight so hard and so effectively that they have no choice but to try to kill us. May our lives be a problem for these people and our deaths a relief. Let them dance on my grave as they dance on Charlie's. Then I will know that I did my duty. Our opponents should be happy when we leave the ring. If they aren't, then we didn't punch hard enough. Charlie punched harder than anyone. He did it with a smile. He did it through speech and debate. He did it non-violently. But he was a devastating fighter all the same. And his opponents are overjoyed because they think they've gotten rid of him. But they're wrong. They have...
What should the messaging on the left be moving forward if the right are going to be retarded? I think every single person on the left should just say over and over again, has Trump called for both sides to turn it down? And that's it. Literally, that's it. I look to the president for guidance on my rhetoric, and I'm looking to see if the president has said that everybody needs to pull back in an apolitical, nonpartisan way.
Gravely misjudged the situation. The only thing more powerful than a living fighter is a martyred one. In life, Charlie motivated and rallied us to put on the armor of God and fight for what we believe in. In death, he motivates and rallies us all the more.
I don't know. Maybe historically, maybe there are examples that would make me wrong here, but the martyr stuff feels like a truism that isn't actually true. I think that like martyrs suck. I think that especially for people, maybe like if you're at the end of your life, martyrs can be good, but I feel like especially if you're young and you can do stuff, I feel like being martyred is not good for your movement. Like, yeah, people will be hype for a week or so, but it doesn't drive long-term change or long-term antagonism. It just sucks, especially if you were a highly effective leader. Now, if you have like an irrelevant person who's a martyr, then that's whatever. But I don't think leaders of movements getting killed are generally like good for the movements generally.
I want to be very clear that we will not back down after this. We will not shrink away or go into hiding.
What has Trump said about this? Trump blamed the radical left Democrats for the rhetoric and everything, which is just unbelievable. Without even knowing who the shooter is. What about Jesus? Jesus doesn't count as a martyr. He literally came back to life.
We will not fall silent. We will not walk in fear. We will stand taller and prouder than we ever have and be louder and bolder than we've ever been and fight harder than we've ever fought. You know, they think they can kill the movement by killing us, but in the entire history of the world, that strategy has never worked. And it won't work now. I promise you that. You can kill a man. You can shoot him in the neck on stage. You can spill his blood for the whole world to see, but you cannot kill a cause. Especially when that cause is nothing else but love of God, love of country, love of family. That cause is truth. You can't kill the truth. No matter how many of us you shoot, you cannot kill it. You know, many of us, conservatives on the public stage, have seen the death threats and death wishes over the last several hours. Leftists across social media are making their wish list of who they'd like to see assassinated next. You know, I've seen my name on the list.
Oh my God.
Benz is on it. Many other names. I do think the chances of a copycat event are very high. I do. And that's why I feel that it's important for me to say that I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to hide. None of us will. None of us. Because if we back down, then the demons who killed Charlie will win, and they cannot win. They will not win. The day before his death, Charlie posted a picture of Irina, the young woman who was killed on the light rail in Charlotte. And he added a short caption, "America will never be the same," he wrote. Amen. You had no idea how right you were, my friend. America will never be the same. It will be better. Thanks in large part to your work, your legacy, your example, America will ultimately be a better place, but there's a lot more to be done in the meantime. The fight continues. You finished your race, Charlie. You fought the good fight. You kept the faith. And now we'll take it from here.
Okay.
And we won't give up until the work is done.
Wow.
And you can rest in peace knowing that. Godspeed. Who want us dead. Even in Congress, they tried to have a moment of silence after Charlie's passing, but Democrats jeered and heckled. In Congress.
What did that look like? When you say without even knowing who the shooter is, how is that not cope? What could be an alternative? Bro, Trump is the least popular president in all of U.S. history. He has a sycophantic cult obsession with MAGA, but everybody else fucking hates him. Grippers hate him. Never Trumpers fucking hate him. There's a lot of different groups and people on the left that also hate him. Like, who knows? It's like if I had to put money on it, my guess is the shooter is probably left-leaning. But I don't even know. It would almost be 50-50. I feel like left-leaning attacks or whatever are always like cringe, like BLM shooting cops and walking up and shit. But like getting a rifle and like setting up and doing all that shit, I don't know. It seems kind of... Could also just be a fucking lunatic as well. Some like fucking crazy guy who wants to make, you know, huge waves in the country. Disgraceful. Democrats yell in Congress after a moment of silence.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery.
Did he say
please,
president?
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
This is also cringe as fuck. Why the fuck are we? He was a political figure, like not like an elected lawmaker. Again, we didn't do any of this for the Minnesota state senator that got literally assassinated. But okay. Wait, was that not... Wait, did he gavel to stop a disruption that I couldn't hear? Or was that they did the whole moment of silence? Okay.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise? Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order. Shh.
I'm aware that the video title says after the moment of silence. I'm aware of that. His claim was that they interrupted
Congress. They tried to have a moment of silence after Charlie's passing, but Democrats jeered and heckled.
He's saying that they prevented the moment of silence. I'm responding to his claim, not the fucking title of the video. Holy shit.
The House will be in order. We will join prayer right after this, okay? The chair lays before the House a communication. The House will be in order. Thank you all. The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication.
I want to bring in the gift that we have for you at News Nation, which is this is the only place that gets people from different parties on to talk together at the same time. Georgia, Republican member of Congress, Dr. Rich McCormick, and Democrat representative from Hawaii, member of Congress, Jill Takuda. Jill, it's good to have you on the show. Doc, always a pleasure. Thank you. Doc, you were there. I was bickering with my producers in the break. I didn't want to show what happened when Johnson or Boebert called for a moment of silence because I can't tell what's happening from the voices. And the recording is all over the place. What happened,
yeah,
Doc? You were there.
Basically, we had a moment of silence, which nobody objected to. But then, unfortunately, Lauren Boebert wanted to actually have a prayer. And it was vehemently objected by the left. They said, you didn't do that when you had the school shootings. I understand that kind of objection. And then Anna Paulina Luna had some choice words with them as far as what caused the shooting. And that kind of erupted into some disorder. Of course, the speaker tried to get order and did eventually get order. And as a result, we got on with what we're supposed to get on with, which is the business of Congress. Unfortunately, I don't want that to be the focus, though. I mean, that's a microcosm of exactly what's wrong with America. Too many people blaming rather than too many people praying. And ironically, we were both on the floor earlier debating some stuff. I was actually granted time by my Democratic colleague on air with me right now on a bill that we both agreed on, which we won by overwhelming majority because we are good at working together on things that make common sense. It's common sense that we feel bad when things like this happen. It's horrible. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. Violence is not the answer to debate. Truth is the answer to debate.
You know, Jill, you're quickly getting a reputation for being someone who knows the power of compromise and has strong ideals and strong principles, but they don't foreclose debate and discussion. And I'm not surprised that you gave Doc time. And I want to thank both of you for being a demonstration to my audience that not all hope is lost, that not everybody hates everybody, and that's all our lawmakers have been about. So, Jill, as somebody who's trying to make a difference in Congress and a member of the Democratic Party, what do you...
Did they pray when Dem senators were assassinated? Nope. And they didn't do a half flag thing or anything. Trump's response to it was actually fucking horrible.
believe today means, not just as an American, but as a Democrat? What do you take from today?
Well, first of all, I will say, these are one of the days, and Rich, I'm sure you agree with me, you go home with a really heavy heart and you just want to run back to your family, your kids, your loved ones, and give them a big hug. And a lot of times we can't because we're in DC. But this was a hard day for everyone. And I sat, amongst the yelling that you saw, and I sat in silence because what I felt was a lot of my friends across the aisle in a lot of pain. They lost a friend. They lost somebody that they cared about deeply. And I felt a lot of fear on my side of the aisle too. Sometimes the words that come out of their mouth are very different, but if you go to the core of what people are feeling, it's very much the same. A lot of fear, a lot of anger, a lot of grief and frustration right now. What we've got to do is find some common ground and way to move forward, see the humans in each other. And I think sometimes we lose sight of that. Rich and I don't always agree on absolutely everything, but we're people first. And we connected that way from the very beginning when we came into Congress. And that's not going to change even if we disagree on things. And I think that's something we have to keep bringing ourselves back to remembering. When we look out in the chambers, out in the schoolyards, out at rallies, out at these gatherings, we're people first. And that's really important that we take that away from today.
What I've heard from both of you is enough. And I'm glad the audience got to hear it and got to see it. And the business of the majority of this country should be on the agenda. And you're always welcome here to discuss it. But for tonight, that's enough. That people know we can be together and we can be together for the right reasons. And it's not about whether you agree. It's how you choose to disagree and what to do with that disagreement. Thank you for doing it the right way. Dr. McCormick, as always, I appreciate you, brother. And Jill Takuda, thank you for being on the show. Please come again. And God bless you both.
Thanks so much. Semper Fi.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news.
If you post stupid memes in chat, you don't title it meme or shitpost, I'm banning you, okay?
Beloved, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, in my opinion, has nothing to do with politics, the left or the right. It has everything to do with a war between good and evil.
Jesus Christ.
Regardless of what the media tells you, the left stands for everything that is contrary to God and God's law.
Jesus Christ.
Sodomy.
Wait, who the fuck is this guy? Wrangler Star. Many of our videos are comedic and satirical and not intended to cultivate antisocial or unlawful behavior. It was a channel that was popular a long time ago, I guess. This guy voted and campaigned for Hillary in 2016. His wife left him in 2020. Now he's full MAGA. Is that true? His lore is super deep. He went off the deep end.
The mutilating of children, abortion, etc. Charlie Kirk was actually very much a moderate. He's being portrayed in the media as some sort of a hardcore right-winger, an alt-righter. That's not true at all. He was still trusting the system. He still was a true believer that if I can make my case, if I can sit down and have public discourse, lay out my facts, debate, that I will win people to my side. He was so much a threat to someone that they killed him for it. How much less valuable will your life be to those people that are behind this if you are far right of that? If he's not even safe, a middle-of-the-road moderate, then how safe are those of us who are hard on the right? There's a great separating that's happening right now, a great shaking of the tree. God is separating the goats from the sheep. You will be forced to take a side. There is no more sitting on the fence. There is no more dialoguing with the enemy. There is a line that's been drawn. There is good and there is evil. And you're going to have to make a decision if you want to or not. They're already calling it. They've made their decision. They chose violence. They chose blood. When Christ set out the disciples to go and to evangelize the world, he told them, before you go out, you sell your cloak and you buy a sword. Now, why would he do that? People are told all the time, oh, we're supposed to be turning the other cheek. We should not be violent. And yet, to his own disciples, he told them to sell your cloak and buy a sword. Not to be an offensive attacker, but he knew that there would be dangers in the road. He knew that there would be people that would want to come and hurt them and harm them, and they had every right to protect themselves. We don't carry swords around anymore, but what's the equivalent of the sword for an American? It's an AR-15 or an AK-47, whatever you choose. I would recommend strongly to have, within your reach at all times, a long gun. I would recommend that you have, if you don't already, and get a concealed carry permit, and you carry 24/7. I would recommend that you put together a kit bag where if you hear of trouble or a shooting at your child's school, you hear of trouble or a shooting at your place of work, or anyone in your family is threatened, that you've already got everything figured out and you can respond to that. Sealed carry permit, and you carry 24/7. I would recommend that you put together a kit bag where if you hear of trouble or a shooting at your child's school, you hear of trouble or a shooting at your place of work, or anyone in your family is threatened, that you've already got everything figured out and you.
He's like saying to put together like an emergency response, like a quick response thing. Like have like a kit with like your AR-15, a few mags, like a rangefinder, some bandage, so you can like, if you hear of a thing, you can drive there and get ready to go. Jesus Christ.
You can respond to that. We've seen what waiting for the police does. We've seen active shooters where the police actually hindered families from going in and didn't do anything themselves. America has lost all faith in police. It's up to you now. You're on your own. You'll have to make your own decisions. But at least have it worked out, have it in your mind, what you will do if a situation comes like that. I don't know what the future is, but I can tell you things will escalate. This separation, this civil war that seems to be bubbling, I think is taking place. I think that there's a lot of people that have been awoken by this and that we can expect more of it. Don't go out in public unless you need to. Be careful, be aware of your surroundings, have preparations, train, shoot, have medical equipment, limit your exposure to big crowded areas. But this is the world we live in.
That's normal prepper advice. I have never in my life heard of prepper tell you to create like an assault kit so that if there's like an emergency you hear somewhere, you can show up and like deal with the situation yourself. I've never heard of that in my entire life. Look at the video posted 3 weeks ago. Which one? I survived an evil cult. Drone saved my land. Did he say that? That's literally what he said. Yes. What?
Beloved.
He said police are too slow to respond and they'll prevent people from going in. You need to have your own kit so that you can respond to situations accordingly. What do you think he's saying here?
24/7. I would recommend that you put together a kit bag where if you hear of trouble or a shooting at your child's school.
If you hear of trouble or shooting somewhere else, not at your place. If you hear of trouble or shooting somewhere else.
You hear of trouble or a shooting at your place of work, or anyone in your family is threatened, that you've already got everything figured out and you can respond to that.
That's not saying to be ready for like taking care of your family, and that's like going somewhere and doing something. If you think there might be some ambiguity there, then he literally says after.
We've seen what waiting for the police does. We've seen active shooters where the police actually hindered families from going in and didn't do anything themselves. America has lost all faith.
Like he's talking about vigilantism. I don't. Or if you want to be retarded to try, go for it. Everybody in his audience will hear this as vigilantism. That's exactly what that is. If you want to play like a fucking retard, then you can be a retard, I guess. Oh, Jesus. Most of his audience are anti-fence now. He invited everyone to an open civil debate. They killed him for that. There is no more talking with the left. I don't recommend showing up armed to your child's school during an incident. What I do recommend is pulling your kids out of school. Homeschool them.
Definitely has politics definitely has a huge part in it. Trump, and when I say Trump has a huge part in it, I don't necessarily mean he's to blame for it, but he's so divisive without really even just his face is like divisive. Like people hate him so much, and the left and the right, the rhetoric, especially to me, the left is.
Wait, which fucking retard linked this in chat and said that he was blaming Trump? He just said people hate Trump. Wait, who linked this? Bring up the logs.
He's so divisive without really even just his face is like divisive. Like people hate him so much, and the left and the right, the rhetoric, especially to me, the left is insane, and it just boils. And this happened when Trump, they threatened when his assassination attempt. There's like a 3-hour period of like, let's tone down the rhetoric,
Right, then
then they're right back to it. Politics definitely has a huge part in it. Trump, and when I say Trump has a huge part in it, I don't necessarily mean he's to blame for it, but he's so divided.
Big time conservative Portnoy gives Trump some blame for Kirk death. Oh, is this guy? What a retard. Good one. Oh boy. Okay. Music break.
Shot down and he was barely 31. Another woke coward took a life with a gun.
We don't even know who shot him yet.
Left behind a wife and a daughter and a son. All he did was try to speak for all of us. And I'm so tired of the hatred and the narratives. The patriots ain't dangerous, woke people are the terrorists. They shot and killed a father, sent a message to Americans. They ain't gonna stop until they bury us. Dear Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window, I sure hope you're looking down. Cause we ain't going quiet, we gon' scream your name loud. And you're gone, but I swear to God that we gon' make you proud. We ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good men try to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us, the system is failing us when good men die for the things that they say. And I can't just be quiet, so I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change it all in a day. Killed in cold blood for having a discussion, and liberals are celebrating murder like it's justice. You did.
Who? I mean, some people on Twitter are sure, but I feel like all of the lawmen. Can we stop doing the comparisons to where the people on Twitter are the same as the fucking president and all the people in Congress?
Didn't kill a villain or the evil that it comes with. You killed a father and a husband. And I'm so tired of the left and all the wokery. We can't get along if you just kill us when we don't agree. Sniper rifle fire from a liberal that no one sees. Scared I might be next to die when I'm just buying groceries. Charlie, we'll make sure your children know that defending all our freedom is why you aren't coming home. I hope heaven has a window you can watch your children grow and hear your message echo from below. And we ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good men try to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us, the system is failing us when good men die for the things that they say. And I can't just be quiet, so I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change it all in a day.
You know what's funny is I feel like even, or maybe it's intentional. Do you remember like the rap wars and like the fucking, like when Tupac and Biggie and like, you know, all these people are shooting each other and killing each other? I feel like when rappers would make songs about lowering the temperature, usually they would talk about how, oh, like this violence is bad and all of us need to stop. I mean, I just don't have an extensive inventory of gangster rap and 80s, 90s rappers or whatever. Were there songs where the rappers came out and they were like, yeah, and this guy, it's all his fault and it's just him and he's constantly shooting us and we can't do anything about it and it's just the other side over and over again? Like, I feel like most of the songs are usually like telling people we all need to chill and it's a waste of time and we shouldn't be doing this. I don't know. Who knows? Jesus Christ. Oh God. Somebody said, look at his last song. The devil is a Democrat.
The propaganda is on every channel. They think we stupid like the truth is just too hard to handle. Put on your camo, it's a culture war and load the ammo. They want Antifa
like
ruling everything like it's Seattle. And they want anyone who's fighting to be dead and canceled. They want rainbows in the classrooms and 15 different bathrooms and white guys that hate black dudes. They want war, they don't want peace. They want fentanyl in our streets. They want borders to be weak. I swear the devil lives in California. He a politician. He passing bills that bring chaos and division. Yeah, the devil lives in California. Should be in prison. He got horns, but he tries to keep them hidden. Cause the devil is a Democrat. And we don't play that. They say that. They love
this Canadian, by the way.
America, we know it ain't that. The devil is a Democrat. And we ain't with it. We ain't switching. Y'all are tripping. I guess God just built us different. They get celebrities to do they talking. They get mansions.
I wish it was possible to like eject your mind into the future by like 5 years or 10 years and then like do like a retrospective and you're watching this and the guy and like a person is looking at you like, okay, so you said that Charlie Kirk got assassinated. That was a really surprising event in your country. And you're like, yeah, it was just crazy. Like nobody saw it coming. And the person's like looking at you and they're like going through, you know, shit like this and all the Trump quotes and all of the comparisons to demons and it's like, really? Nobody, this wasn't like a red flag to anybody? It's like, well, we thought it was, you know, like, we thought it was just kind of like, I don't know.
While they cram us all into apartments. Tell us it's cool to stay in school and then make you retarded. If you ain't liberal, then they treat you like you human garbage. If you speak up, then you a target. They want their voice through an amplifier. Violence and our flag on fire. No voter ID required. They want war, they don't want peace. They want defund the police. They want you surrounded by screens. The devil lives in California. He a politician. He passing bills that bring chaos and division. Yeah, the devil lives in California. Should be in prison. He got horns, but he tries to keep them hidden. Cause the devil is a Democrat. And we don't play that. They say that. They love America. We know it ain't that. Cause the devil is a Democrat. And we ain't with it. We ain't switching. Y'all are tripping. I guess God just built us different, dog. The devil.
How should liberals respond to this? Been away from streams for a bit. What's my message supposed to be? Oh shit! Oh, I have to run. Remind me after this. I need to explain the prisoner's dilemma. Okay, you guys need to understand this. All right.
Democrat, that's a fact, that's the truth. Look how bad that it gets when it's blue. The devil is a Democrat. That's a rap. It ain't news, and the way they treat America is proof. I swear the devil lives in California, $100 bills. He knows everyone in Hollywood and parties in the hills. Give you everything you ever wanted, plus a couple mil for your soul and your vote. It's a deal. Cause the devil is a Democrat. And we don't play that. They say that. They love America. We know it ain't that. Cause the devil is a Democrat. And we ain't with it. We ain't switching. Y'all are tripping. I guess God just built us different, dog. The devil is a Democrat. And we don't play that. They say that. They love America. We know it ain't that. The devil is a Democrat. And we ain't with it. We ain't switching. Y'all are tripping. I guess God just built us different, dog. The devil is a Democrat.
Okay, I explained some of this earlier, but I wasn't streaming on YouTube. This sounds like a bad thing to say, and people don't like to think of it this way, but the reality is there are like 4 different worlds that we can live in, and it relates to like this concept of like a prisoner's dilemma. If you remember, there is in the prisoner's dilemma, I think a lot of people talk about this. I don't know how many people are aware of how that actually works, but for prisoner's dilemma, the idea is basically, or the issue with it, it's a paradoxical setup kind of where there is a positive outcome for 2 different players. However, both players basically become incentivized using logic to take the worst outcome, basically, for collectively. So you have 2 different people who are incentivized, or I'm sorry, you have 2 different people who are caught, and the 2 people who are caught are being interrogated by the police. And then the question is do you cooperate with the police and rat out your friend, or do you not cooperate with the police? I shouldn't be using cooperate like this. Or do you not work with the police and then you cooperate with your friend? That's supposed to be phrased, right? So in World 1, you have, how do you draw this? We do B for betray, C for cooperate, I think. Fuck. There's a formal way to draw this. I don't know. I don't care. I'll just write P1, I guess. This would be the P1 row. This would be the P2 row. Fuck me. Something like this. Dude, fuck. There's a better way to do this. I don't care. And I'm not going to look it up. I'm going to trigger the fuck out of you guys with my shitty drawings. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, stay mad. Okay, we'll say prisoner 1 cooperates and prisoner 2 cooperates, okay? If this happens, then we'll say that both people get sentenced to 1 year in jail, okay? This is what happens if both people cooperate with each other, not with the cops. They cooperate with each other, right? This is the cooperative thing. They cooperate with each other, and so what happens is they don't rat on each other, and the cops don't have enough evidence to lock them up for the more severe crimes, so then they both go to jail for 1 year. In another world, you have both of them betraying each other, and then both of them end up in jail for 3 years, okay? No. Sorry. Yes. Right? And then in one where you have one betrayal and one cooperator, the betrayer guy ends up in jail for 0 years, and the betrayed guy ends up in jail for... Is it worse or better than the both betray? I forget. It's 5. It is 5. Shit. It's right. You're right. Okay. Okay. Something like this. Okay. I'm drawing this out. Sorry. Okay. Okay, we got it. We got there eventually. All right. Red Bar is watching right now. Who's Red Bar? The porn site? I've heard of Red Bar before, but every time I ask anybody what Red Bar is, nobody can describe it from me. When I was doing studio stuff downstairs, people said Red Bar is a person who puts more effort into like the show and display of his stream than anybody else, even though for no reason or something. I don't know. I don't. And then I hear that they like covered stuff, but I don't know. I don't think I've ever interacted with the guy himself or the people. I'm not sure. Okay, sorry. Okay, real quick. All right, summary. Prisoner's dilemma. Okay, if both people cooperate with each other and neither of them do any defecting from each other, they don't betray each other. Both of them go to jail for 1 year. All right, if they cooperate. If both of them defect or betray each other, they both go to jail for 3 years. Okay. However, if one of them defects and the other person cooperates, then the cooperator goes to jail for, I need to be more concise how I use these terms, because I'm saying defect or cooperate with the police. The guy who cooperates with the police, the guy who works with the police and defects from his partner, he gets 0 years, and then the other guy gets 5 years. So when you first come to this model, I think, the kind of like on a first glance, you might think like, okay, well, both of us should obviously cooperate, because if we both cooperate, then we both get 1 year in jail, which is a decent, that's an okay outcome, right? But if you know that the other person is incentivized to cooperate and you're incentivized to cooperate, but you know that if you defect, he's going to go to jail for 0 years and you're going to jail for 5 years. Well, now you're in an awkward spot where you know he's incentivized to defect because it's going to be better for him, but it's going to be significantly worse for you. And so you're kind of in a situation where you should also defect. So you can kind of like deductively reason out that both of you basically have to defect against each other. And then that leads to both of you in jail for 3 years. This is obviously not a great outcome. So it's kind of like a weird way that when you look at these models where you can't enforce cooperation, I mean, there's a ton of like things that you can take from this on, you know, how do you enforce cooperation? You have to find ways to link, you know, causal effects, blah, 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 right? In my opinion, in U.S. politics, civility, okay? This is where we kind of want to be, all right? We want to be here where things are civil, all right? Meaning we're not killing each other or having a bad time enacting violence against each other. This would be like ideal. This is a good world, okay? Right now, at best, we're in this world, okay? Nobody wants to say this, but the problem is that this here is not the worst world. We're just pretending that it is, okay? The reason why it doesn't make sense for Democrats to disavow over and over and over again when Republicans won't do it is because there is a worse world for this. And the worst world is, I'll call it genocide, but I mean, you can put whatever you want here. Genocide, absolute violence, one-sided firing squad, whatever, execution. There is a worse world than this one here, and that worse world is one side enacting violence. And the problem is that the Republican rhetoric is pushing us in that direction, where the Republicans want to push us here, right? Where it's a Dem utter loss. And they do that by already trying to say that we are here, right? You've heard the Republicans say over and over again, it's all left-wing violence, it's all left-wing violence, it's all left-wing violence. And they do that as a call to their own side that they need to respond with violence. So the reason why I'm not sympathetic to people saying we need to turn down the temperature, well, just because the other side isn't doing it doesn't mean we can't. No, fuck you. We're not in the worst world right now. This world, right, which is this part of the prisoner's dilemma box, this world is preferable right here to this world or this world, right? And the one-sided calls for just us, we just need to disavow. No, I'm sorry. The president of the United States, without having any fucking idea at all who the actual shooter is, has already blamed one side, okay? They've already blamed one side. I don't want to be in this world or this world. I would rather be in this world, as much as it sucks. It's not a good world to be in. It sucks. The best world would be this one. But in the prisoner's dilemma, one person can't get you here. Both players independently have to make decisions. And there is no virtue in making this decision over and over and over and over and over again, especially when it's not just you playing, but you're making decisions that impact your group as well. You can't constantly advocate for this world and pretend that you're being moral, because the other player has no incentive, because they're benefiting the whole time. This is what I say when I talk about like making fun of people who die and all of this stuff, is that it seems crass and it seems bad, but there's a reason why people dehumanize people. It's because it's effective for your political movement. It works. It does. There's a reason why people have done this historically and why they continue to do it, why the Republicans continue to do it. So in my mind, it is immoral to ask for this when that's what, or this or whatever, when that's what Republicans are pushing us towards. Both sides have to be willing to come up here. Civility can't happen on one side. If Dems don't back down, does a stalemate occur? No, you just stay here in the violence area. We need to demand civility from Republicans then. In my opinion, I think that Trump doing a unilateral call, or at least a both sides call for reducing rhetoric, not just on the Dems, but on both sides, I think that should be conditional of a government shutdown. I think that that's one of the demands that, and I think that's an easy demand, and it should be rhetorically popular with at least 60% of the country. Donald Trump should be able to come out and speak for at least 2 to 5 minutes and say that everybody needs to calm the fuck down. Not just Democrats, everybody. Without blaming Dems, without talking about Antifa, without talking about Joe Biden, everybody. Destiny, this is all in line with the tit-for-tat strategy suggested for prisoner's dilemma over multiple instances. Only cooperate with the betrayer if they come back to cooperation first. Sure, yeah. Yeah, because you can logic your way to the betrayal thing over and over again if the other person's never willing to cooperate. Because logically that is your best move. You can't cooperate while the other person defects over and over and over again. You can't do that. It's a losing strategy. It's a super mega losing strategy. It's worse than the violent one. Destiny, what about civil war? Does that live under violence and is acceptable? Yes, civil war. Again, it sucks and it's not popular to say. Civil war is up here, okay? Civil war is not the worst outcome. This is the worst outcome. And I know it sucks and it feels bad to say it, but this outcome here is still preferable to the unilateral laying down of arms. Ask any group of people that have been genocided before. Because the problem is right now, this is a question I've asked, I think, for years. The question I've asked for years is, what is the line in the sand? And right now, I've never heard a Republican give one. I've never heard a conservative give one. And it doesn't seem like Trump has one. There are no breaks. I have not seen anything where Trump has been like, oh, maybe this one went a little bit too far. Maybe we went a little too far. I haven't seen it. I don't know what that line in the sand is.
At all. And they've incentivized what is a rising tide of violence that I'm seeing some folks on the right who are saying this about people, quote unquote, on the left in general. Before we label people deadly threats, we should be very careful about whom we label. The left has not been careful about this. Many people on the left have not been careful about this at all. And they've incentivized what is a rising tide of violence that makes it nearly impossible to speak freely in the country. If Charlie Kirk can get shot, anyone can get shot for speaking their mind. That is where we are. That is why it is empty verbiage when I hear the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, blaming President Trump for a quote-unquote new era of political violence and selling us soft words about the supposed increase in political.
I hate him as a human being now, right? Like literally, I think I can do that, right? I don't know if I would. Charlie Kirk would probably say the same. I'll preemptively and posthumously, I guess, hate him as well. Like, fuck you, dude. Like, assuming that people like me are going to events, which we do. I don't even need to speak hypothetically about this. I do, right? Like this type of shit is just increasing the chances of me getting killed, right? I'm sorry, but you are a weak man. You are morally incompetent. You are religiously failing. You're supposed to be some fucking, stalwart Jew or whatever. You should be able to tell the president of the United States, hey, buddy, why are you blaming the Dems when we don't even know the shooter? Can you never, ever, ever, a single time tell your side to calm the fuck down ever? You guys are supposed to be the better people. The bigger man. You never are. Libs always have to be the bigger man. Always. Why? Like, fuck you. Like, now we're actually getting killed. It's supposed to be other people getting killed. Now it's us. And you still can't tell people to calm the fuck down? Unreal.
Rhetoric.
And I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it. We've seen the January 6th rioters who clearly,
So you think this shit is just going to keep getting worse? Yeah, it should be. Why wouldn't it? I mean, like, what is the signal being sent over and over and over again? If you're a Republican, you think all the violence has been from the left. You don't think anything that happened on the Republican side has ever been a Republican's fault, right? J6 was just a Fedsurrection. Trump pardoned them all because it was unfair. All the shooters have been either outwardly liberal or secret liberals, and you just don't realize it, even if they're registered Republicans.
have tripped a new era of political violence.
Why don't you condemn the movements that you are creating and facilitating that actively say that people like Charlie Kirk are...
Like they do. Like Democrats have done this over and over and over and over and over again. Why don't you go ahead and roll Biden's speech versus Trump's speech?
Threat to them. Why do you not do that? Why do you not do that? And I will tell you, I do not see a reaction that is on the social media right that matches the reaction on the social media left to the new.
Are you serious? How many people on the right, well, we're watching it, that's what we're going through now, have called for revenge, that we need to rise up and fight against, you know, that we need to, like, there's been so many unhinged tweets from people on the right today and yesterday. How are you saying this? What social media are you on? Destiny, you say this, but then say civil war won't happen? When have I said civil war won't happen? I feel like that's the path we're on right now.
News of Charlie Kirk's death. I just don't see it. When 2 Minneapolis politicians of the left were shot, it turns out by a patronage supporter of Tim Walz.
Kill yourself in a video game. Give me a break. It's your fault. Your fault. Like, this is you, bro. Seriously?
2 Minneapolis politicians of the left were shot. It turns out by a patronage supporter of Tim Walz under disputed circumstances. I saw zero celebration from the online right. I've yet to see tremendous celebration of something similar from the online right. I'm not seeing it. If it's there, it ought to be condemned. But to pretend that this is sort of an even-handed problem would be to ignore the ideological underpinnings of violent conspiracism that lead to assassinations. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez did her usual routine. She blamed it on gun violence. The problem is not guns. The problem is evil people who believe they can use guns to kill people because they are engaging in free speech. AOC tweeted, the scourge of gun violence and political violence must end. The shooting of Charlie Kirk is the latest incident to this chaos. It must stop. We cannot go down this road. There's no place for it in America. We wish for his recovery. That was, of course, before Charlie had died. The scourge of gun violence and political violence must end. Thank you for those absolutely meaningless words. Truly meaningless. Yesterday, controversy broke out on the floor of the House of Representatives. The Speaker of the House asked for a moment of silence for Charlie, which was given. Lauren Boebert then got up and asked for a prayer to be said aloud, and many Democrats objected because apparently, if you're not going to do that for other victims of assassination, then you shouldn't do it for Charlie. Just
like, how performative is this? Oh my fucking God, you had a moment of silence. Why are you asking for a fucking 30-second prayer next? Like, what's next? Do we all have to go fucking come on pictures of his fucking family? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, nothing is enough. This is also why I say you never capitulate to these actual soulless demons. There's no reason to capitulate to them because it's never enough. Nothing you do is ever enough for these people. Like, holy shit. What do you want to have like a fucking, like, do we need to do a dono drive for all of them next? Like, do they have GoFundMe's up? Like, what the fuck? Do we all need to go subscribe to their YouTube and buy their crypto now? Like, Jesus Christ.
For a moment of silence for Charlie, which was given. Lauren Boebert then got up and asked for a prayer to be said aloud, and many Democrats objected because apparently, if you're not going to do that for other victims of assassination, then you shouldn't do it for Charlie. Just ridiculous. Here we go.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise?
This is after they had like a 30-second moment of silence, by the way, that they all had and nobody interrupted. They had their full moment of silence, but it's never enough. It's never enough.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
Did he actually do an edit here? He did. That's what that cut forward was, wasn't it?
And those in the gallery, please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
What an actual fucking Satan spawn, a fucking demon, dude. Holy shit. I might become religious just because the forces of evil over here are so unbelievable.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and
this is the unedited version of that.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
Then he gavels it and they're done. And then Boebert's like, can we say a prayer too? Can we say a prayer too? It was too quiet in here to give my boyfriend a fucking hand job. Can we do a prayer at the same time now, please?
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise?
Shh. I like how he just cut forward there. To be fair, his program is only 54 minutes, so maybe he didn't have time to put the full extra 25 seconds into the video.
Chamber and those in the gallery, please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise? Shh.
People shouting no. What the hell is wrong with you? Seriously, what the hell is wrong with you?
Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order.
Destiny, he was assassinated on live stream, and a prayer is too much. Who sounds radical now? One, they just had a moment of silence. They don't need to fucking pray in Congress, okay? Two, they didn't have a moment of silence for any of the other murdered fucking people that have happened from the right. Fuck you. What do you mean? Go pray on your own fucking time, dude. Nobody wants to worship the Mr. Invisible Man here while you say your meaningless fucking prayers and you go suit up to post more retarded shit on social media.
We will join prayer right after
oh my
this,
gosh.
okay?
If you can't stop. I mean,
The chair lays...
Gavin Newsom, who had done an actual podcast with Charlie, put out a tweet condemning political violence. He said, the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, violent, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form. Again, that's all very nice. What I want is a rejection of the movements that create incentive structures that
like, even Dems disavowing both sides isn't enough for these guys. It's not even enough.
And I don't even think Dems should be disavowing both sides. I like Elizabeth Warren had a good response. Mehdi Hassan is my fucking spirit animal right now. The only mainstream media spirit animal that I have on Twitter right now. Even Ezra Klein is being a cuck about this. That it shouldn't even be at both sides. It should be, I'll talk when Donald Trump says something. Fuck you. Like, even when the Capitol was being raided and every single motherfucker around Trump was praying for him, please say something, he wouldn't fucking say anything. It's unbelievable.
Openly call for political violence, that openly create the permission structure to do violence. Not every political...
What is the permission structure to do violence? How about doing violence and then having the president of the United States pardon all of you and your crony fuck friends for it? Isn't that kind of like a structure of violence?
Point of view does that. Not every political movement does that. Disagreeing on tax structures does not create the incentive structure for political violence. Saying.
Do you think tax disagreements is where all of the issues are coming from right now? Didn't the president just try to fucking send the National Guard and post pictures of him threatening to send the military to fucking Chicago? Isn't that a thing they're actively talking about right now? While mass ICE agents are running around the country, arresting people and throwing them into whatever fucking vehicles and shipping them off into whatever the fuck countries? Like,
that if I say that a man is not a woman, that I'm erasing you as a human being and threatening your very existence, or engaging in a trans genocide or erasure or whatever the hell you want to call it, and that speech is violence, and therefore violence can meet speech. That is a permission structure. And if you back that, you are backing the permission structure for assassination. That is what you are doing. This is why I'm going to take it under advisement. When Zoran Mamdani, who has created so many permission structures for various types of violence, it is beyond reckoning. I don't believe you. When Zoran hacking the permission structure for assassination. That is what you are doing. This is why I'm going to take it under advisement. When Zoran Mamdani, who has created so many permission structures for various types of violence, it is beyond reckoning.
What the fuck is Mamdani said for violence? How old is Mamdani? Isn't this guy like fucking 28 years old? I don't know how true that is. Mamdani age. This guy's 33 years old. What? He was a city councilman prior to this. What are we talking about?
I don't believe you. When Zoran Mamdani says, I'm horrified by the shooting of Charlie Kirk at a college event in Utah, political violence has no place in our country.
Oh, fuck. I forget. Shapiro's Jewish, so he's going to be real mad on this Islam shit.
I don't believe you believe that. And the reason I don't believe you believe that is because you are perfectly willing to make excuses for people who do violence depending on the cause that they are pursuing. The same person who is fine with globalize the Intifada, literally a call for violence, is now saying that political violence is... I don't believe you. I think you are just saying...
Look, this is another thing, too. Listen, fuck, Mamdani's views on Palestine and all this shit are fucking retarded because I hate Palestine and Palestinians, and I hate fucking Israelis now, too. Fuck all of you, okay? I still love Jews, but only the ones in America, okay? Actually, fuck the Jews in America, too, because you guys don't even donate money like you're supposed to. Where the fuck is my George Soros, who's supposed to be funding my paramilitary outfits right now, okay? They're not here, all right? I watched that Eddington movie. I don't know where the helicopter guys are. I don't see those guys in real life. So, you know what? Fuck all of them, okay?
Who's fine with global...
But Mamdani has walked back the globalize the Intifada comments. Ben doesn't give a fuck. There's no credit here from this fucking loser. So what the fuck is the point? What was the point? Now, I mean, Mamdani should do it. Probably if he's trying to get support more from especially Jewish progressives in New York, and if he thinks it's the right thing to do to turn down the whatever anti-Semitic hate or whatever. But like, Ben Shapiro gives him no credit for it, so...
Globalize the Intifada, literally a call for violence, is now saying that political violence is... I don't believe you. I think you are just saying the words. The FBI in Salt Lake City has released a picture of a person that they are looking for right now. They need your help. That is why I'm showing this picture. They say, we are asking for the public's help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, 1-800-CALL-FBI. The picture appears to be of a young white male wearing sunglasses, a black hat, dark jeans, and a black hoodie that appears to be emblazoned with the picture of President Trump shaking his fist after the assassination attempts, or alternatively, that maybe it's a little vague, hard to see. Could be an American eagle in front of an American flag. A little bit difficult to see. Obviously, the goal, if this is indeed the shooter, the goal of that person would be to blend in with the crowd.
Is it going to be the goal of the shirt was to blend into the crowd? That's why he wore the shirt that looks conservative. But the supposed trans bullet engravings we found, that's his true message, like that. But that would never like.
Apparently, the shooter in this particular case,
I don't know if that's been confirmed yet. Also,
had spec'd out the terrain, had plotted an escape point. That is why the person is not in custody as of yet. That is.
Also, I don't know if we've seen this guy in the crowd, but...
This person will be found, this person will be tried, this person will be executed, as well they should.
Jesus.
As well they should. I just want to go back to my friend Charlie for a moment. Charlie was, again, a good man. I knew Charlie, I'd watched Charlie grow from a boy into a man. I watched...
With all the eyes on FBI Director Kash Patel after the Charlie Kirk shooting, it's worth noting that as FBI Director, Patel has spent time creating a challenge coin that says cash per a lawsuit filed yesterday. What? As Jensen got up to leave, Patel called him back and said he wanted to show him something. He presented Jensen with the Director's challenge coin. Patel said He had just ordered such challenge coins, tokens of appreciation given by leaders to their subordinates in government and military environments, typically the size of a silver dollar. The coin proffered by Patel, however, was much larger, inscribed with the director at the top banner of the coin and Cash Patel at the bottom banner. Patel told Jensen that he wanted him to be one of the first recipients of his new challenge coin. Wow. What is this even over? What is... A lawsuit from fired FBI agents. Who the fuck even wants a cash coin? Please don't get sidetracked on retarded shit. Challenge coins are fine. People prize these in the military and intelligence, I think. Like, agencies will create challenge coins. You're gonna get these for a whole bunch of different reasons. Like, there's nothing, I don't know what the context is of that, but there's nothing wrong generally with making challenge coins. It's fine, chill. Libs of TikTok. This is war. The Democrat Party must be classified as a domestic terror organization. Okay. Brian E. I don't know some of these names. Some of these I know. Libs of TikTok, Joey Menarino, Ron Filipkowski, Gunther Eagleman. The left is the party of murder. The fun thing about collecting all of this today, too, is that nobody knows. Nobody knows who the shooter is yet. We still don't know. U.S. officials plan to punish foreigners making light of Charlie Kirk death. Action will be taken against foreigners in the United States who are considered to be praising, rationalizing, or making light of Charlie Kirk's death. Deputy Secretary of State says foreigners who glorify violence in nature are not welcome visitors. Is this like an official statement yet, or... Oh, right. Christopher Landau. In a post on X on Thursday morning. They really don't link to the post? Are you fucking serious? What are the journalistic standards here? Why not? FBI drops new images. I wonder what they're going through on the video. Why they wouldn't release the video. Well, anybody know him? If I could get this guy to call in to stream? Just kidding. That wouldn't be good. Okay, based. So what are 2 or 3 events the right should have condemned? I honestly don't know. I'm too lazy to look into it. I mean, the easiest go-to is Jan 6. Like, that's just that. But the right can't. They can't condemn it because they still don't believe in the results of the 2020 election. That's like a massive litmus test right there. Past that, I think that's like a, if you are not willing to do that, then you're at a conversation non-starter. That's one. The Paul Pelosi attack is an easy one that people made way too much fun of. People memed way too hard on it. Nobody took that seriously. They continue to meme on it to this day. And then the Democratic shooting in Minnesota. The pipe bombs that were mailed in 2018 to like 12 different Democrats, including Soros, the Clintons, Obamas. Like all of these are things that the right they don't disavow it, they don't own it, they say that it was leftist or they don't believe it or, yeah. Destiny, bro, they'll say the Minnesota shit was Waltz calling a hit on them or some insane shit. They're on the funny thing is, I haven't wrote this down or made a strong statement on this because I'd have to go back and check the timelines because I don't trust my recollection 100%. But my recollection of the shooting in Minnesota was that Republicans were initially pretty hard on it. Like Trump made a speech about it initially that was condemning the shooting, but it was because they thought the lawmaker was targeted for being pro-life, I think. They thought that the shooter was like an anti-abortion guy or something like this. And so they thought that he got targeted or she got targeted because of her pro-life statement that she'd made the day before. But then after it came out that the guy was probably right-winger, Trump just said that Waltz was crazy and they didn't give a fuck anymore and they all moved on from it. It's fucking insane.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So this just happened. We just found out that Charlie Kirk got shot.
It's fucking awful.
And is he dead?
No, I don't think so.
That's what was
that? One of the guys out there just said it was confirmed that he's dead.
In the lobby was just.
I've been looking. I haven't seen anything that's confirmed.
Whoa.
Murdered for having a different opinion from somebody else.
Yeah.
Different ideology from somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Beliefs that didn't align.
Yep.
I'm sorry?
Yep.
Rest in peace.
Fuck.
Fuck.
News.
Jesus. 27 years old, maybe? 30?
Do they even have a...
Oh, Jesus. If Z was shot during an event, do you think you might say some dumb shit on stream out of anger? Legit question. What do you, like what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Beliefs that didn't align.
Yep.
I'm sorry?
Wait, hold on.
Whoa.
Murdered for having a different opinion from somebody else.
Yeah.
Different ideology from somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Beliefs that didn't align.
Yep.
I'm sorry?
Yep.
Rest in peace. Fuck.
News.
Jesus. 27 years old, maybe? 30?
Do they even have a suspect?
I don't know. Well, that's why I don't. I'm literally trying to track it all on Twitter, and it's all.
Fuck. Nobody deserves it. He doesn't deserve that. Nobody deserves that.
So, were you saying that MSNBC had a crazy take on it?
Mm-hmm.
What was their take?
I'm literally just reading Twitter, so I didn't see.
Pussies. They fired. Is it Chris Dodd? Is that the guy's name? They fired him over this. What an unbelievable cucked fucking left-wing media. Left-wing in the biggest air quotes in the universe here. My God.
See the video. I just saw people talking about tweets of it. I'll pull it up though. Let me see.
Fuck.
Oh, is it Matthew Dodd? Dowd?
Now they could've
Dowd?
taken it down.
Dodd?
It was a tweet or a video?
I'm doing the show while I'm trying to figure.
Right.
it out.
No, I understand.
I think they were live on the air and people clipped what they were talking about. It's not a tweet. It's not on their Twitter account or anything.
So it's someone's hot take.
So, live in the moment.
Yeah, that's a crazy take. Crazy take is that. What was the take that they deserved it?
That's why I didn't want to pair.
Why do you not? He doesn't even. What a fucking God! I hate these people. Oh my God! Why would you even say it if you have no fucking idea? Like.
Right.
Here you go. Dave Portnoy reposted this.
You found it? All right, here. Put it.
It's only 10 seconds.
Which a shooting like this happens.
You can put the headphones on. You can
Yeah,
hear
and
it.
again, emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about.
That's what the crazy thing was.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, if it was a supporter
shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about.
That's what the crazy thing was.
Oh.
Wait, that wasn't what he got fired for, was it? I thought he got fired for wasn't he saying things like Charlie Kirk's rhetoric has contributed? That's a different guy. Yeah, that's not even the right guy. Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, if it was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration.
What? Someone shot their gun off in celebration and killed him.
You shoot celebration guns in the air. Oh God! Just
what a crazy take. Like it might not have been someone assassinating someone for the wrong opinion.
Huh?
Fuck.
Well, why does something like that have to be spun?
Their ideology.
No, I know what I'm saying. It's like,
I mean, they want to try to pin it on a Trump supporter. With
of course.
This is like every single conservative, every single centrist ever is give me a piece of fake news, and then now I'm going to spin off a whole narrative based off of a fact that isn't even true, that isn't even accurate. It's just like such a wild...
Crazy Trump supporter with a gun, going wacky. We don't know if it was a supporter shooting off a gun in celebration, because you know they do.
Right,
a lot of folks are just constantly out there shooting off guns at large gatherings in celebration.
Yeah, 4th of July, you can't leave your house.
What the fuck?
No, that is that's a wow.
There's going to be a lot of people celebrating this. It's so scary. It's so dangerous too to celebrate or to in any way encourage this kind of behavior from human beings. He's not a violent guy. He's talking to people on college campuses. Wasn't even particularly rude. He's tried to be pretty reasonable with people.
Everything I saw seemed reasonable.
He's a very intelligent guy.
Yeah.
You know, whether you agree with him or don't. And there's a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with him on. That's fine. You're allowed to disagree with people without celebrating the fact they got shot.
But you can't disrespect his passion.
Yeah. Well, what you're supposed to do with a guy like that, if you're opposing him, is debate him.
Right.
Have a conversation where your argument is more compelling than his.
Sure.
That's what people should be celebrating, discourse. You know, we used to do that.
Do some homework and bring it to the table.
Yeah. Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible. This podcast has been a lot about violence, man.
It has, but not this kind.
No.
I'm sorry, not something so in the moment right now from someone this current that we see and are aware of daily, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's one of those young influencers, right? This time from the right, who is all over social media, always doing these various shows and debating people, and talking to people, and giving speeches.
Was there a live react to the Minnesota lawmakers getting shot? Does anybody have a clip of that? I'm just curious if Joe Rogan reacted to that or if that is on any of his shows.
Isn't
sure.
Yeah. No one deserves this, folks. No one that has different opinions. No one deserves that.
No.
This is horrible.
No.
But I know people are going to celebrate it because this is a fucked up time, and people have really fallen into this trap of us against them.
Yeah.
But it's also going to make people not want to be as courageous or not want to be as forthright with the things they believe. It's going to put people on guard.
It could. It also could.
It could do the opposite.
Yeah.
I get that, but there's also going to be that sort of ingrained thing now.
You're correct. Yeah.
And and you just going through the whole New York thing. I just sometimes there's a crowd and it's all love. It's all love, and all they want is is your signature or a photo or this and that. But there's so much of those moments where you're spent looking down. You're looking down the entire time.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody wants to shoot me. I don't think that's kind of out in the world, right?
No.
But it's the type of shit that just lives in the back of one's mind.
Yeah.
Because how could it not?
How could it not?
And then a thing like today. And you're like, okay, that's why it's in the back of our minds.
Yeah. Well, it's when we were talking about assassinations earlier, whether it's Kennedy or RFK or you think of him in the past, you think of him like when something happens in the current, like right now with this one with Charlie Kirk, it doesn't seem real.
No.
It seems very surreal.
It does.
It seems like it's going to take a long time before we reference this as something that happened. Like remember he got shot and killed. Oh yeah. Like right now, it just doesn't seem real. It seems so crazy that it's not registering.
It's not. No. Is he a friend?
No, I met him once. Okay. I met him once at a gun range of all places.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. He was a nice guy when I met him.
Wow.
It's a fucked up time. People are so divided in this country. They're so divided, and there's so many people that love it. They love that we're divided, and they profit off that division, and they stoke the fires.
Who?
And they do it for their own profit.
Who?
It's so fucking gross.
Who?
It's
stoking the divisions in this country, and they profit off of it. Who? Name a name, you pussy-ass bitch. Everybody's such a fucking pussy. They all get paid by these motherfuckers. Like, that's you. You're describing yourself, you fucking loser. You're the one making money off this audience. You grifted so fucking hard. Mr., $200 million in Spotify deals. Who's profiting? Fucking $ Trump coin. Are you serious?
So gross. And to encourage this kind of thing is really one of the most horrific things that you could do after someone dies horribly like this, is celebrate.
It
should be a wake up call for everybody. Like, this is nuts. This is nuts.
No, it's unforgivable that to spin things like that, and because the people they're never thinking about is that person's family.
I think they just that's just like default with those. They gaslight you by default.
Right.
So immediately they try to find some reason why whatever the thing is that's in the news is someone else's fault.
Right. Of course.
It's just all gaslighting, and that's what they're paid to do. They're paid propagandists.
Who?
Masquerading as the news.
Who?
It's so weird. Fuck.
No, it's a dark day.
Yeah.
Wow. Good.
It is.
Great commentary. Thank you.
Well, two things is going to happen. Either people are going to realize how fucking insane this is, and we have to have a conversation about being able to have conversations.
Right.
Yeah.
Or it's going to get a lot worse. That's what's scary. Scary just to spark off some kind of a real violent conflict. You know, that guy had a lot of fans.
Yeah,
A lot of people love that guy.
Yeah, I know.
And if they find out that he got killed for something that they vehemently oppose in the first place, it could send people over the edge.
It could. It could, yeah. There's always that flashpoint moment in any, you know, in previous times like this. Yep. You know, there's always that tipping point moment.
Like the Rodney King film.
Yep.
Right. Something just like that's it.
Yeah. You know, this also highlights just a little bit of perspective, like how lucky Trump was.
Oh yeah.
You know, and it's just like Charlie didn't get the benefit of a head turn or a couple of microns or millimeters or, you know, and it's just like wow, who decides that?
Yeah.
You know, that is just there's
The Trump thing's bananas.
Yeah, but they talk
just
about
clips his ear.
Yeah, because he makes a reference to something. Yeah, and then it's just
And then it clips his ear. Where if he didn't turn his head, he'd be dead. And it would have been on live on CNN.
What were they thinking during the Pelosi stuff?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
It's interesting when you see narratives and that those narratives are not accurate, and you see narratives that get pushed. Like one we were talking about earlier today was the Paul Pelosi video. Do you see that video? Do you see the Paul Pelosi
The story,
get
yes,
hit
not
with
the
the
video.
guy with the hammer? So all these
Wait,
people
there's a video of it?
Yeah, there's video of it. The cops, they released the cops' body camera footage, and then they also released the security footage that shows the guy breaking into the house. And then they released the 9/11 call, so you can listen to Pelosi. So there was some suspicion that he knew the guy. But I think that's just because people are always suspicious of everything. There's always like, what's really going on? People always do that. But you could really clearly hear from the 9/11 call that there's a crazy person in his house with a hammer, and he's trying to keep the guy calm. And he thought the guy was pretty calm up until the moment where the cops came, and you see he has his hand on the hammer. I mean, it's really fucked up. Listen to this because it's kind of crazy. Let's do it from the beginning. Wow. But listen, watch this. So he goes in his house. So here's the guy. He's got his hand on the hammer.
All right, drop the hammer. Nope. Hey. What is going on? I'm not getting an answer.
Okay. It's horrible because you hear him snore like he's out cold. It's really bad. A crazy person broke into his house and attacked him. I mean, this is you see the guy. The guy is smashing his door with a hammer.
That
so
was
he
really
shows
surprising
up.
for some reason.
He pulls up. He's got a backpack.
Sorry, just so we can be aware, okay? Everybody memed on this shit, including Trump's child, including Charlie Kirk, everyone. Just as a quick thing, so you understand, like.
Yeah, Garcia, Andre, this video just came out moments ago, and it is...
The meme was that this was Paul Pelosi's secret gay lover that showed up for them to, you know, fuck each other.
Stunning. It shows the moments that David DePape actually leveled that blow or series of blows on the head of the former Speaker of the House husband, Paul Pelosi. Now, this video has taken quite some time to come out. This morning, the courts released it, and it shows the police body-worn camera video of officers approaching as Paul Pelosi and the suspect here, David DePape, are holding the hammer. You see David DePape rip the hammer out of his hand and then just off camera level those blows on the speaker, or the speaker's husband, I should say, who was hospitalized for several days in this attack. We also saw video from a camera mounted on the back of the Pelosi home that shows DePape, or the person who's accused of doing this, breaking into the back of the home. He has a backpack where police say he had those hammers, breaks into the home, and commits this violent assault on the former speaker's husband. Now, if you remember, this all happened in the early morning hours of October 20th.
By the way, this guy was an insane, crazy dude who also believed in like QAnon and that the 2020 election and everything was stolen. He was there looking for Nancy Pelosi.
28th against the speaker's husband, Paul Pelosi, who's 82 years old. DePape was arrested right after, as you saw in that video, the attack. He's since been charged in state court here at the Hall of Justice with assault, attempted murder. He's also facing federal charges of kidnapping and assault. So as that all plays out, finally today we're seeing these new revelations depending this conspiracy about more of that theories that he had been reading online about the Democrats, about his plans to actually kidnap the former speaker, Nancy Pelosi. We're going to have a lot more of that audio, that interview coming up at noon. But just to recap here, moments ago,
I don't know where the original, but I think you can hear Paul. They do this weird breathing when you get knocked out. The weird death breathing. He's not dead, but you hear I think the strangled breaths, unless it's an officer who's out of breath. But
And he pulls out a fucking hammer and just starts slamming at the door. So he breaks into his house.
He seems so calm.
Look at him. Oh, he's crazy. He also just got out of jail. So this guy is breaking his fucking door, smashing the window. Look at this.
Agonal breathing.
And he goes into his fucking right. These narratives, like, and so there was all this speculation that people knew him, but that's what's fascinating, right? That these narratives, like, instead of people going, I don't know what the fuck's going on, everybody's like, oh, I know what's going on. He was doing this, and he knew that guy. Maybe they were doing drugs together. Maybe they were doing this. Right?
And it escalates. Like,
yeah.
I think it can start. That's a fascinating thing to me. Is like a random anonymous person on the internet can even just ask a question. Did they know each other?
Yeah.
And that somehow starts to build up. It doesn't matter the story. It starts to build up to where somebody swoops in and answers that question. And it's all like anonymous people. And then somehow they can escalate and become viral.
They're supposed to be scared of the people. They're not supposed to be making the people scared. The government's literally supposed to be people like you working for you to make everything better for you. It's not supposed to be like you buy a fucking house like Paul Pelosi worth millions of dollars and some crazy. How does he not have security? They're worth hundreds of millions of dollars that they swindled the American public from. How do they not have security?
Swindled the American public from?
I mean, if you got that kind of cash and everybody knows you got a lot of it, maybe from trading in a way that like you might have known some stuff before you made these trades. I mean, you might have some inside information.
Yeah, but there's probably much richer people to target.
Do you know that they are more successful at trading than Warren Buffett and George Soros?
Are they?
Yes. Google that. Make sure I'm not spreading more misinformation. But I read it. I think it was in
the Daily Wire.
But they made an exorbitant.
But just in reality, or I'm sorry, just for reference, like this is like what Donald Trump Jr. is tweeting out. Got my Paul Pelosi Halloween costume ready. LOL. Charlie Kirk, I remember watching on his show yesterday, was spreading memes about this as well. But like, this is not the same. I'm sorry. Did Candace Owens have Charlie assassinated? I'm just asking questions. Fucking wild how this bitch is already using someone who was her dear friend. They're just murdered to spend a conspiracy theory about Israel. And yes, I'm doing exactly what you're saying. Oh, wait. Don't we hate this guy? Maybe he hates Candace Owens? This is a valid point, though. Who called the hit on Charlie? True. Nice. Good one. Yeah, that's the guy we debated. Wait, what is this? Matt Walsh and Joe Rogan talk about this?
The Paul Pelosi thing, and the media was I've become more and more radicalized as the years have gone on. And the left, they complain about people being radicalized. Well, you're doing it. That's your fault. It's just like with the Paul Pelosi thing, and the media was.
Wait, remember the chart, right? How do you move from violence to genocide? One side has to lay down their arms. What do conservatives try to do? Conservatives try to convince you that you're already at one of these two stages, right? The left has been doing it. The left has been doing it. The left has been doing it. It's not the right. It's always the left. We've tried to stop and it hasn't worked, right? By creating reality and putting it in front of your eyes, they can induce you to act in ways that you wouldn't otherwise, obviously, if you were perceiving a different reality, right?
Hand-wringing about all the conspiracy theories. And, well, the so-called conspiracy theories, that's your fault because people don't trust what you're saying. They don't trust you.
Right. They blamed it immediately on MAGA supporters. That was the first thing. When it turns out this guy lives in this like weird sort of like household filled with free thinkers and BLM flags and pride flags.
Like, he lived in a bus outside of a hippie commune with the BLM flags, and he was previously a nudist activist guy. But then they say he got into QAnon and all these kinds of. I don't even know if that's true or not. But what I do know is this is just a crazy homeless guy. There's a crazy homeless guy, and he's in San Francisco. So this is a crazy violent homeless guy in San Francisco. This is not. You cannot blame Republicans for crime committed in San Francisco. It just doesn't make any sense.
It's the chickens come home to roost. Right. I mean, attacking a politician who supported or at least the home of a politician who supported the very ideas that have enforced that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, a politician who has supported, to my view, the destruction of law and order has now been forced to confront some of the consequences of that. That's really the story there.
Do you smoke cigars, Matt?
I do, yeah.
You want one?
Sure.
Let's go. Let me grab one. Seems like we need one. I
don't know if there are transcripts for this case or whatever, but David, is it DePape? Has pleaded not guilty to 2 charges, including attempted kidnap of a federal official. He cried as he testified how he hatched a bizarre plot that included wearing a unicorn costume while interrogating Miss Pelosi and posting the video online. If convicted, he faces life in prison. Closing arguments in the trial are expected on Wednesday. On Tuesday, in sometimes tearful testimony, Mr. DePape told the court he used to have left-wing political beliefs before a political transformation that started when he was living in a garage without a toilet or shower, playing video games for hours at a time.
Giving evidence for more than an hour, he said that in the course of looking up information about video games, he became interested in Gamergate, an anti-feminist campaign that targeted prominent women in the gaming world, became a huge online trend starting in 2014. He began listening to right-wing podcasters and watching political YouTube videos. At that time, I was biased against Trump, Mr. DePop said, but there's like truth there. So if there's truth out there and I don't know it, I want to know it. He said he formulated a grand plan that involved luring targets to the Pelosi home. The names on his list included University of Michigan academic Gail Rubin, California Governor Gavin Newsom, Tom Hanks, Congressman Adam Schiff, former Vice President Mike Pence, former Attorney General Bill Barr, Senator Bernie Sanders, and liberal mega donor George Soros. Ultimately, Mr. DePop said he wanted to confront President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. And after he got his targets to admit to corruption, he planned to ask the president to pardon everyone he considered a criminal. It's just easier giving them a pardon so we can move forward as a country, he said, crying on the stand. Mr. DePop said that he went to the Pelosi home in the early hours of October 28th last year, hoping to talk to Mrs. Pelosi about what he thought were false theories of Russian involvement in the 2016 presidential election. Didn't Tulsi Gabbard just put out more false information about that? He said he planned to wear an inflatable unicorn costume and upload his interrogation of her online. He was arrested with zip ties and duct tape in his possession. When asked why he hit Mr. Pelosi, he responded, I reacted because my plan was basically ruined. He was never my target. I'm sorry that he got hurt. Nobody's heard anything about this. Nobody cares about this. Nothing said about it because it was a right. Because he was obviously we won't. I guess you don't want to call him a right winger. He was obviously inspired by all the right wing rhetoric. This is November 15th, 2023. This clip at least was posted on June 27th, 2024. So all of this is like public info by now.
The beginning of your career, when you first start doing this.
That's all they say about it?
You seem mature.
Yeah, I went to public school. Still, public school system. Like if you get.
Yeah, that's it. Nice. Cool. I don't know if this has been confirmed yet. I see a bunch of people posting this, but there was a guy going viral on here calling for a Holocaust of trans people based on the claim that arrows on a bullet implied transgender ideology. The ATF bulletin said the agents found engravings that they interpreted as expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology on ammunition inside of a weapon believed to have been used in the murder of Kirk. Two law enforcement sources told CNN that agents quickly ran an initial search on one of the markings, including a series of arrows, which analysts initially interpreted to be a connection to the transgender community. So maybe that's that might be the... Who knows? The trans arrows. Isn't 3 arrows anti-fascist? It might be. I don't know what the Antifa symbols are, but I also don't even know how true this is. I think it's all still like preliminary. The only reason I think why it's getting so much coverage is because Steven Crowder published that whatever email he got from somebody working at the ATF, maybe. TikTok, Reels, X, YouTube, and legacy media all profit from showing people propaganda because angry people watch more content. Will capitalist societies inevitably destroy themselves if it's profitable to enrage the people? Who knows? Yes, everybody's linking the 3 arrow symbol from the SPD in Germany or whatever, but I don't know what the arrows on this bullet were. I don't know what you guys can link that, but we have no idea what the arrows on the bullet were. No one knows. Yeah, I would say this is an explicit call for violence.
Past 24 hours.
But this is just a clip from the video we watched, right?
I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murderous hatred against people like Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk specifically, now saying that we need to turn down the temperature and start having conversations. Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left, and you killed him for it. You're killing us in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates in Charlie Kirk. You have been openly cheering for and celebrating and encouraging and committing political violence for years. Antifa, BLM, well-funded, highly orchestrated, widespread movements based in and fueled by violence. You made a hero out of Luigi Mangione. And you celebrate Charlie's death even now. It's too late to turn the temperature down.
But keep in mind, we still don't know who the shooter is, right? Just reminding you guys.
This is not a time to hold hands. It's a time for justice. This is a time for good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail for the sake of our country and for our families and our children and for Charlie.
Before you came 5 years ago, if someone were to say, you know what, and again, I've been very clear before you came on the show.
Do you think the framing of he was killed for just having an opinion you don't like is dishonest? Yeah, I mean, it's retarded. I mean, what do you want to say? What do you think people fight wars over? It's like ideology and shit, or families, or ownership of stuff. Like people that do the like, oh, it's just an opinion or whatever, don't belong in politics. They should be doing something else. Like they should be talking about sports teams or doing coverage of, I don't know, pro video game events or whatever. Like, again, politics is for power, right? Killing and wars and ideology and assassination. That is part of what politics is historically. Anytime somebody's saying it's just words or it's just a whatever, go do high school debate then, or go do, go cover sporting events. Like, it's not just words. This stuff has real world impact on a lot of people. And I'm not just talking about people getting killed at events. I'm talking about people get deported from the country, people who get their benefits cut, other countries who have, their shit bombed. Like, to just anybody that says like it's just words, it's like, I'm sorry, you're fucking retarded. If it's just words to you, then you should stop saying them and go cover something else, go do something else, get a different hobby.
Not condoning, not supporting violence of any, just going out, not. But 5 years ago, if someone said, man, it looks like it's blood in the streets time, and we really have to, I would have been, whoa, that's a little bit sharp, that's a little radical. In not supporting and not condoning it today, when someone says it seems like there's blood in the streets and it's inevitable, I go, you know what? There are other ways, but I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Does that seem extreme to you? It doesn't seem irrational to me, because our blood has been all over the streets for a long time, and until someone dies, they don't give a shit. They excuse it.
I know you're not rooting for it, and I'm not rooting for it either. You're saying, as a practical matter, wouldn't that be the next logical thing to expect?
Destiny, am I right to say I heard you near the start of the stream saying that the archetype of the good guy is that they are forgiving? In what world have you acted in line with this concept? I am, of all the large political streamers you have ever watched, I am the king of second and third chances. And if you don't know that, you are so fucking delusional. You are so lost to this world. There is nothing that I can say that will change your mind at this point. You will never find somebody who gives as fair coverage to people like even Hassan or Vosh or whatever. It's people who have constantly slandered me, come at my career, encourage people to swat like this. You're lost. You're lost to this world.
Given how angry the right is, how victimized the right has been. I mean, truly, the left loves to play the victim. They love it when they're not. They invent fake ailments, disorders, etc., and claim victimization of white privilege and white anti-black racism all the time when it doesn't exist. We actually are being victimized. There's no other word for what happened to Charlie Kirk yesterday.
Hunted.
He was hunted. And they victimized his beautiful wife and their beautiful children and all of us who loved him and his message. That's actual victimization, a word I hate, but it happens to apply here. But they don't see it. They don't see it.
Okay. How do we come together with these people? I'll say it again. I've said it a million times. You can't. You cannot do it. There is no way to make the other player cooperate. They have to make that decision. Until then, you punish them for it. This is where you stay. The only thing that you have the ability to do on your own in the prisoner's dilemma is to keep yourself in this box on your own, right? That's all you can do. If the other side chooses to backstab you, to defect, all you can do is stay here in the violent section. The other side has to choose to cooperate with you if you want to move ideally to the civility side. That's the only thing that can happen. Or that's the only way that can happen. The other side has to make that choice. You can't do it on your own. And it's immoral to try to do it on your own. What is this? A few followers mentioned they thought this might be referring to manufacturing stamps. At a quick look, many manufacturers stamp with arrows, iron sights, or initials, including TRN. Seems like something that anyone in law enforcement should know. Would this be on... Do we even know for sure it was a 30-06 rifle? This was what they called trans? Well, we don't know that. We have no idea. We don't know anything about this. Remember, we only talk about it because it was leaked by Steven Crowder. So,
well, ever since I left Congress, my trades are shit. I can't get any insider information anymore, and these fuckers won't tell me anything anymore. So I've been drinking a lot more. My husband's still in love with a homeless hammer guy, visiting him in jail and shit. So it hasn't been easy, okay?
this was 4 days ago from Donald Trump. Nice. Like, I don't know where people are getting these pictures from, or people are just posting standard. TRN is a common brand stamp for bullets from some manufacturers. The something of justice probably thought this means trans rights. I have no idea. Nobody has any idea, though. I don't even know if this is a real picture. No one has. It's all. This is like speculation out of speculation out of speculation. Like, no one has any idea. It's a Turkish brand, sure. But we don't even know if that's what they were looking at. Maybe there were other things drawn. We have no idea. Charlie Kirk fundraiser. Give, Send, Go for family raises nearly $500,000 in less than 24 hours. Okay, his death is tragic, but why? Like, why, is it just, like, expect you just fundraise for dead people? Is that just, like, a money thing now, or? Like, I imagine he was probably decently wealthy, no? Okay. It's for his family? Where do you think his money went to? Was Trump in his will? I don't know who this guy is, but true. Remarkable double standard where a sitting Republican senator can respond, haha, to legislators' assassinations and receive no criticism, while every elected Dem roundly condemned the shooting and still got tagged as the violent ones because 41 follower account I Love Lenin made a joke. True. Oof.
This is a video.
Stop. This is kind of bad, I guess, if this happened. I mean, it's not good, but...
You're still sitting like that. Oh.
What?
Who?
Is that out?
Wait, what happened? Charlie Kirk. Wait a minute, is this true?
Harvey and Charles,
what?
I found.
No.
That what happened?
There he is, right there.
Wait a minute.
What
Is that him
happened?
speaking?
And he just got shot.
Charlie Kirk?
Watch this. I mean, does this look like he gets shot?
Wait.
Yes, it does.
Okay,
Did
come on. Let's.
Did Charlie Kirk
Yes.
get shot?
Start writing the story.
Mark's writing. Hey, Jamie, one paragraph up.
Wait, is it?
Where is this?
We are trying
Where
to
was it?
confirm this, but
Utah.
it's not confirmed.
Call the university right now. Can you call the police?
And Orem
department?
police.
Find out what police. Karumi, and all you guys,
Orem
find out
police.
what police department handles this area.
He always has security right there, sitting next to Utah. What?
Was this in Utah?
Okay. Who's writing?
Jamie,
It
who's
looks like
writing?
upper body, like-
Mark's writing.
It's definitely upper body.
We are trying
Where
to
was
confirm
it?
this, but
Utah.
Start writing the story.
Mark's writing. Hey, Jamie, one paragraph up.
Oh, okay, never mind. Maybe this isn't. But I feel like I was reading. Everybody was saying that they were all laughing at him dying. Is that just a lie, or is there something else? It's in the background and it's unrelated. Oh, I thought I saw this tweet going viral and people were quote tweeting saying TMZ was laughing when Charlie Kirk got killed. There is a clip of that. That's a different clip.
We were live streaming all day during this tragedy when something happened in our office. As we were reporting the assassination of Charlie Kirk, there were some people in the back room away from our news desk here who were watching a car chase, and they were laughing, they were clapping, and you could hear it out here. And we want to make a couple of things clear. One is that I know these people, and they were not laughing, they were not reacting that way about Charlie Kirk's assassination. They were not. They would not work here if they did.
And that being said, we acknowledge that it was horrible timing. And for that, we are sorry.
We apologize. We apologize
I get
that you
why-
had to hear that.
And I get why if you're watching the stream, you may have felt that that's what the laughter was about. We assure you it was not about that, but it was horrible timing. And
By the way, I get it too, and he gets it because we listened as we were talking.
you can go back and look on the stream. I actually walked off camera to go back and find out what the hell was going on because it was inappropriate for the laughter at that time. But no one was laughing about the Charlie Kirk tragedy.
Nevertheless, we apologize for the way it sounded.
The police chase was crazy, to be fair. I didn't watch it at all. Nice. Last time I spoke with him, Destiny told me Trump was evil. Please ask him what violence is for, if not to combat evil. Some guy replies to him, are you calling for violence against Mamdani? New York City seems ready to remind everyone why socialism is evil. No, but socialism is evil, and if enacted, would justify rebellion. See below. So no violence until he's actually elected? I doubt he has the power, and even if elected, to mandate that workers own the means of production. Jesus Christ, you're such a weasel, dude. My God. Another song.
For all the bile, the bold talk, the venom, the hate and the lies, no one should get killed, no blood should be spilled.
He says he'll come on stream. You can always message me on Discord. Wait, I wasn't listening, sorry.
The hate and the lies, no one should get killed, no blood should be spilled. Charlie shouldn't have died. Well, you can't hate the gun and love the gun that shot your rival. You can't be kind and wish hate upon a child. Everybody's got...
Okay, that's good. We're fine.
For all the...
Stop.
White man, fight back! White man, fight back! White man, fight back!
127,000? Jesus.
White man, fight back! White man!
Wasn't it a white guy that shot him? At least from what we've seen so far, if we believe that guy's the shooter.
Fight back! White man, 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 fight back!
Thank you, Tarot and Shapiro and Rogan, but I still support you from the center left. All the bloodlust here is a shameful display and a shameful period of the Republican Party. Okay. I'm sure it'll just go away on its own. Jesus Christ. Pray didn't help Charlie Kirk, did it? No, I was praying for you. For what's about to come. Jesus Christ.
Where are the leaders? Where are the leaders on the left that will challenge this madness, that will speak out against it? And I'll add that anyone that claims to be a conservative or MAGA or pro—
Wait, what did
that will speak out against it.
What is he, like, every single person on the left has spoken out against, what is he talking, the leaders, like the actual politicians and everybody has spoken out, what is he talking about? Literally all of them.
Where are the leaders on the left that will challenge this madness, that will speak out against it? And I'll add that anyone that claims to be a conservative or MAGA or pro-Donald Trump that uses that type of extreme, violent rhetoric, the same goes for you. There are some idiots that claim to be conservative. They are not.
The No True Scotsman
has given us 10 non-stop years of rage and hatred and vile language. And it's undeniable that it is poisoning the minds of many people in our country, and it needs to end. Where are the leaders on the left that will challenge this man?
Rowan made a tweet about this. Barack Obama. We don't know what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. Joe Biden. There is no place in our country where this kind of violence must end now. Mehdi Hassan. Horrific news out of Utah. I hope Kirk and anyone else affected are okay. Political violence, gun violence is never acceptable. Cenk Uyghur. What happened to Charlie Kirk is one of the worst things that has happened in American politics. Bernie Sanders. Political violence has no place in this country. Mamdani. I'm horrified by the shooting of Charlie Kirk at a college event in Utah. Political violence has no place in our country. Gavin Newsom. The attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, violent, and reprehensible. We must reject political violence in every form. David Hogg. Horrifying news. Charlie Kirk has been shot. Gun violence, political violence have to fucking stop. Pramila Jayapal. Jayapal? A representative. Political violence should have no place in this country and is never acceptable. Hutch. Horrifying. This cannot keep happening. Brian Krasenstein. Charlie Kirk is 31. This is never the answer. The talk of violence needs to be toned down. Crystal Ball. Absolutely horrible and chilling. I hope you recover. David Packman. Charlie Kirk was apparently shot in the neck in an event in Utah today. Absolutely terrifying, disgusting stuff. Brian Tyler Cohen. Charlie Kirk shooting is beyond horrific. AOC. The scourge of gun violence and political violence must end. I'll look at it in chat. This apparently just happened. Read the second picture. Wait, fuck, was there a second picture? Oh, there was a second picture. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's the comparison picture. Where you saw that one earlier. I saw videos earlier today. I don't know if this guy actually had a fucking stroke. Bro, I don't even know. I don't even fucking know. Like...
Hilda E. Taylor. Lieutenant Colonel Kip P. Taylor, United States Army.
Jesus Christ. You still planning to do public cancer debates? I don't know. You guys keep donating and asking. It's a decision I'm making on my own right now. I'm not going to publicly announce. I don't know why everybody keeps asking. Yes, on November 17th at 4:27 p.m. I'm going to be outside the, like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not giving you any exact answer to that. So the thing I'm thinking about, I'll consider it. Yeah, I have nothing else to say about that. Jesus.
Sandra C. Taylor.
There's a comment on the Reddit saying that Trump hung his face at half-mast for Charlie Kirk. Jesus.
Sandra D. Teague. Hilda E. Taylor.
Tweeted, please. Well, somebody said it was already a big comment on Reddit. You think I would meme Jack? Do you think I would ever do anything like that? Former Republican candidate for a state house seat in New Mexico was sentenced to 80 years in prison on Wednesday for orchestrating a politically motivated shooting spree against 4 Democratic officials. The series of shootings happened in December 2022 and early January 2023, weeks after the candidate, Solomon Benya, had lost his race. When Mr. Benya, 42, was arrested in January 2023, the authorities said he had paid 4 men in cash to shoot at the homes of certain Democratic officials, including a county commissioner and a state senator. No one was injured in the attacks. In March of this year, a jury found Mr. Benya guilty of 13 federal charges, including conspiracy, weapons-related charges, and interference with federally protected activities. Jesus. Christ. Stay safe. I'll do my best. I love you, buddy. Mr. Benya refused to accept his electoral defeat, even though he had lost by a wide margin to an incumbent in a Democratic stronghold in Albuquerque. He claimed the election was rigged and visited the homes of some members of the Bernalillo County Board of Commissioners to urge them not to certify the results. What does that sound like? Jesus. Do you have a second to talk? Sure. Hi, what's up, buddy?
I saw some of your streaming earlier. You were talking about the prisoner's dilemma.
Yeah, what about it?
And I just want to talk to you. Do you understand the difference between like what you're talking about there versus like civil disobedience or nonviolence like we saw in the civil rights movement.
Yes.
Like why? Okay.
And that's it. Well,
So-
I mean, I can tell you. You can tell me if I'm wrong. Civil disobedience is not like a moral principle. It's like a strategy. Like if it was ineffective, you shouldn't advocate for it. It would be immoral to advocate for it. It's only advocated for because it works.
Right. And also, like, in this scenario, what's not happening is we're not saying like the actions of the government are wrong and therefore we're protesting the government in a way so that we don't show support for it, right? We want them to arrest us for us to make it a show that we don't approve of their actions and choose not to participate, right? That's not what's happening right now. We're talking about two political factions. One happens to control the government, but we're not really upset that they're controlling the government. We're upset about the violence that's being perpetrated in the environment that they're creating politically outside of just government function, right?
Okay.
And then with nonviolence, I've been running into this a lot with people where they just want a nonviolent response to violence that's being promoted and perpetrated by the right, things like that. And while I'm not promoting violence or suggesting people should commit violence, it really kind of misunderstands like the purpose of nonviolence as far as like how it was used in the Indian Revolution and how it was used in and used in civil rights, right? Like in those instances, you're really using nonviolence to go to the other side into being brutish and horrible, so much so that it horrifies the people that are either willfully or ignorantly blind to the kind of bad things that are happening, right? And here, I would say, I don't think that Republicans are going to be shocked into turning away from Trump and MAGA, right? Like, I don't think that Democrats could come out here and do nonviolence in the same way, and then let's say ICE shows up, arrests all these Democrat politicians doing nonviolence, and then Republicans would wake up and go, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe how bad that is. I'm going to pull support." I think that enough of them are bought into it that they would look at that and go, "This is great," right? And I think it's pretty important. I think it's important that people realize that that's kind of where we're at. It's not just that we're in an environment where violence is happening and that's dangerous and scary. It's violence is happening and it is being approved of by people in power, and they have a broad base of support on this. It's not we're hiding the camps and the Germans don't know, right? So all these
There's a lot of things that are completely
right?
disanalogous that I have to keep pointing out to people. Like a lot of the Hitler comparisons don't work because a lot of like what Hitler was doing, he was like finagling his way to getting a popular majority, to convincing a bunch of people to support him, to like building these coalitions, to passing the Enabling Act, to working in a parliamentary where they didn't have but like Donald Trump is a political leader that won a majority of the popular vote in the last election and controls both houses of Congress. Like we're way past any of the other finagling. Yeah.
And I agree. And on top of that, he is a politician, or he's the head of a government politician who is unabashedly okay with acting outside, one, his powers, but two, outside of the government, right? He's okay if people that support him act extrajudicially to enact his goals. He's okay with that. He condones it. He promotes it. That is different than it's actually very similar to, I would say, the way that Jim Crow was run in the South, in which what would happen is you would have people that were very racist against black people and hated black people and wanted to subjugate them in power, and they would do things that would harm them, but then also they would condone extrajudicial punishments against black people, right? Whenever they would convict black people in courts in the South, the judges would do so knowing that they would be dragged out of the courthouse and lynched and killed. It is not that is the comparison. It is there's forces that are in power that have the support of the public, and the people in power enable the public to commit violence in the same way that the public enables the government to commit violence. And that's the situation we're in. We're not. So it's just, I know it's very hard for a lot of people to kind of like grasp that, and a lot of people want to keep a moral high ground, or they want to say, "Hey, no, like." This is outside the Charlie Kirk conversation, really. It's more of just this, like, this is the environment that we are hurtling towards, if not already in. And so I just want to make sure, just say that, because I agree with you on the prisoner's dilemma thing. But I think there's a lot of people out there that look at the prisoner's dilemma thing and go, "Oh, no, I would never do the betrayal because then at least I keep the moral high ground." And
the whole point of the prisoner's dilemma is that you are always coming out worse, though. Yeah.
Right, and they go, well, no, but you see, if we give in and we betray them, then that means we're going to lose our liberalism. We're going to lose the American liberal project, and it's kind of like the fact that you're in the prisoner's dilemma means we are no longer in that liberal project, right? Like you're living in a world that's already dead.
Sure.
Yeah, I know this is a bit doomer pill to one degree, but on the other side, the good part of that is we are not in a situation, and this is one of the reasons why we should not do nonviolence or civil disobedience as a tactic, because we are not in a minority as a power, right? We're not a small group being oppressed by a larger group, and then and trying to, like that, the power imbalance is not there such that those are really appropriate, in my opinion. The Democratic Party, the left, and liberals, whatever that tent looks like, is not a subjugated small force by a larger, more powerful one. They're about at parity. It just happens that one of them controls the government, and that does imbalance it. But it's still a question that it's not like absolute. It's not such that, like, in the same way that, like, technically, if every white person in America during Jim Crow wanted to kill all the black people, they could have done it. Right now, Republicans, if all of them got together and said they wanted to kill all Democrats, there is a question of whether or not they could even accomplish that, right?
Sure.
And so
the situations are similar. Sure.
Right. So that's kind of the other side of it, is like, yes, there's doom and gloom, but also, like, they are by no means in a position where they have the momentum to go and fully do the genocide, so long as we do not give them permission to do so, right? So
sure.
Just a small thing. But yeah, no, I appreciate it.
All right. I'll keep it in mind. Have fun. Be careful. Wait. When is he expected to show up for this? It starts at 9:30.
And I want to echo, before I start on the issue at hand, I want to echo what you've heard from my colleagues. Political violence has no place in America. What we saw yesterday, and everyone saw it, is sickening. It is disgusting. It was a political assassination. And all of you sitting in these rows have a duty and an obligation to call it that. You know, when I'm thinking about Charlie, obviously his faith was the most important thing in his life. His wife, his children, our prayers are with them. But he influenced countless Americans and people across the world, my kids being amongst those groups. Talking with them last night, talking through this with them last night, is just unthinkable that this is happening in the United States of America. And so the time for unity, the time for peace, it is now.
Nope, that ship has passed. Tears are unacceptable from a leader during a time like this. It certainly is not.
Before I start on the...
Based. Good one, guys. 7,000 likes. No one gives a fuck. So you're going to do nothing? Peace and unity are what we all asked for years ago, and the left said no. No one big is even picking this up or caring. True. It's crazy how Donald Trump wasn't responsible for January 6th, but the Democrats are supposed to be responsible for what happened to Charlie Kirk. What was it that Donald Trump said that made him responsible? You made that claim, so be specific. He said they didn't win the election of 2020. He said it hundreds of times. He still says it. Duh. He did. Nice.
I think that.
How do you want to see your supporters respond to this? Charlie Kirk was a big advocate of nonviolence and free speech on campus. How do you want your supporters to respond, sir?
I think that way. He was an advocate of nonviolence. That's the way I'd like to see people respond.
How do you want to see your...
Okay. Black Power. Fist, yes.
One, two, three, mic check, testing one.
Trump redemption arc? No. Trump making a general statement of, I want people to calm down? No. After his 10-minute speech earlier? No. Give me an actual formal speech in front of a fucking camera where he tells everybody to calm the fuck down without blaming somebody else, without mentioning Joe Biden, without talking about the Democrats.
Damn. Where are you going to test it? Brian, are you testing that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Sound check.
1, 2, 3. Okay, that sounds great. Testing.
Yes, just do the other break. Thank you so much.
Right after that sentence, he literally said we have a radical left problem. Wait, link me that. Hold on, wait, link me the questioning. No shot, it was cut off right there.
Right, that's what I understand. You're not planning on having me right. Okay, all right.
1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello. Everybody good? What? Keep going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Where did that
7,
thing
8,
come from?
9,
God, this is
10,
such a weirdly shot
11, 12,
AI looking
1,
fucking speech.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, wait.
Mic check.
Are you concerned for your own safety?
Not really. I'm really concerned for our country. We have a great country. We have a radical left group
Okay, yeah. This is why. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck all of you.
of lunatics out there, just absolute lunatics, and we're going to
Still don't know who the shooter is, by the way.
get that problem solved. I'm only concerned for the country. Yeah.
How do you want to see your supporters respond to this? Charlie Kirk was a big advocate of nonviolence and free speech on campus. How do you want your supporters to respond, sir?
I think that way. He was an advocate of nonviolence. That's the way I'd like to see people respond. Say it? I did. I spoke to Erica, his wife, and we had a long talk, and she's devastated. She's absolutely devastated, as you can imagine.
Are you concerned?
Have any recording intervention behind the Hardy assassination?
I don't know what you're saying.
When, Mr. President, are you planning to bring both presidents, the president of Congo, Felix Tshisekedi, and president of Rwanda?
Yeah, they're coming soon. They're coming soon. And as you know, I spoke to their foreign ministers. They were here a couple of weeks ago, as you remember. And they'll be coming soon. The presidents are coming first.
This week, Mr. President, I witnessed more than 60 people.
Is it not a probable assumption that the shooter is leftist? We have no idea, right? Like, arguably, both of the Trump assassins, I don't think we've even know for sure if either of those guys are leftists, right? I think for both of the Trump shooters, I'll probably just read on this tonight. I think we think that both the Trump shooter, the people who try to assassinate Donald Trump, are possibly conservative, right? So no, the idea that the person who shot at Charlie Kirk is obviously, leftist, we don't know that. We've no, like, if I had to put my money on it, I'd probably 50-50 it.
People in DRC Congo were killed. There is people affiliated with ISIS. Terrorist groups are taking advantage because of the situation going on because of the war. So what is your word for Congolese people?
Well, we're going to be talking to them. As you know, we are talking to them. It's a very violent place. It's very, very violent. For a long time, it's been going on for 30 years, 35 years even, they say. But we're going to handle it. Thank you.
transaction on the Russian front in Poland?
Can't understand.
Mr. President, what do you think about the media that justify the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I think it's terrible. They're going to be ashamed of themselves. It's terrible.
Why haven't they found the shooter yet, Mr. President? Are you concerned that it's been 24 hours?
Well, I hear they're making big progress, and we'll have to see what happens.
Do you have any indication of the shooter's motivation, sir?
I have an indication, yeah, but we'll let you know about that later. Thank you.
You spoke with Uzbekistan president, and this last Sunday you sent greetings to Kazakhstan. UN General Assembly is upcoming. Are you going to meet with the presidents of Central Asian countries?
President where?
Central Asian countries, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan.
I will be, yeah. They're very good people, and I will be doing that, yes.
So you believe that Killer is a trained assassin? Usually your instincts are always on.
I'd rather not say. I think progress is being made. He's an animal, total animal. And hopefully they'll have him and they'll get him. What he did is disgraceful. Charlie Kirk was a great person, a great man, great in every way, especially with youth. And what he did, what this man did, was disgraceful. So hopefully we'll have him and we will deal with him very appropriately.
What's your reaction to Russian drone incursion into Poland?
Could have been a mistake. Could have been a mistake, but regardless, I'm not happy about anything having to do with that whole situation. But hopefully it's going to come to an end.
Mr. President, in Brazil, Bolsonaro was just found guilty by the Supreme Court. You've been very clear that you would apply sanctions. Are you thinking further sanctions to Brazil because of this Bolsonaro?
Well, I watched that trial. I know him pretty well. Foreign leader. I thought he was a good president of Brazil. And it's very surprising that that could happen. That's very much like they tried to do with me, but they didn't get away with it at all. But I can only say this. I knew him as president of Brazil. He was a good man, and I don't see that happening.
I'm very sorry for your loss, for everybody's loss. I'm very sorry for your loss, first of all. How do you think Israel's attack in Doha will affect the hostage deal?
You better say it a little bit more. Where are you from?
I'm from Israel, 714.
Okay, go ahead, do it again. Do it again.
How do you think Israel's attack in Doha will affect the hostage deal?
Well, hopefully it won't affect it at all. We want the hostages out, and we want them out soon. Hopefully it won't affect it.
How are you holding up for the last 3.5 years?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty. It'll be an absolutely magnificent construction. And I just see all the trucks. We just started. So
yeah, I was going to say, if she said a different country, would he not allow them to ask another question? What was or was he adjusting his AirPods, AirPod Pro 3's auto translator? Like, what was the purpose of asking that question?
it'll get done very nicely, and it'll be one of the best anywhere in the world, actually.
Thank you so much.
Putin bombing Poland would never have happened under Biden. True! Only Ukraine bombed Poland. Got him. Face. Laura Loomer, I don't think I want to show this on stream. Laura Loomer's just like full out doxing people. 56,000 likes. Nice. Good one. Like 10 right-wing accounts are, including the one dude who registers people to vote in Pennsylvania. Laura Limmer doxed this guy. Limmer once doxed my home address on this website and repeatedly encouraged her followers to go after me, resulting in death threats that mentioned my son. Okay.
watch this in the meantime. How triggered am I gonna get?
Absolutely. So many.
Like shooting and everything is bad. It's bad. But like this is like for conservatives, this is like kind of fucked around to find out. This is what they want. Remember, you're like deploying the National Guard to places. You're sending the Marines around.
Man, this guy fell off, man. Straight up, it is what it is. I mean, the meth guy fell off. I hate to say it. He fell off. This is it's just brain dead.
You're talking about us, you know. I can like write out the script for every single possible response from like people who don't follow politics but still decide to comment on it. Like, don't say this. Like, we want to have everybody be peaceful. Nobody should be violent at all. We should disavow every single time. And then that's it over and over again, ignoring the constant ramp up from the right constantly on this for years. And it's just the same shit every time. So go to war, people. Like, this is what we're kind of gearing up for. I mean, you can't really be surprised when this is the kind of shit that's happening, right? Like when politicians are getting killed, when people are, you know, acting fucking unhinged and insane, and you're all feeding into this like crazy. Like, yeah, there are going to be deaths on both sides of it. That's how it works. This is how like a degenerating democracy appears. I mean, like, yeah, it's kind of stupid to act surprised on this.
The same. All right, we'll continue to follow this.
Also,
Absolutely. So
like,
Interesting. When it's right wing, it's right wing. When it's leftist, it's both sides. Classic.
Is he just repeating my argument back at me, but then like reversing it, or?
Go. Classico. Momento.
What?
No, say question mark. Just go ahead and say it. It makes you win. Say question mark, that makes you win. By the way, just like you guys know.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to communicate with people like you. I don't know if you're being serious or if you're like playing retarded. I can't tell. You just ignored the Trump interview that just happened, Destiny. It was the opposite of what you said was happening. In spite of Trump's own imagined view of the highly violent leftists, he thinks his right-wing supporters should respond by peaceful means. That's our most recent word from him. You're the equivalent of the guy who takes the hour and 10-minute speech outside of the ellipse and says, well, Trump said we'll be marching peacefully down to the Capitol. Trump has blamed the radical left Democrats multiple times. He did it in that interview. We don't even know who the shooter is, but he's continued to blame them. He sees a leader does not just come out and make a random statement and then walk away. Like, if you see that your entire base is getting riled the fuck up, if you see what's going on with everybody around you and you're not saying anything about it, especially when you're the leader of the country, and that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to guide your people in that way. You're complicit in the violence. One uttered thing where he's not even, that wasn't even his phrase. He was just reflecting what the journalist said back at him. Oh, I think I want my, whatever to be, I want my followers, whatever, to be peaceful. That's not enough. That's not even remotely enough, bro. You're so fucking retarded.
Now I'll watch another one.
Years, and it's even featured in South Park recently because of it.
The thing is, too, like, people like you might actually be retarded enough to follow, or to fall for it. Like, that might be the case. But Donald Trump knows what he's doing, and the people that follow Donald Trump, know what's going on. Fuck. What are just the text messages? Like, people are like, "Oh no, Donald Trump tweeted out that you should be peaceful." Or whatever. Jesus Christ. I must have all the text in this. Oh, some of them. While retards like you and everybody else are all saying, oh, no, he did everything he could. These were the text messages that Donald Trump was actually getting behind the scenes. From Marjorie Taylor Greene. Mark, I was just told there's an active shooter on the first floor of the Capitol. Please tell the president to calm people. This isn't the way to solve anything. Laura Ingram. Hey, Mark, the president needs to tell people in the Capitol to go home. This is hurting all of us. He's destroying his legacy and playing into every stereotype. We lose all credibility against the BLM and Antifa crowd if things go south. You can tell him I said this. Mick Mulvaney to Mark. He needs to stop this now. Can I do anything to help? Representative Barry Loudermilk. It's really bad up here on the Hill. They've breached the Capitol. At 2:48, Meadows responds, POTUS is engaging. At 2:49, Loudermilk responded, thanks, this doesn't help our cause. Representative William Timmons, the president needs to stop this ASAP. Donald Trump Jr., he's got to condemn this shit ASAP. The Capitol Police tweet is not enough. Meadows responds, I'm pushing it hard, I agree. Trump Jr. continues, this is when you go to the mattress on. They will try to fuck his entire legacy on this if it gets worse. Unknown text message, are you with POTUS right now? Hearing he's in the dining room watching this on TV, is he going to say anything to de-escalate apart from that tweet? Former White House Chief of Staff, Reince Priebus, tell them to go home. Unknown. POTUS should go on air and diffuse this. Extremely important. Former Trump White House Strategic Communications Director, Alyssa Farah. POTUS has to come out firmly and tell protesters to dissipate. Somebody is going to get killed. Representative Chip Roy, fix this now. Sean Hannity, can he make a statement? I saw the tweet. Ask people to peacefully leave the Capitol. Meadows, on it. Unknown, please have POTUS call this off at the Capitol. Urge rioters to disperse. I pray to you. Unknown, is he coming out? He has to, right? Fox News host Brian Kilmeade, please get him on TV, destroying everything you guys have accomplished. Donald Trump Jr., we need an Oval Address. He has to lead now. It's gone too far and gotten out of hand. Like, you guys can do this thing where you, like, pretend, like, oh, no, you said peaceful one time. But, like, even the guys that know, right? These are the people that are actually raping your brain as you come out here and you say this as, like, an actual MAGA fleshlight for messaging. But, like, the guys that are manipulating you and mind-fucking you know how bad this is, and they know that, like, Trump should be more proactive on this. Like, he's a leader, and the people are only doing it because of the things that he said and done. So it's just fucking, it's so fucking stupid. But I don't know, you can play stupid if you want, I don't care. Hello?
Hey, you hear me?
Maybe. Who was that? Oh, hi, what's up?
Hey. If you're waiting for the press conference to start, you should watch that Veritas video. It's pretty good.
Well, it depends on if there's a starting in 2 minutes. I don't want to start it and turn it off immediately.
Well, but it seems like it's not going to start in a few minutes.
Well, it's supposed to start at 6:30, so.
Right.
I was going to watch it waiting, but
basically
now I'm just going to sit here and not. Well, don't. Why would you spoil the video if I'm going to watch it eventually? No, shut up. Fuck off. Jesus.
Okay.
I love you.
Well, yeah.
Be careful.
I'll wait patiently for you
Good.
to watch it, then. All right, bye.
Wait. Eat fresh.
Charlie Kirk definitely is not a super radical right-wing person, but I would say that he's more of the moderate to, kind of extreme right-wing, a very, very radical right-wing. And he's even featured in South Park recently because of it. Charlie Kirk definitely is not a super radical right-wing person, but I would say that he's more of the moderate to, kind of extreme.
Like, Asmongold is absolutely right, but he's right for the absolutely wrong reason. That's the issue that we have now because our politics has gotten so fucked. Charlie Kirk, like, all considered, is relatively moderate in today's political climate, but that's because the average MAGA is fucking insane. The average MAGA supports the deployment of the National Guard to places like Chicago, or the average MAGA supports Donald Trump and the executive branch literally ruling unilaterally. The average MAGA supports Donald Trump personally directing Pam Bondi to investigate political opponents. Like, so he's right in that sense, but he's so wrong. Like, it's so fucked.
Extreme right-wing, very, very, I would say, lukewarm, though, in my opinion, at least especially, and this is where we're going, especially compared to now. And what I think is going to happen now, because obviously these shootings like this don't really happen inside of a vacuum, and they never do, they never have. And I think that the situation that we have right now is that there is a tremendous amount of political violence that is advocated for, promoted, and allowed to exist on social media that has turned up the temperature in all political conversations, all social conversations, and all discourse on the internet. And
fuck you!
Of political violence that is advocated for, promoted, and allowed to exist on social media.
Yeah, because you guys cried about getting banned all the fucking time. That's your fault. You cried about getting banned on Facebook. You cried about getting banned on Twitter, so Elon Musk bought it. You cried to Zuckerberg personally. Donald Trump was banned on social media platforms for advocating for violence. That's what he got banned for, was for the J6 stuff. And then he sued these companies. He got millions of dollars in payouts because he's personal friends with the CEO to get his account banned. Yeah, no shit, there's violence on all these social media platforms. You guys cried about it and said it was freedom of speech.
that has turned up the temperature in all political conversations, all social conversations, and all discourse on the internet in general to a point where it's almost unrecoverable. You have people that are out there all the time advocating for violence, advocating for people to get killed. Somebody needs to take care of this guy. Somebody needs to deal with this. I wish he were dead. Won't somebody do it? The 8647, all of the crypto messaging and all the doxing, right? Why do you dox somebody? Why do you post a person's home address?
It's not incorrect.
It's to make other people that are insane, like the person who killed Charlie Kirk, it's to give them the ammunition they need to...
Is there another... Did this guy just bait me? Okay, you're banned. Good luck.
To kill that person and to put that person's life in danger. That's why they're doing it. And so that's the reason why they want to find out the identities of ICE agents. That's the reason why they want to find out the identities of Tesla owners, like at the beginning of the year. It's so...
Guys, people say it's memes, it's jokes. The line, unfortunately, too big now.
People are just saying it's mean, it's jokes. That's what you guys said. That's what you guys said about every single fucking thing that Donald Trump has said and done. It's all jokes. It's all all of it is just jokes. It's just Donald Trump memeing. All of you have said this.
And the gray are too much. What? Advocate for violence, intended somebody's gonna die or get killed, whatever. A million times with memes, whatever, right? I'm gonna tweet a picture of this gun. I'm gonna tweet about this person dying. I'm gonna tweet about this crime person getting killed. I'm gonna do that. But I'm gonna do it in a way that it's not. I'm not doing it exactly right. I'm like just keep doing it because it's a good meme. Oh, somebody actually brought a gun. Whoa, what do you mean? What the fuck? How? That's not what we meant. Dude, just don't do it. It's just cringe. It's cringe. It's not just edgy. It's wrong.
They can destroy their car and destroy their lives. And this is...
Why do you think that doing dark humor is bad when you have no finesse with a big platform? Because when you have absolutely zero finesse with humor, and you make jokes that are like, oh, dude, a woman can't drive.
They called it Alligator Alcatraz. Like, I'm sorry, but little bro is delusional.
Whatever, right? If you have finesse and this is funny, and the point, there's no point. It's just a joke, right? People will say, that's funny, right? But when you don't have finesse, right? People don't understand. They go, True, fuck them, fuck women, and then it actually fosters this type of mindset, and other symptoms arise from that type of behavior, and that's a problem. You understand? That's a problem. That's not a good thing. Like, and that's the problem with these memes and these advocating for violence, whatever, is that, oh, guys, for you, it's just whatever. But when it actually happens, right? These guys feel they're part of the group. These people they're saying, oh, in this example, people are saying, fuck women. They think they're part of the group. They think they're being validated. They think that's what we're doing here. They think that's the energy that we're bringing. That's the problem.
Isn't necessarily a one-sided thing. I think that in the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a like 90% left-wing thing. But that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either. But I do think that now you're going to see a lot more right-wing people balancing out.
What?
Or so, especially since BLM, lives. And this,
by the way, you want to know where these political views actually come from? And as ironic as it is, because Hassan likes to blame me all the time, a lot of it comes from Hassan. Because these fucking retards, okay, XQ Down syndrome and fucking Asmongold Trisomy 23, these guys get all of their political views and all of their understanding of current politics from social media and Twitch. So in their mind, the average liberal must be Hassan Piker, who's an actual literal fucking terrorist and an actual literal fucking terrorist supporter, an insane piece of shit, right? But in their mind, this must be the average guy on the left, I guess. And then a MAGA person is the average guy on the right. And they're more or less lined up, except Trump, Hassan's rhetoric is probably more extreme, at least outwardly. So, I mean, like, that's a lot of that is a social media environment that Twitch enforces. So it's not even that surprising how these retards would end up this point of view. It's funny that Hassan likes to pretend that, I'm influencing these guys. Probably is Hassan is the one who's influencing these guys in another direction way more than I am.
Or so, especially since BLM, lives. And this isn't necessarily a one-sided thing. I think that in the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a like 90% left-wing thing. But that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either. But I do think that now you're going to see a lot more right-wing people balancing out those scales. The fact is that you can take a knife to a gunfight all you want, and you can think that you're honorable, but you're going to end up being dead. And I think that's what right-wing people have done for a very long time. They've tried to speak above the political violence. They've tried to advocate above it and not try to stoop down to that level. But the issue is that a lot of these social media companies have expressed...
We'll never say Elon Musk, just social media companies.
The partnership we have with you.
Oh, God. This is where they announced they have fucking nothing. And all of the leaked information so far has been wrong, except maybe, hopefully, the video of the guy is real. The bullet leads are bullshit. They don't have any fucking markings on anything. You can see from the look on his face. Oh, God. Pray to God that this announcement is not them saying that the guy in the videos or whatever, we don't think he's the shooter. We have no idea. We just want to talk to him. Oh, boy.
Communications Director for the Utah Department of Public Safety. This evening, we have FBI Director Patel, FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, Governor Spencer Cox, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, and Commissioner Anderson, as well as, I'm so sorry, Commissioner.
Also, just because they're having a lot of jokes and memes, just so that I'm absolutely fucking clear, I hope they find this dude, and I hope they hang this guy. It is absolutely unacceptable to be out and about assassinating people, okay? That's wild. Same feelings I have about Luigi, I have about this dude. Not acceptable, not okay, not cool, not epic, and not based. Just insane.
Commissioner Bo Mason, as well as some local partners here present with us today. Governor, we'll kick it off.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here tonight. We appreciate the media and the partnership we have with you in helping us to get information out to the public so that we can catch this assassin and hold him accountable. We are going to share a portion of a video and that we have of the suspect, as well as some new stills. Those have already been released, but we want to make sure that they get as much attention as possible so that we can get help from the public.
They still think he's the suspect,
in
or
tracking down this evil human being. So we're going to queue up the video right now. Show that. I've asked Commissioner Bo Mason.
Oh, it's going to be the same shit, is it?
What's happening in this video?
Thank you, Governor. Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. If you look up to the top left, you'll see the building where the shooter was chromed out in the top left corner.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go ahead and play that video and I'll narrate as we walk through that. Was chromed out in the top left corner. We'll go ahead and play that video and I'll narrate as we walk through that. So here you see the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's going to come out on the right, moves to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge.
No
and then drop
shot.
down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions.
What?
Some smudges, some places where
No way! What?
There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly identified as wearing Converse tennis shoes. Again, we'll replay that again so you can get another view of that. It's important to note his black T-shirt, his black pants, and there appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis
Is it black pants or blue jeans or dark jeans? Do we know that? Feel like I keep hearing two different things.
shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for. In the stills that are going to follow this, you're going to see a very distinctive T-shirt with an American flag and appears to have an eagle on it. There's also a baseball cap with a triangle on it and a pair of sunglasses. All distinctive, all things that we would ask the public to look for and try to identify. If they know someone who has those items, who has been seen wearing those items, we're looking for all that information. Here you see the suspect after dropping off the building. He moved around across this grass area, around the parking lot. We're going to pan to the right.
And he's just walking away. This is actually like a Jason Bourne thing.
After
Jesus.
he crosses the street, this is where he moves over into the wooded area.
Like,
This is
he's just chilling.
the video evidence that we utilize to track his movements and to locate that firearm in that wooded area following the discovery of this evidence. Good. You want to go to the stills?
Oh, and he has the gun with him. How? Did they say? Wait.
This is the video evidence that we utilize to track his movements and to locate that firearm in that wooded area following the discovery of this evidence. Good. You want to go to the stills? So here's the still photographs I mentioned. Good. You want to go to the stills?
It's just in the backpack or whatever?
So here's the still photographs I mentioned. These have been enhanced. So these are slightly different than what we introduced earlier. Please pay close attention to the T-shirt. Like I said, very distinctive with that American flag and that eagle. The hat with the triangle and the sunglasses. If you go to the next picture, please.
I feel like somebody should have identified the shirt by now, no? I feel like somebody should know where the shirt is, right?
The backpack as well. All identifying features that we're hoping the public can help us identify and lead us to this suspect. Next picture. And again, there's a better picture of the hat with that triangle logo, and again, the T-shirt. Blue jeans, and you get a good look at those Converse tennis shoes as well. We have pushed these out, we'll continue to push these out, and we just ask for the public's cooperation through the public. The tips that have been coming in are what are giving us our next leads and enabling us to continue to further this investigation. We've had great cooperation from the public, and we're continuing to ask for that as we move forward. Thank you, and I'll turn time back over to Governor Cox.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mason. I want to thank Director Patel and his team. It's great to have them on the ground with us tonight. We've had several briefings, and he's had an opportunity to walk the crime scene. We appreciate our local law enforcement here. Again, we have Mike Smith, who is the county sheriff here. We have all of our local chiefs of police that are here as well, all working hand in hand with the state and with the FBI as we move forward with this investigation. Now, just to give you a little more, we will not be taking any questions at this time. We're giving you the latest.
Isn't there a way to know who bought the gun with a serial number? No. Conservatives have relentlessly pushed to make it really difficult to track guns. That won't necessarily tell us the thing. You might be able to know who made the original sale, but if it was sold privately, if it was traded to another person, you wouldn't have a federal record of any of that. So it depends on how he bought the gun.
Information we have, being as transparent with everything that we have. But I do want to share a couple things that I think are important. We cannot do our job without the public's help right now. The public has answered our call for action. So far, we've received more than 7,000 leads and tips. I would just note that the FBI hasn't received this many digital media tips from the public since the Boston Marathon bombing. This case also highlights the dedication of our law enforcement community. We have 20 federal, state, and local law enforcement partners that are working shoulder to shoulder to find the person who committed this horrific crime. With their support, we've completed nearly 200 interviews. As you're aware, as has already been reported, the FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the person responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. We also continue to implore the public to support this investigation and come forward with any information. We are truly hopeful that this video and new photos will lead to even more tips. We are processing. We have an incredible team, a state and federal team working together to process those tips. We are going out in tandem to interview any potential person of interest or suspects. But we need, again, we need as much help as we can possibly get. Any videos or photos that you might have, the public, should be submitted to our digital media tip line, which is www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting, all lowercase. Again, that is fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting, all lowercase. You can also provide general tips about the shooting by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI, or at tips.fbi.gov. This is, I would just say, this is not just a local matter here in Utah. We have people all over the country that are helping to bring this perpetrator to justice for Charlie Kirk and his family. I will just add as well that, as was mentioned, there is a lot of forensic evidence that is being processed right now at both the state lab and the federal labs, federal lab on the East Coast. So we are working in tandem together. I would also just add a word of note for those people who are spending so much time on social media. I think Charlie said it best, that when things get bad, we should put our phones down and spend a little time with our families. There is a tremendous amount of disinformation. We are tracking our team, the state team, and I'm sure the federal team as well. What we're seeing is our adversaries want violence. China, we have bots from Russia, China, all over the world that are trying to instill disinformation and encourage violence. I would encourage you to ignore those, to turn off those streams, and to spend a little more time with our families. We desperately need some healing. We'll have more to say about that in the days and weeks to come. More than anything, we are going to catch this person. Last thing I will just say is we've been working with our attorneys, getting everything that we need, affidavits ready, so that we can pursue the death penalty in this case, and that will happen here in the state of Utah. Again, to the public, to those who are grieving, thank you for your prayers. I know we are feeling those prayers. I know the Kirk family is feeling those prayers as well. We pray that God will bless our nation at this very dark time. We can start healing by finding this perpetrator and holding him accountable, and we need your help to do that. Thank you.
Wait, what? Hello? The head of my Federal Bureau of Investigation is not going to say anything? Hello, the head of my FBI is not going to make a statement? No, he's going. I'm sorry. I'm just screaming for no reason. He's going around. He's about to. My bad. I'm sorry. He is. He's about to. They're moving the cameras. Hold on.
I don't know. That's what he was saying. I'm just relaying the message. Well, I know. I was trying to zoom in on the video, but I want to make sure, because they're streaming on digital. I want to make sure it looks nice. Are they streaming on digital?
He's coming back.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Joel, get him up. I will double check though. Okay. Where's that at? I don't know. They're not even sure if they're going to release it. Yeah. Well, I don't know what he was saying there. He says you zoomed in and then you zoomed in. Let me just have him text you because I apologize. I'm not wanting to be in the mix of between you and.
Are the engravings on the rounds real though? It's unconfirmed still. If I had to guess, my very preliminary guess would be that it's not real, because if they have that information, I feel like they'd be releasing it maybe to try to find more people that would be able to know who this guy is, or maybe they wouldn't because they wouldn't want to lead anybody to a wild goose chase. I don't know. I didn't follow like the Luigi shit because I don't normally follow breaking news, but normally I know my colleagues get killed. For the Luigi stuff, did they release a bunch of like manifesto information and shit before they caught him? Yeah, they did. Was it 4 days to catch Luigi, or how long was it? Oh my God, stop. Rewind and enhance that hot mic.
I apologize. I'm not wanting to be in the mix of between you and.
They said they have more and they're not releasing it? Wait, where?
I will double check. Okay. Where's that at?
I don't know.
They're not even sure if they're going to release it.
They're not even sure if they're going to release it.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Okay. I don't know. That's what he was saying. I'm just relaying the message.
Well, I know. I was trying to zoom in on the video, but I want to make sure, because they're streaming on digital. I want to make sure it looks nice.
Are they streaming on digital?
The desk, I would assume.
Hey, it's Jeremy. Okay, all right. Well, hold on. Joel, get him up. I will double check though. Okay. Where's that at?
I don't know.
They're not even sure if they're going to release it. Yeah. Well, I don't know what he was saying there. He says you zoomed in and then you zoomed out. Let me just have him text you because I apologize. I'm not wanting to be in the mix of between you and.
Well, the FBI director literally never says shit during these press conferences for active manhunts in the country. It's always a spokesperson or the lead investigator in the state. Calm down. Is that true? I don't know. Maybe it is true. Like I said, I don't usually cover breaking news because it's boring.
Literally zero.
90% of these stats being thrown around is kind of whatever. I don't know what are the stats for political inclinations with some of the things that are being talked about. I won't speak on it. I would more challenge the stats. I don't know. What we'd have to look at
desire to even do the bare minimum of moderation.
Remember, the facts aren't important, just the rhetoric. Like, just being able to, like, speak about things and kind of having your own theories and ideas. The facts themselves aren't really that important.
I think that two of the worst actors are Twitter or X and Reddit. Both of these platforms are full of a bunch of extremist nut jobs that not only should have their accounts banned, but they should probably be put in mental institutions.
Who was the person that rolled back all of the moderation for X? Who was the person that everybody was cheering on for being the free speech warrior that all these guys were dick-sucking a while ago?
And I think that now, I find it to be kind of interesting taking a step back for a week or so and seeing how many people are coming around to the inevitable reality that this is the only path forward. There are so many people in society now that are just completely unhinged, under-medicated, and really just completely...
Under-medicated? Wait, so is it too much medication or is it too little medication? What do we... whatever.
Pain.
Anything but telling the president to calm the fuck down. Anything but that. Anything but saying, maybe Donald Trump should, like, chill the fuck out. Anything but that. Anything else but that. More SSRIs, less social media accounts, more people, anything but telling Donald Trump to say, hey, it's too much. Both sides need to bring this the fuck down. Anything but that.
that you can't have a person like that running wild out in society. They cause problems for themselves, not to mention everybody else around them. And I think that the society, we need to have an honest conversation about how to deal with these people in a way that, and I'll be real, I don't really care about the people that are crazy. Their well-being and the way that, you know, things are for them. Of course, obviously, I wouldn't want it to be bad, but it's certainly not important. What's really important is all the people who aren't crazy, making sure that people that are not crazy, that are good actors, that are law-abiding citizens, are able to live a life of peace, a life of prosperity, and a life without fear of going on the subway, for example, as at the recent event as well. And I think that every single person in the world deserves to live in a place like that. And I don't want to see, you know, America turn into a PvP server. And it sure seems like.
I mean, dude, we're like fucking 12 years, 15 years back.
Canadian, by the way. I don't know why I'm saying we.
That's that point.
It is. And I think that in order to prevent that from happening, we need to have honest conversations about what do you do with people that, you know, get arrested 14 times. And it's not even a question, right? You put them.
This is not the same. The planned assassination of a political figure is not the same as like random acts of violence, which are bad and we should do something about them, but these are not coming from the same place.
Jail and you throw away the key and you compel them to work, and that way you can make the money back from imprisoning them forever. That's the way that you solve that problem. It's very simple, actually. But for some reason, the way that makes people feel has made them unwilling to look at this obvious truth. If you look in history, this is what we've always done in history, and it's because it works. And the problem is that now we have so much of the discourse that's dominated by emotional thinking, that's dominated by the most unstable, the most virtue signal, the most, ridiculous, performative, empathy.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. Wait, what's he saying here? Hold on.
Is that now we have so much of the discourse that's dominated by emotional thinking, that's dominated by the most unstable, the most virtue signal, the most, ridiculous, performative empathy possible, and that's defining a huge political voice in the country. This has become a tremendous detriment to everyone, and I think that with people like the shooter, that probably.
Well,
where's the Trump truths with the invading Chicago tomorrow stuff? Where's the anything but telling Trump, anything but saying that the Republicans need to calm the fuck down, anything but that.
Well, the Democrat had 8 weeks ago energy. Who am I? When have I not been against violence? Buddy, even with people that I hate, even with people that I absolutely despise, I always call out violence. Buddy, even with people that I hate, even with people that I absolutely despise, I always call out incredibly hard. The senators, what? I know you don't watch the stream, it's all good. He doesn't watch the stream, it's all good.
We shot Charlie Kirk, with that guy in the subway that stabbed that Ukrainian woman, or with that trans shooter that shot up the school.
Stop linking an Elon Musk post with 2 exclamation marks. Don't ever link an Elon Musk tweet in my chat. I don't care. I don't even know it's him half the time. The guy tweets 7,000 times a day with random exclamation marks. I don't give a fuck. Stop spamming this retarded fucking tweet in my chat. Yes, I know it's Hassan. Here, look, wow. Hassan thing. Oh, Elon Musk too. I don't care. Please stop spamming with retarded fucking tweets from this fucking retard. Holy shit. Just mail me the ketamine directly next time so I can at least enjoy getting high. Instead of having to read tweets from somebody else who's abusing it. Jesus.
Among all of them is that these people.
The reason why a lot of people are visceral about this one, right? And I tweeted about it. It's simple. Yes, bad things when they happen, right? My goal under the radar or whatever, right? When some guy is at a school having a dialogue in front of thousands of people, plus a bunch of people watching at home, I'm sure it's being broadcast in other places, and some guy shoots him in broad daylight, it explodes the topic. It becomes multiple layers above it. So yes, it becomes publicized. Yes, it becomes more out there, more awareness. So yes, the impact will be bigger. So I tweet about it. It's what it is. What about it? Well, it's not unreasonable of me. It's more in your face, so you'll react to things in your face. If things are more like this all day, you go, dude, you have to react, it's right there. If you go, yo, yeah, you might react a little bit less. It's that simple. It's not some pick and choose shit, man.
Beforehand, and nothing ever was done about it. And until we can stomach the idea of solving problems like that before they happen, we're going to keep having problems. And I think that with Charlie Kirk, it's very obvious that the amount of, political violence and advocating for political violence that's happening on the internet has turned up the temperature and created an environment and a culture where this type of behavior is normal. And not only is it normal, but it's actually encouraged. And the problem is that now people are acting on it. And you're starting to see this happen, and I think it's going to continue.
Like, you just have no business talking about it now. Now it's going to start to happen. Now that Charlie, like, this is the equivalent of like history started on October 7th, or history started in 1948, or history started in whatever arbitrary year you want to choose. Like, now it's a problem. Now that somebody we know died, now it's for real. Jeez, I'm fucking drooling on myself. Now it's an issue, right? Now it's no. It's been an issue for the entirety of Trump's presidency. Remember, I'm not even saying that, like, these guys should be condemned forever, right? Like, I sincerely mean this. This comes from a place of political care. It comes from a place of, like, caring about my country. And it also comes from a place of personal concern for my own safety. It would be a good thing if Donald Trump came out and said, all of us need to calm the fuck down. All of us need to take a step back and chill, okay? For you to say, now it's a problem, after you joke about dressing up like a Pokemon trainer to go deport immigrants, this is destroying people's lives. You want to talk about, no offense, but you talk about, like, oh no, Charlie Kirk, his kids aren't going to have a father. Yeah, but you guys laughed and memed when Abrego and all these other people are shipped off. What? Their kids aren't going to have parents, right? If they get shipped, their parents are shipped off to other countries or to fucking concentration camps in El Salvador. You guys memed and laughed when it was about war with Greenland and taking over Panama and renaming it to the Department of War and pardoning all the J6ers. And, like, all of these things are meme, until a bad thing happens. Like, oh shit, guys. Like, excuse me. It's not even like the writing is on the wall. It's like a dude with a loudspeakers standing next to you saying, you're getting ready for violence. And then it happens. And you're like, holy shit, I could have never seen that coming.
Worse. I don't think Charlie Kirk is going to be the last one, but I think that we will look at Charlie Kirk's death and see it as a turning point in this topic. And what I'm really trying to get at here with this entire
mainstream media is fucking ass dog shit.
It is, but for exactly the opposite reason that he thinks. When I was on Kick earlier because I was doing work on my other monitor for like 2 hours, and we watched CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News. This is every single interview, every single part of the coverage of CNN and MSNBC on this topic. Hello, fellow Democrat. Hello, man, what's going on? Well, we all need to calm the fuck down. It's a lot. There's a lot of, extremist rhetoric. We all need to chill out, and like everybody, we all have a role in this. Like, okay, yeah, true. Like, not good. Charlie Kirk dying is not good. Yeah, really bad. It's bad. It's really bad. Fox News. We're going to get vengeance on these motherfuckers. These extremist leftist Democrats, we're going to fucking get these guys. It's not enough to condemn the shooter. We need to fight back. It's a holy war. The Democrats are evil. They're literally hell. They're Satan's spot. We need to take these guys out. We're going to fight back. Like, it's not even remotely equivalent between the two sides right now. Like, where was that one website? What did Hamster Hawk link? Fuck, is he still in chat? Fuck. What was the Fox News streaming site? Does anybody remember what the URL was? I don't remember what it was. Oh. What are they talking about right now?
Sure, a lot of those things were coming into play.
Hannity. Oh boy.
Yeah, John Solomon, let me go back to you if I may. And let's go back to where we started tonight's show, and that is the release of the TMZ video. And the new photos that were released, the 4 of them, and then couple that together with the new video that they shared with us, law enforcement just shared with us in the last hour. And if we go back to the TMZ video, what do we see? We see somebody in one direction. He's not just limping. If you watch very closely, he is dragging his right leg, right? Okay, then you go to the 2 still photos that we have and that we've enhanced a little bit, and you can see a bulge. In one, you see the bulge around the ankle, and in another picture of the 4 pictures released, you see the bulge around the knee. Okay, then you see the return of what we believe. The clothing looks similar. Then we see what looks like, or what looks to be the return. This picture right there on the screen. And if you watch the second part of this video, watch this individual run. This person's not dragging their leg any longer. This person is not limping. You put that together with this individual prone position on the roof, Converse sneakers, jumping off the roof, young age, I would argue proficient in the use of firearms. I was a pistol marksman at 10 or 11 because of my parents' work. What do you, when you put it all together, what do you come up with?
Well, first off, I thought Nicole and Maureen's analysis is brilliant. You're right. He's holding the butt of the gun down because it's probably creeping up in his pants and it eventually will pop out of his shirt. So he's trying to hold it down in the pocket. He's limping because he's got a device in there. He's dragging it. He clearly doesn't have an injury because he drops off that roof and can run. So he's not limping because of an injury. He's limping because of an uncomfortable device that's been stuffed down his pants. And he seems to have some familiarity with the neighborhood where he's coming in and going out. He knows where where he's going. And I think that the fact that he knows that neighborhood either tells us he did some prep work or he's from the area and knows the neighborhood. But he knows exactly how to run through those along that fence line as he's getting away quickly. And I think that that is an important clue. And I saw a lot of activity today with my reporters on the ground there in that neighborhood looking for any piece of evidence. But, Nicole and Maureen have been solving cases for many years. I'm just a journalist, but their analysis is brilliant. It's consistent with what I've been told is what the FBI and the local law enforcement believe. And so they've got great evidence. They don't have an identity yet. And I think that when they get that identity, they're going to be able to roll. Once they get that identity, the evidence here is going to be so overwhelming. That shoe print, that palm print, that DNA, they're going to have a lock solid case. But first, they got to figure out who is this man? Where is he from? How did he get there that day? And those are the questions that remain unanswered at this hour.
Let me go back to one little point as we look at the new video that law enforcement released tonight. And Nicole, I'll throw this to you. Where is the gun as he's jumping? It does appear like he's holding on. You're correct. Right there. So that something doesn't come out. But unlike the TMZ video, which is prior to the assassination, unlike that video where he's limping, after he lands.
The TMZ video is prior and after.
At that point, you're right.
Oh, that's after. Whoops, sorry. I think I just said it.
Right, and that's a very, astute observation because, again, that's a little puzzling for law enforcement, right? He's limping before when it's in his pants, but yet he's able to jump off of the roof and it's still in his pants and he's able to land on the ground and start running. Again, we know that firearm, we believe that the firearm that was found in the forest, in the wooded area across from where this incident occurred, does belong to the offender. And so there are a lot of questions that law enforcement is trying to answer, but right now, the top priority is who is this individual? And again, sometimes it's as easy as tracing the gun. ATF traces weapons all the time and it goes back, but this, does not appear to be that simple in this.
Sideways, bottom of the bill, mental retardation levels of trash. I'm so tired of it. It's insane.
Right now, we are at a extremely pivotal moment. And I think that what's going to end up happening is that right-wing people are not going to continue to turn the other cheek. They're not going to continue to just, this is just a crazy left-wing radical. I think you're probably going to see right-wing people doing the same thing to left-wing people. And honestly, while I don't think this is a good thing, I certainly don't.
The alternative is holding them to a higher standard and going hard at them when they do some stupid ass shit. It's that simple. Stop glorifying killers. Stop making it all about who they were and what they were going to be in life. And stop doing this massive story. Nobody gives a shit.
By the way, what were they trying to do recently? Did they get a sign off on the fucking Ashley Babbitt presidential or fucking military send off? Hello?
You do massive acts like murder and massacres. You're not some whatever. You're what we call a fucking loser cuck. You're nothing. You're an ant. But they make these massive. Oh my god.
Did they actually get that approved or? The U.S. Air Force is providing military funeral honors for Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran who was killed during the Jan 6, 2021 Capitol riot. The decision was made by the Trump admin after the Biden admin had initially denied the honors. Didn't they also get like a $10 million or $15 million payout from the government as well? They renamed a military base after her? I think that was a fake story. I don't think that was real. That was like an AI thing or whatever.
Another shooting. How could this happen? We didn't. They make like anti-heroes and it's just trash portrayal of everything. It's garbage.
I don't really feel that sorry.
Always identity politics,
because
fucking lace trash.
People have no problem advocating for violence or at least using coded language in order to advocate for violence. The fact is that there's a certain level of intellectual dishonesty that goes on in situations like this where it's considered, this isn't actually what they meant, and no, this is actually some other. No, it is. It's exactly what they mean. They're trying to advocate for killing people that.
I know what you want to go back.
And honestly, while I don't think this is a good thing, I certainly don't really feel that sorry for them because a lot of left-wing people have no problem advocating for violence.
This is the point, remember? This is the point, right? We're already here, guys. The left is already genociding us, right? So why would we feel sorry for them? We're just fighting back, right? We're fighting back. Remember, they're not trying to bring it to the civility thing because they think that they're right here. So they're trying to bring it back to the violence thing. But this is like where we're locked right now. And remember, if you give up, right? If you give up while one side is being violent, all you're doing is being push to the other utter annihilation section of the prisoner's dilemma graph.
Violence, or at least using coded language in order to advocate for violence. The fact is that there's a certain level of intellectual.
Even though this has some form of validity, it's unfortunate, but portraying his argument this way makes it a cycle. And it sucks, but what if somebody uses justification to do the other thing that would prompt this justification, that would prompt the next guy to do the same thing, that would prompt him to do the same justification? It's why it's
like that's what you're doing right now. Does he not understand that that's literally what they're both doing right now? He's describing what they're doing in real time.
Portraying his argument this way makes it a cycle. And it sucks, but what if somebody uses justification to do the other thing that would prompt this justification, that would prompt the next guy to do the same thing, that would prompt him to do the same justification? It's why it's a cycle. That's why I hate it. It is this way. Don't get me wrong. I hate this way. But my takes are always pussy takes all the time because I stand on it when it comes down to it's a no across the board. I don't give a shit. Nobody deserves it. Nobody, even though somebody might be advocating for that. You know what? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. All right, nobody deserves the shit.
That goes on in situations like this where it's considered, oh, well, you know, this isn't actually what they meant, and no, this is actually some others. No, it is. It's exactly what they mean. They're trying to advocate for killing people that they disagree with. That's what's happening, and there's no talking around it. And to the extent that you try to, you're insulting the intelligence of anyone that you're speaking to.
Oh, so coded language exists on the left, but on the right.
And I think that now you're going to start seeing a lot of right-wing people end up doing this to left-wing people now even more, because it's very...
That's a pretty grim prediction. I hope it's not true, and I don't see it that way. And if I can have a message to bad actors out there, is that just being better and continuing to do what you think is good, okay, speaks volumes. It speaks that you're unshaken. When people become unhinged and radicalized, you don't become radicalized. You do your thing and you continue to put your head down to what you think is the best path forward. It's that simple. Unfazed. It is what it is. Oh, because they're radical, I'm gonna be radical. This is trash mindset, buddy.
Clear that.
Like, this is retarded. It's just retarded. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that you can allow yourself to be completely consumed and defeated by the other side and just sit there and be more pure about it. Like, that's just unfortunate. This isn't how reality works. It's not how reality works.
These social media platforms are not going to moderate this behavior. The FBI, for whatever reason, just refuses to deal with or have any degree of accountability for dealing with these obvious terrorists that are in the country. And because of that, I think you're going to start seeing...
I keep my word, buddy. I've kept my word since I've started my stream. Hey, bro, show me one instance of that I ignored and then go against violence. Dude, I hate violence. Everybody knows. I find always arguments around even being physical with somebody, like hitting them. I hate violence. I think it's trash. It's just trash. Whatever. People say, "Oh, dude, so proud." But when you make it a point to always be this way and always do that, you're allowed to speak that way. Like, otherwise you're just thinking like a bitch ass.
Violence from right-wing people as well. And
even this loser politics with this shit right now.
I don't really think the word is justified because it's not justified, but the word is expected. I think it's going to be expected. The fact is that, you know, again, you bring a knife to a gunfight, you're going to lose. And don't be surprised when you keep bringing guns to gunfights and then somebody else decides to start shooting back. I think that's what's going to happen. And I like to walk about with a miss. And this is going to be, in my opinion, I don't really think the word is justified because it's not justified, but the word is expected. I think it's going to be expected. The fact is that, again, you bring a knife to a...
I disagree. I don't think it's expected.
What XCT talk to you? I don't know. We're on Discord. Spam his chat. I listen. If you want to chat, I'm always free. The last time I messaged him, he ignored me. Okay, listen. I'm obviously always. I don't know why you're spamming me to.
Actually, hopefully people that are on this side of the aisle, they stand on business and don't change the way that they're acting in regards to violence. And nobody does anything. Why? Because doing something just continues a cycle of violence. It doesn't go anywhere. It makes everybody look stupid. That's the main problem with some of these guys that do these like acts of terrorism. That they think, oh, dude, this is gonna achieve so much. But in fact, it just makes their whole people look fucking brain dead. It devalidates all their opinions, and then you say it becomes automatically correct.
Gunfight.
How is that hard to understand?
And don't be surprised when you keep...
When you're at a protest, the whole weight of what you're saying goes flat when you're on the top of a car burning shit down. You're a dumb fuck. I don't care how good your argument is. When you're doing it while throwing fire and shit and burning cars, I stop listening. You are now a dumb fuck. Oh my god, it's a simple.
Guns to gunfights, and then somebody else decides to start shooting back. I think that's what's going to happen. And I think this is a degradation of society as a whole. And ultimately, the real burden of responsibility here...
Holy shit, so right-wing.
The real burden of responsibility. Who is it going to be on? Not going to be on the leader of the country. Not going to be the guy who won the popular vote. Not going to be the guy who can have, like the power to, speak to the entire country at once as our leader.
Policing your protest to stay legal so that everybody looks good, whatever. How is that right wing? To guys, let's not be dumb fucks. Let's
like remember, right? This is you're seeing the conservative brain rot machine in action right here, right? What is he talking about when he's saying burn cars down, right? He's talking about the very small protest that happened in LA where there were people doing unhinged, retarded shit. What is he not talking about? He's not talking about the 10 to 15 million people that protested on the No Kings Day that basically went by without a single fucking report that I'm aware of literally fucking anything. Almost nothing happened on that day in terms of violence. But he's not talking about that because he doesn't care about that because it doesn't suit what he's talking about right now. Instead, he wants to hyperfixate on the cringe fucking losers that were setting cars on fire, taking wacky pictures on like day 1 or 2 maybe, but not on the 10 million plus people that were protesting, you know, a couple weeks after. Because it's... So this is the fixation, and that's the more accurate representation?
Let's not, oh, I'm at a hockey game. Let's not fucking throw shit on the ice, guys. And some guy does this shit, yo, what the fuck are you doing? But if you go, oh, I love that. Can you give me one else? Yo, it's a problem. You can, without arresting somebody, you can police each other and say, guys, we're not fucking brain, let's not do this shit. It's not that hard. It really isn't that hard. It really is not.
True. Policing each other. True. What was that guy? Fuck, can I find that? Oh, I'm not gonna be able to find it. Not the heads on pikes guy, although that guy's funny too. What was the guy in, like, he was wearing like a fucking body armor, or he had like the jacket with the mags in it or whatever. I'm not gonna be able to find this fucking video. God damn it! Even if you can see that the left is as bad as the right, it's still Trump's job to lead the country. How anyone could look at this situation. Well, yeah, I know. The reality is the president should be going above and beyond. But we're just asking for like parity. Can you just be as good as like the bare minimum? The reality is that he should rise above, like Biden did. That's what he should do. But he can't do that, right? Donald Trump is blaming the radical Democrat leftists for the shooting without knowing who the shooter is. But all of MAGA was literally giving themselves wedgies and crying and shitting and pissing all over their living rooms when Hillary Clinton uttered the grotesquely horrible phrase, please mute your headphones if you're easily triggered, okay? I'm so sorry. This is a very, very offensive phrase. When she called them a basket of deplorables. They lost their fucking minds over that. They lost their fucking minds over that. It was so stupid. And Hillary was stupid too because she should have stood by it. She was right.
That he mentioned a lot of riot minute Pence. There's who actors.
Police ourselves, guys. Fuck. It's a guy. It's some fat. He looks like every conservative ever, and he's like, "We just heard that Mike Pence wasn't doing his job. He better have, or we're going to be down there. We're going to go." He was talking as he was walking. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? He had like one of those stupid fucking vests on. What am I thinking of? Fuck. Max said he'll talk to you later when he's on kick. Okay. Somebody find the video.
And I don't think that it falls even on the commenters themselves.
J6, the fact your brain automatically just thought about a rebuttal on how something is worse. Bro, it's a logical, it's a dialogue fallacy. Double fault. Oh, because this, that. Dude, this is some caveman shit. Caveman. Oh, we get to throw fire at cars on because J6 happened. What a stupid fucking mindset, dude. How many brain cells you got left? It's gotta be under 10. You get
I think it falls primarily on the government.
It's not even just, again, and this is why I will always push back, like, oh, why are you talking about this? Why are you talking about this? Excuse me, you pardoned all of them in 2024. The reason why you have to bring this chain of events up is because you can't understand history in a vacuum. There are no such things as discrete events that happen in history. Everything builds off of one thing to the next. You can't understand, 2001 without understanding the year 2000. You can't understand 9/11 without having at least some background to U.S. involvement in the Middle East. You can't understand the second Gulf War without knowing why Saddam Hussein was left there after the first Gulf War. You can't understand, how do you understand anything in a vacuum? How can you pretend that there's some discrete event? Like, how does October 7th make sense, without talking about 2014 or 2008 or disengagement in 2005 or the second Intifada in 2000 or the Oslo? Like, everything builds. It's so stupid to be like, how could you talk? What do you mean? Why are you bringing about this? And then they do this stupid thing. They go, whataboutism. It's not whataboutism to say what happened first. What caused this, right? That's so fucking stupid. You go to the hospital and it's like, oh my God, I'm type 2 diabetic, doc. I think my shit is fucked. And it's like, oof, well, what have you been eating? Oh, you're going to whataboutism to my diet? You're going to whataboutism? We've got this guy in the ICU. We're not sure there's a fucking gaping wound in his stomach. What's going on? I think he got shot. He got shot. Whataboutism? You're going to what about to what happened before he came in here? I just want to know right now what's going, it's such a stupid thing. right? The whataboutism is, what do you do when the president of the United States tells his whole political movement, you can commit crimes, you can commit insurrections, you can do things. Like, it's almost like he believes that, like, as long as you're doing things that are for the benefit of his political movement and the country, you can't commit crime. It's almost like he said that exactly. It's almost like he's tweeted out those exact words or whatever, right? He who saves his country can't commit any crime or whatever. Like, Jesus, like, it doesn't get any more clear. It's so cringe. Oh my God. It's like Nazi Germany, 1940, whatever. And it's like, we've got to find this. There's got to be at least one direct order of Hitler talking about, killing the Jews. And Hitler's like, oh, I cannot say anything directly about this. There's like one telegram or whatever. He's like liquidating, a car of people. And then meanwhile, it's like Donald Trump. If Hitler was Donald Trump, he'd be giving a speech in like 1929 saying, guys, we got to get all these fucking Jews out of here. We got to get them out of here. We got to do something about these mother. And then like 12 years later, people are like, what? Concentration camps? Where did these motherfuckers come from? Who could have seen it coming? What?
Stupid fucking mindset, dude. How many brain cells you got left? It's gotta be under 10.
I think it falls primarily on the government. The fact is that the government, there are already laws that permit, explicit calls to violence. There's already laws that permit the types of stalking and doxing that people engage in online. And one of the big things that is a misconception is that people like me want new laws. We want any form of extra censorship at all. I certainly don't want that, and I don't know anybody else that does.
But conservatives don't condemn JX. I don't care. You want to show you're better?
Shut up, you fucking loser. God, give me in. Oh my God. You want to show you're better than them? Then just get slaughtered.
New almond shimmering oil. Non-greasy finish.
Thank you.
Instant
Yes.
glow.
Yes. Glow, queen.
Make time for body bliss.
Okay, thank you.
Shop now at L'Occitane.com.
Will do.
I'm telling you what, I'm hearing the
this
pins.
guy.
I'm hearing the pins just caved.
No. Police your own, guys.
Is that true?
I didn't.
I'm hearing reports that pins caved.
No
I'm
way.
telling you, if pins cave, we're gonna drag motherfuckers through the streets. You fucking
He means Streets was a Twitter group, and he means drag them online.
politicians are gonna get fucking drugged through the streets. Yeah. Because we're not gonna have our fucking shit stolen. We're not gonna have our election, our country stolen.
Like, it doesn't even get any more direct, right? Like, he's referencing things that Donald Trump just said in a speech like 20 minutes ago. They're trying to steal your country.
If we find out you politicians voted for it, we're gonna drag your fucking ass.
They didn't vote the right way. The politicians didn't vote for the right thing. Like, he's directly referencing all of the things that Donald Trump just said in his speech. You have to show strength. You have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing, and only how the election has been lawfully slated. You've got to do the right thing. They've got to vote for the right people.
Ass through the street. Because it's the second fucking revolution. So let me find
Second revolution? Didn't that start with an insurrection?
out, Pence.
Also, and remember, all of these I'm sorry, dude. Oh God, we're playing video games later. I can't. I hate politics. This guy was the top secret instigator to the entire event.
Man from Arizona has pleaded guilty.
Where is he? Show me the Ray Epps thing.
Ray Epps.
Where he's like, we're going to go into the Capitol.
I'm going to put it out there. I'm probably going to go to jail for it, okay? Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol.
Peacefully. He said peacefully. He said peacefully. Why does it count when Trump says peacefully one time in an hour-long speech? It doesn't count when Ray Epps said peacefully? This guy was supposedly the undercover Fed that instigated the entirety of this event. But not any of these guys, I guess. None of these people.
Fucking revolution.
Not
so
this
let
guy.
me find out, Pence. Let me find out myself that you treason the country. We'll fucking drag your ass too.
Not that guy.
Cut their head off.
He means metaphorically, guys, like the Hydra.
You can do it. You do the right thing, or we're gonna force you to do the right thing.
You can take that
Not these
place.
guys.
And then do what? Heads on pike.
Not these guys. Not these guys. Remember, every single person involved with that, every single person involved with that event, all received presidential pardons, including the people who were planning all of it from the beginning, including the Proud Boys, including the people convicted of seditious conspiracy, the people that were wheeling in boxes of guns and ammo, okay? People who were literally on camera wheeling in.
Prosecutors offered surveillance photos, they say, show Vallejo wheeling the stockpile into a hotel near the Capitol.
We have all the signal logs, everything of these guys talking about their plans. And as soon as Trump gives the word, they're going to be ready to fucking go forth and fucking invade the Capitol.
Where do we shoot people?
We've got all the people that were talking about and bragging about all the training they were doing. Like, we have them on camera being the first people to break through every single barrier, but none of them matter. They were all pardoned. Like, the idea that it's just like... It's so out in the open. It's just to hear people like this and then to have them, all of them given a pardon. And then these guys are like, well, what does it matter? What is the message that you're sending, bro?
Then don't do the same thing. Like I just said, you want to stand on business? Then don't do those things. Then don't fucking do the riots and the illegal protests. Actually stand on business and do the proper shit. And that is standing on business. But nobody these days actually stands on business. Everybody wants to look like they are. Nobody wants to actually do the correct thing. It's Brandon. 0 IQ. 0, 0, 0.
But what we do want is we want the existing laws to be applied and to be enforced in an accurate and a fair way, which is clearly not what's happening. And really, the government not doing that and giving this asymmetrical, in my opinion, advantage to left-wing people.
I agree with this, unfortunately.
And with complete freedom, practice genuine terrorism on a daily basis, and then, you know, congratulate each other about how moral and how good they are for doing it because of something bad that happened in Palestine or something bad that Donald Trump did 3 years ago. This is just simply a...
How many times do I hear BLM brought up over and over and over again? But we can't talk about... What is the... I'm curious, if we compare, how many people did Trump pardon related to J6 versus how many of the BLM rioters did Biden pardon? Does anybody remember what was the number on BLM rioters that Joe Biden pardoned for the whole BLM riots? Does anybody remember? I'm trying to remember what the number was. Certainly it wasn't fucking 0.
Response. This is what's going to happen. And so, and I think that's probably what it's going to take for these left-wing people to...
I say unfortunately, because I don't even understand how I'm saying.
Realize what a bad idea what they've been doing is. Because until it starts happening to them, until they start having people that are their friends or, you know, their, you know, like icons that they look up to.
I'm not a fan of language here on the line.
You know, until they start seeing those people get killed, I don't think it's really going to be real for them. And unfortunately, I think that's the path that we're headed down because of the government and social media companies and every other seemingly governmental apparatus that has just completely hand-waved this problem and ignored it entirely. So the death of Charlie Kirk and the assassination of him should not come as a surprise to anyone. This should be something that everybody could have expected. All you had to do was read Twitter for an hour and you could have told me this would have happened, of course. Same with Reddit. And until that core problem is addressed, you will continue to see a rapid decline in any type of social discourse. And I'm actually kind of afraid to see what's going to happen next.
He's not afraid. Also, to be clear, when these guys talk like that, they're memeing, they're trolling. Because you better fucking believe that if people were getting killed and my president was coming out and just blaming the right without even knowing who the fuck the shooter was, and I've got to go out and do events and I know that they're going to be coming for my ass next, it's like, Biden, can we like chill it out a little bit, dog? Then I would be probably worried, and I'd be kind of wondering like, hey, are we gonna do anything about this? He's not worried though. He loves this shit. They all love it. They're like Hamas, basically. At the end of the day, I mean, it's two sides of the same coin, I guess. Like more death, more chaos, more, because at the end of the day, it doesn't affect them personally. He's out here printing 7 figures a month at least on all of this political shit. They love it. They all love this shit.
So the death of Charlie Kirk and the assassination of him should not come as a surprise to anyone. This should be something that everybody could have expected. All you had to do was read Twitter for an hour and you could have told me this would have happened, of course. Same with Reddit. And until that core problem is addressed, you will continue to see a rapid decline in any type of social discourse. And I'm actually kind of afraid to see what's going to happen next because I think it's just going to continue getting worse and I don't see the reason for it to stop. And so anyway, I wanted to make this video because it's obviously a topic that, you know, I've been talking about this a lot for the past few years now, and I was laughed at a lot, and people were telling me it wasn't that big of a deal, and oh, they were joking. Well, I saw the video. That wasn't a joke. And the reality is that those jokes and everything create a culture and an environment.
Agreed. What's he talking about again?
Because I think it's just going discourse, and I'm actually kind of afraid to see what's going to happen next, because I think it's just going to continue getting worse, and I don't see the reason for it to stop. And so anyway, I wanted to make this video because it's obviously a topic that, I've been talking about this a lot for the past few years now, and I was laughed at a lot, and people were telling me it wasn't that big of a deal, and oh, they were joking. Well, I saw the video. That wasn't a joke.
Which, he means the video of Charlie Kirk getting killed? Oh.
And the reality is that those jokes and everything create a culture and an environment where the actual actions are more permissible. And you also have people that are the ones telling me...
This is very correct. It's absolutely correct. It doesn't matter how many times we're going to say, oh, this is not true. This is not true. Well, it absolutely is true. It's true in every way. There's no way to defend it.
So the next time Trump jokes about locking up his political opponents, putting somebody like Liz Cheney in front of a fucking firing squad, another Second Amendment or shooting comment, or did I already use the invading countries, bombing people? The next time, invading countries, we're past that. Invading cities with the National Guard or the military. So the next time he makes a joke about this, are we going to say, hey, maybe that's not funny, maybe he should stop? Or is Donald Trump the only one who's allowed to tell jokes here?
They're talking around directly saying that this is a bad thing and it shouldn't be tolerated for any reason. You have, I don't want to go through a bunch of different names, but anybody, this is the way I look at it, I'm just going to make a categorical judgment here, is that any content creator or anybody like this who has been advocating for violence against the person in an extrajudicial way, I'm not talking about trying people who they disagree with for treason. This is
extrajudicial way, like invoking the Alien Enemies Act to allow you to extrajudicially export an entire group of people out of this country to random countries of your choosing. Like which extrajudicial, like the fucking executive branch that doesn't even believe in checks and balances, or that want to fight against the ability for federal judges to even rule on federal matters? Like what extrajudicial, like in what way?
Against the person in an extrajudicial way. I'm not talking about trying people who they disagree with for treason. This is advocating for the judicial process to be used against people they disagree with. I think that's fine. But whenever you have people that are saying...
I misunderstood that. He didn't say advocating for trying people for treason because you disagree with them politically, did he? I missed that, right? Or I think I went through that too fast. Hold on.
Any content creator or anybody like in an extrajudicial way. I'm not talking about trying people who they disagree with for treason. This is advocating for the judicial process to be used against people they disagree with. I think that's fine.
Okay.
But whenever you have people that are saying things like 8647, or anybody who's advocating...
Oh, okay. 8647, not okay. But trying people for treason because you disagree with them, okay. What?
You guys are finding examples of who did and who said this and who would have done that, and who is like you're achieving some form of progress anywhere, instead of just being, this is trash. We shouldn't be conducting ourselves this way. I don't think it's crazy to say that, and just end the conversation right there. How hard is it?
Form of extrajudicial justice, extrajudicial justice, and basically vigilante justice on people who they disagree with politically. You have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets, and I think that there's a lot and millions of people out there nowadays that see that, and I think that should be extremely worrying for them.
I didn't hear.
You have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets. Vigilante judicial justice, extrajudicial justice, and basically vigilante justice on people who they disagree with politically. You have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets, and I think that there's a lot.
It's okay, XQC, agree with them. I know you want to. Go ahead.
And millions of people out there nowadays that see that, and I think that should be extremely worrying for them. It should be terrifying.
Okay, no, I understand the wording. Okay,
you got it.
The wording was a little bit complicated
but
because they had to go under to come back above, so it looked like it was going to the right direction. This is the wording. I don't think I completely missed it. Did I miss it?
No, you got it. You're good.
Chat, did I miss it? I still think that maybe I misunderstood. I still think that it's deplorable that it's this way. That it would make you an acceptable target or whatever. It's a bad thing. I think you guys are saying. I'm going back. I think I had it right.
Advocating for any form of extrajudicial justice, extrajudicial justice, and basically vigilante justice on people who they disagree with politically. You have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets, and I think that there's a lot and millions of people out there nowadays that see that, and I think that should be extremely worrying for them. It should be terrifying. But the reality is,
like, the frustrating / funny / doomer thing is that he's not even really wrong. It's just the factual underpinning of what he's saying is what makes it so fucked. Like, I think there is an argument for if you advocate for certain things, you can absolutely be a target based on what you're saying. But in Asmongold's mind, None of that applies to the right, but that applies to almost everybody on the left. Like it's just like, I don't know, man.
They have created that environment themselves through their own actions, through
Yeah.
their behavior,
Yes,
and
we
through their
have.
own words.
We have, for
you reap
sure.
what you sow.
And
And I
you
think
reap what you sow. They still don't even believe in the results of the last election. You reap what you sow.
that things are about to get a whole
Not
lot worse.
fantastic, but
So anyway,
This
guys,
guy is
I
a
wanted to make this
spouting
video and
holier
talk
than thou
about
virtue
it. And
signalling
that's not all I've
dog
got to
shit, and he
say.
defended it.
So I hope to
Rules
be
for
back
thee, not for
soon.
me.
I'll record videos when I can, here and there. But for the most
And then if things get flat and things get like not much happens, and we're gonna forget about the context of how this began or whatever, and then they do some bad things, right? And then what do you think happens next? Then the people on that will say, oh well, dude, if they do this, then reap what you sow. Here we come. Well, now we're gonna do this, and then something happens. Things get flat. Things happen. Oh, we don't remember what we're gonna do this, and it's just a cycle of violence. Nobody is winning in this. Like nobody's progressing anywhere. It's just trash. Like I don't even understand how even he thinks this is an acceptable way of portraying this topic. It's just stupid. This is brain. This is like a fucking. I don't know. It's like Rust. It's like Rust. Like when you just keep going back for your loot, and then it's this endless thing, and nobody progresses anywhere. Nobody's achieving anything. Like.
part, as I said before, my dad has had so many really serious issues going on. I need to devote my full attention to making sure that he's healthy and taken care of. And so as much as I look forward to streaming, this has to take priority. I don't have a time frame. It will probably be a matter of weeks and maybe not even that long until I'm back regularly. And so hopefully that's the case. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk, another senseless death that never needed to happen. And I think that anybody who was, talking about this and turning up the heat on any of this type of political rhetoric and discussing, or at least, flirting with the idea of political violence.
See, like, I still voice when I disagree with him. I think it's okay to disagree. Like, I disagree with a lot of his, a lot of the wording, a lot of predictions, but still agree with a lot of his sentiment. It's not as like defended, cut and dry bullshit. I can have my own opinions about this shit. It's what it is. It's not like black and white. Like, I was victim. I don't support political violence against anyone.
No, we gotta, the moment is clear. You gotta sick like the ACP guys on him. Okay, that's it. You gotta get one of those like Haz al-Dink type motherfuckers to just like eat his ass alive, Let him fight.
Jesus, what is Hassan even talking about?
Whatever the fuck his name is. What is it?
You see what I'm saying, though, right? You understand, right? That for Asmongold, and maybe for everybody on Twitch, I don't know, in their mind, people like Asmongold and XQC are like the right, which they probably are. I think Asmongold is probably like 80-ish to 90-ish% in alignment with MAGA beliefs. XQC maybe, I don't know, anywhere from 50 to 80%, depends on, I guess, if we were to run through them all. Hassan is like 2% in alignment with the Democratic Party. But the people on Twitch, because of what Twitch is provided for, right? The people on Twitch think that Asmongold is your average MAGA person, which he is. And then Hassan Piker and Denims and Mike from PA and all the weird guys, that these are your average Democrat. They're not. They're extremely fringe, but it doesn't seem that way if you're on that platform.
Hi, guys.
I wonder if he says anything about Trump. Is this not working? Notice how Donald Trump says Russia wouldn't have invaded Ukraine if he was president. Was there any mass unrest under Biden? Am I missing a huge event that I'm cringe for forgetting? Because what the fuck is going on under Trump? The largest women's march, I think, ever in all of history happened when he was president. We had all the BLM riots that happened when he was president. We had the whole J6 shit happen when he was president. We've had assassinations now of political figures when he was president. What the fuck? If he can't even stop people from doing shit in his own country, why the fuck would he have stopped Russia from invading Ukraine?
It's me again, and today we're going to look at some of the interesting users on...
Half the list is under Trump. Hold on. George Floyd protests, Earth Day, list. The section lists one-day protest events in the U.S. with at least 100,000 participants. George Floyd, that was our boy Trump. No Kings protest, that was our boy Trump. 2017 Women's March. Okay, so 3 out of 5 of the top protests in all of U.S. history were under Trump. Hands off protest nationwide, that was under Trump. March for Our Lives, that was Biden, 2018. Although it was for gun control, a thing that Biden probably agrees with. And 2018 Women's March was under Biden? Ricky Renuncia. San Juan in Puerto Rico. This is under Biden. I don't know what happened with this. March for Science. Who cares about science? March for Life. Climate strikes. Nice. These are getting smaller, but Palestine. Here's a good one. That's the one that needed to be crushed by Biden that he didn't do a good job at. Wait, 2018 is Trump. 2021 to 2020, beginning of 5. Oh wait, Jesus Christ. Wait, hold on. So of the top 10, we have George Floyd, No Kings, the Women's March, Hands Off Protest, March for Our Lives, Women's March, and the Puerto Rico one. Jesus. That 8 out of 10? Somebody said 7 out of 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10 of the top. Nice. Based. King. Asmongold's take on political violence a month ago.
Do you think that things will swing so far to the right we'll get segregation level stuff again? No. There won't be a need for segregation. That's what I think. I think that they will remove the majority of them, and there won't be a need for it. That's what I think. That's what I think will happen. I think it will radicalize people so much that they will be that extreme. As I said, I think that the outcome for this will be worse than World War II.
Wait, what is he?
I say, I refer to myself as English a lot, not British, which is ironic. I know, because my name is British Lander. And I don't want people who are Welsh or Scottish or Ulsterman to take some kind of offense from that. It's just
everybody says, yeah, that's bad. What, Lamau? No, bro. Clip what I'm saying. Clip it, ship it, save it, keep it, hold on to it, and wait for it.
Wait, what was the...
Do you think that things will swing so far to the right we'll get segregation level stuff again? No. There won't be a need for segregation. That's what I think. I think that they will remove the majority of them, and there won't be a need for it. That's what I think. That's what I think will happen.
What does this retarded fuck think segregation was? Does he think segregation was like when there weren't a lot of non-white immigrants here, or what? It's about the British rape gangs? Oh, okay.
I think it will radicalize people so much that they will be that extreme. As I said, I think that the outcome for this will be worse than World War II.
Okay. I don't know if he's talking about U.S. politics while listening to the Brit guy, or if he's talking about British politics, or...
Just saying, if you guys say it's rigged because I said so, why is it not rigged when Donald Trump says so? You have to manifest some form of proof or some sort of method.
Outlets are forced into exile.
Wait,
from TV channel Dost and independent news website Medusa to the research network Dossier Center that Ilya works for. But it seems that dissidents are not even safe in exile. Amnesty has documented at least 3 poison gas attacks on Russian journalists living abroad. According to Reporters Without Borders, 2011 parliamentary elections. In 2017, it was extended to cover media outlets. Putin's crackdown on press freedom was in full swing.
So it's way worse now. You can spend your whole life in prison for reporting. Back in 2008, the only consequences for reaction could be that your newspaper...
Wait, is he trying to make the argument that Russian elections are as legitimate as U.S. elections? Is that...
...would be shut down, and that's it.
Dozens of journalists and media...
Was it actually rigged? How is it rigged? How is it rigged? How did they do it? I'm interested in how they did it. What? No, I asked how they did it? Guys, in order to stop rigging stuff, you need to understand and ask how it's rigged so you understand what to look for. fake votes. I don't get it. You guys are not giving me answers. So mail-in votes. Okay, shut up. But okay, because I'm not being rude. I'm just saying. If you guys say it's rigged because I said so, why is it not rigged when Donald Trump said so? You have to manifest some form of proof or some other method.
Outlets are forced into exile, from TV channel Dost and independent news website Medusa to the research network Dossier Center.
To be fair, Putin is very popular. 64.35% of the vote. Good job. How do you do in 2018? 77.53% of the vote. Very nice. What about 2024? Damn, 88.48% of the vote. This loser opposition only got 4.37. What an actual Chad. Wow. Good for you, man.
That Ilya works for. But it seems that dissidents are not even safe in exile. Amnesty has documented at least 3 poison gas attacks on Russian journalists living abroad. According to Reporters Without Borders, at least 37 journalists have been murdered in Russia since 2011. Today, Russian media collectively speak with one voice, Putin's. But even in a system built on secrecy and control, not everything can stay hidden. In 2013, Putin and Lyudmila publicly announced that they're living in separate homes. The divorce follows soon after. In the meantime, Kabaeva has become a member of parliament for Putin's United Russia Party. In 2014, she's appointed chair of the board of directors at Russia's largest media conglomerate, NGM. And Ilya says her relationship with Putin has long become an open secret.
It was just pure common knowledge that Alina Kabaeva and Vladimir Putin, that they are together.
But no one seemed to know anything about secret children, not in Russia or anywhere else in the world. Not until 2015, when a Swiss newspaper breaks a very interesting story. Another interesting Swiss article is published in 2022. Reporters claim Alina Kabaeva gave birth at a private clinic in the Swiss city of Lugano. For Ilya, this is where the real investigation begins. As a former KGB agent, Putin surely knows the value of privacy. If nobody can find his family, then nobody can hurt them. Most of us don't live under that kind of scrutiny, but our private data is still exposed online. Name. This is the private clinic in Lugano.
Destiny's the bullet bouncing off the bulletproof armor real. Not sure where I heard that, but it sounds crazy. I never heard of a caliber that big being able to just bounce off of something, hitting it from that angle and going somewhere else. I've never seen that demonstrated. I don't know if anybody's actually believes that. I don't think there's been any autopsy evidence or anything. I think that was just a thing said online. I don't think there's any evidence for that. Okay, let's watch this guy.
About the most famous problem in game theory. Problems of this sort pop up everywhere, from nations locked in conflict to roommates doing the dishes. Even game shows have been based around this concept. Figuring out the best strategy can mean the difference between life and death, war and peace, flourishing and the destruction of the planet. And in the mechanics of this game, we may find the very source of one of the most unexpected phenomena in nature: cooperation. On the 3rd of September 1949, an American weather monitoring plane collected air samples over Japan. In those samples, they found traces of radioactive material. The Navy quickly collected and tested rainwater samples from their ships and bases all over the world. They also detected small amounts of cerium-141 and yttrium-91. But these isotopes have half-lives of 1 or 2 months, so they must have been produced recently.
Wow.
And the only place they could have come from was a nuclear explosion. But the US hadn't performed any tests that year, so the only possible conclusion was that the Soviet Union had figured out how to make a nuclear bomb. This was the news the Americans had been dreading. Their military supremacy, achieved through the Manhattan Project, was quickly fading.
This makes the problem of Western Europe and the United States far more serious than it was before, and perhaps makes the imminence of war greater.
Some thought their best course of action was to launch an unprovoked nuclear strike against the Soviets while they were still ahead. In the words of Navy Secretary Matthews, to become aggressors for peace. John von Neumann, the founder of game theory, said, "If you say, why not bomb them tomorrow? I say, why not bomb them today?
Whoa!
If you say today at 5 o'clock, I say, why not at 1 o'clock? Something needed to be done about nuclear weapons, and fast. But what? In 1950, the RAND Corporation, a US-based think tank, was studying this question. And as part of this research, they turned to game theory. That same year, 2 mathematicians at RAND had invented a new game, one which, unbeknownst to them at the time, closely resembled the US-Soviet conflict. This game is now known as the Prisoner's Dilemma. So let's play a game. A banker with a chest full of gold coins invites you and another player to play against each other. You each get 2 choices. You can cooperate or you can defect. If you both cooperate, you each get 3 coins. If one of you cooperates but the other defects, then the one who defected gets 5 coins and the other gets nothing. And if you both defect, then you each get a coin. The goal of the game is simple, to get as many coins as you can. So, what would you do? Suppose your opponent cooperates. Then you could also cooperate and get 3 coins. Or you could defect and get 5 coins instead.
Whoa!
So you are better off defecting. But what if your opponent defects instead? Well, you could cooperate and get no coins, or you could defect and at least get 1 coin. So no matter what your opponent does, your best option is always to defect.
Now, if your opponent is also rational, they will reach the same conclusion and therefore also defect.
As a result, when you both act rationally, you both end up in the suboptimal situation, getting 1 coin each, when you could have gotten 3 instead. In the case of the US and Soviet Union, this led both countries to develop huge nuclear arsenals of tens of thousands of nuclear weapons each, more than enough to destroy each other many times over.
But since both countries had nukes, neither could use them. And both countries spent around $10 trillion developing these weapons.
Wow.
Both would have been better off if they had cooperated and agreed not to develop this technology further. But since they both acted in their own best interest, they ended up in a situation where everyone was worse off. The Prisoner's Dilemma is one of the most famous games in game theory. Thousands and thousands of papers have been published on versions of this game. In part, that's because it pops up everywhere.
Impalas, living in between African woodlands and savannas, are prone to catching ticks, which can lead to infectious diseases, paralysis, even death. So it's important for impalas to remove ticks, and they do this by grooming. But they can't reach all the spots on their bodies, and therefore they need another impala to groom them. Now, grooming someone else comes at a cost. It costs saliva, electrolytes, time, and attention, all vital resources under the hot African sun, where a predator could strike at any moment. So for the other impala, it would be best not to pay this cost. But then again, it too will need help grooming. So all impalas face a choice. Should they groom each other or not? In other words, should they cooperate or defect?
Well, if they only interact once, then the rational solution is always to defect. That other impala is never going to help you, so why bother? But the thing about a lot of problems is that they're not a single prisoner's dilemma.
Impalas see each other day after day, and the same situation keeps happening over and over again. So that changes the problem. Because instead of playing the prisoner's dilemma just once, you're now playing it many, many times. And if I defect now, then my opponent will know that I defected, and they can use that against me in the future. So what is the best strategy in this repeated game?
The defecting over and over again when the other person doesn't? That's this one, by the way.
That is what Robert Axelrod, a political scientist, wanted to find out. So in 1980, he decided to hold a computer tournament.
He invited some of the world's leading game theorists from many different subjects to submit computer programs that would play each other.
Axelrod called these programs strategies. Each strategy would face off against every other strategy and against a copy of itself. And each matchup would go for 200 rounds. That's important, and we'll come back to it. Now, Axelrod used points instead of coins, but the payoffs were the same. The goal of the tournament was to win as many points as possible. And in the end, the whole tournament was repeated 5 times over to ensure the success was robust and not just a fluke. Axelrod gave an example of a simple strategy. It would start each game by cooperating and only defect after its opponent had defected twice in a row. In total, Axelrod received 14 strategies, and he added a 15th called Random, which...
Aww. We watched... I'll never be able to find where this was, but we watched the Sapolsky had like this whole lecture series on tit for tat, and he goes over a lot of these strategies that show up in Nature.
Then, in the 1970s, there was an economist at University of Michigan named Robert Axelrod, who revolutionized the entire field. What he did was he took some Paleolithic computer and programmed in how the prisoner's dilemma would be played.
Cute. Oh, it's the same thing. Wow.
And
what are the
he
chances?
Could program in as if there were 2 players, and he could program in what each one's strategy would be. And what he then did was he wrote to all of his buddies and all of his mathematician friends and prize fighters and theologians and serial murderers and Nobel Peace Prize winners, and in each case explain what was up and saying, what strategy would you use in a prisoner's dilemma game? And he gets them all back, and he programs all these different versions, and he runs a round-robin tournament. Every strategy is paired against every other strategy at one point or other, and you look at what the payoff is, you ask, which is the most optimal strategy? And out of it, shockingly to everyone, because this was a computer teaching us optimizing human behavior, out of it came one simple strategy that always outcompeted the others. This is people sitting there, probabilistic ones as to when to cooperate and lunar cycles as to what to do. The one that always won is now called tit for tat. You start off cooperating. In the very first round with the individual, you cooperate. If the individual has cooperated with you in that round, you cooperate in the next round. And you cooperate as long as the other individual cooperates. But as soon as there's a round where the individual cheats against you, you cheat against them the next time. If they cheated at you that time also, you cheat against them the next time. If they go back to cooperating, you go back to cooperating the next time. You have this tit-for-tat strategy. In the absence of somebody stabbing you in the back, you will always cooperate. And what they found was run these hundreds of thousands of versions of these round-robin tournaments, and tit-for-tat was the one that was most optimal. To begin to use a word that is not just going to be a metaphor, tit-for-tat always drove the other strategies into extinction. And what you wound up seeing is this optimized strategy. And it was very clear why tit-for-tat worked so well. Number one, it was nice. You start off cooperating. Number two, it retaliates if you do something crummy to it. Number three, it is forgiving if you go back to cooperating. Number four, it's clear-cut in its play. It's not some probabilistic thing. And what
the other person has to go back, right?
What you get then with tit for tat is, suppose you're playing 3 rounds with another individual, you both cooperate the first one, you both cooperate the next one, you're playing tit for tat strategy, so you cooperate on this one, and they stab you in the back, and you can't get back at them because this is the last round. What you'll see is under lots of circumstances, tit for tat is disadvantageous, but what the soundbite is about it is, tit for tat may lose the battles, but it wins all the wars. This pattern of being nice, but being retaliatory, being forgiving, and being clear in the rules drives all the other strategies into extinction.
I think it's just or maybe he'll explain this more here, but that's what this is.
It would start each game by cooperating, and only defect after its opponent had defected twice in a row. In total, Axelrod received 14 strategies, and he added a 15th called Random, which just randomly cooperates or defects 50% of the time. All strategies were loaded onto a single computer, where they faced off against each other. One of the strategies was called Friedman. It starts off by cooperating, but if its opponent defects just once, it will keep defecting for the remainder of the game. Another strategy was called Joss. It also starts by cooperating, but then it just copies what the other player did on the last move. Then around 10% of the time, Joss gets sneaky and defects. There was also a rather elaborate strategy called Grasscamp. This strategy works the same as Joss, but instead of defecting probabilistically, Grasscamp defects in the 50th round, to try and probe the strategy of its opponent and see if it can take advantage of any weaknesses. The most elaborate strategy was Name Withheld, with 77 lines of code. After all the games were played, the results were tallied up and the leaderboard established.
The crazy thing was that the simplest program ended up winning, a program that came to be called Tit for Tat.
Tit for Tat starts by cooperating, and then it copies exactly what its opponent did in the last move. So it would follow cooperation with cooperation and defection with defection. But only once. If its opponent goes back to cooperating, so does Tit for Tat. When Tit for Tat played against...
This is the Tit for Tat, is right here. That's what this is. And ideally, it can be this, too. If the other side is civil, then you're civil. These things, the infinite surrender, is a losing strategy. This is not the worst that it can be. This is the worst that it can be. Well, for one side. For the other side, it's not.
Friedman both started by cooperating, and they kept cooperating, both ending up with perfect scores for complete cooperation. When Tit for Tat played against Joss, they too started by cooperating, but then on the 6th move, Joss defected.
I don't understand what the actual thing they are strategizing for is. Well, they're strategizing for positive outcomes, and the positive outcome is reliant upon how the other person treats you. If another person treats you well, and then you treat them well, then both of you are in a cooperative relationship. If the other person takes advantage of you and steals something from you, then they might make off really well, but you're going to stop cooperating with them, and then now both of you are fucked. And it's only when one person goes back to treating you well that you go back to treating them well again. And that sort of reciprocal behavior is like hardcore evolutionarily, biologically enforced throughout tons of different species. You can find, I think Sapolsky, I think in his lecture series goes on a ton, you could like it, maybe even like funguses or whatever. Like you can find this type of evolutionarily cooperative behavior back and forth. But you can see obviously that that there are issues with the simplicity of the game. Right, which I say issues. I mean, obviously the people that made this are going to know, right? This relies, for instance, on information to be accurately gleaned from both sides. So, for instance, if you think the other side has been, tatting you when you've been tatting them, or if you think you've been titting them, but they've been titting you, like you have to be able to accurately see what both sides are doing as well, right?
When Tit for Tat played against Joss, they too started by cooperating, but then on the 6th move, Joss defected. This sparked a series of back and forth defections.
I don't know if this guy will get into it, for instance, but Tit for Tat is only the best strategy globally, assuming other people, I believe, are playing. No, other sort of strategies. If you're doing. No, hold on. I'm sorry. Forget what I just said. Tit for tat is always the best strategy, but you have to change up, because if you have like tit or whatever for tat, or if you allow another person to take advantage of you, then other strategies become optimal. I think Sapolsky talks about this. I don't know if I'll get into it in this, but like for instance, if you're playing against a player who's not using tit for tat, they're using something that's more forgiving. Or I'm sorry, you're using something that's more forgiving, then they will be able to take advantage of you more and drive your negatives deeper while they take more advantage of you. It's not a good strategy. It's not a moral strategy.
A sort of echo effect.
Okay, so now you've got this alternating thing, which will remind you of some of the politics of the world today, where we have to do something to you because of what you did to us. And then when this weird program throws in a second unprovoked defection, now it's really bad, because now both programs are going to defect on each other for the rest of the game. And that's also like some of the things that we're seeing in politics today and in international relations.
As a result of these mutual retaliations, both Tit for Tat and Joss did poorly.
But because Tit for Tat managed to cooperate with enough other strategies, it still won the tournament.
We're being joined.
Hey, my God, there's Professor Axelrod.
Hey, there's Mr. X.
What a treat this is.
I imagine initially.
Thank you. The oversimplification tricks people into thinking game theory is a solution. Reality is not like this. The calculation of Nash equilibrium is non-trivial in real life. Well, not only is it in real life, there's a ton of other things. I'm pretty sure game theory, like people think that Prisoner's Dilemma is game theory. I think Prisoner's Dilemma is like a very specific example of a very specific problem in game theory, but game theory is a whole branch of very complicated mathematics, right? Like if you know how Prisoner's Dilemma works, that doesn't mean you necessarily know anything at all about all of the maths involved around different aspects of game theory. But not to say that you shouldn't waste your time, like at least like understanding these concepts.
Initially, it'd be sort of like computer chess, where you need a pretty complicated program to play a sophisticated game. But in fact, it was not like that at all. It was the simplest strategy that did the best. So I analyzed how that happened.
Axelrod found that all the best performing strategies, including Tit for Tat, shared 4 qualities.
First, they were all nice, which...
Destiny, doesn't this only work if it's 3-1-5 ratio? What if it's more neutral? I don't know if Sapolsky alters the rewards. Maybe this guy will in this video. But if you alter the rewards and different things, then my guess is the behavior will change as well. So for instance, like, I shouldn't call mad tit for tat, but like, I believe that, for instance, nuclear powers, I think, are more forgiving of conflict than we think they are. People think that like nuclear powers, if one side blows up another side, they'll instantly nuke the other person. But because the punishment for nuclear warfare is so unbelievably negative, I think that there's like more like tit for tat. Like I think people would let somebody go pretty far before they would start pulling the trigger on nukes, because the punishment, the negatives on both sides there are really bad.
Just means they are not the first to defect. So
is this what Israel and Iran do? Yes. Actually, whenever you hear me talk about a lot of the bombings that were going on before, these were all tit for tat interactions. I think that you can probably generalize this to the country level for survival as well. This is why I said it's good. This is why it's good that, remember what I said before, for the information, the visibility is essential, right? And economics and behavior, whatever you're talking about, information, meaning like the ability for both sides to understand what's actually transpiring, is essential. If you don't know what's happening, then you're going to make decisions based off of information that might not be real. So it becomes much harder to predict the strategy unless you can predict how they're not perceiving the information. So when somebody bombs somebody, when we kill Soleimani or when we do something else, when Iran says, we are going to bomb your thing, when Russia is moving nukes around in the open, they're openly playing tit for tat. You killed our guy, we're going to bomb your shit. Right? That's why I said it's counterproductive. And I guess the public can't see this. The public thinks there's a way different game going on. But the scary thing would be if you attack some other large power and they don't respond and they don't say anything and you have no idea what's going on. But if you attack some other power and they start beating their chest or rattling their saber, we're going to bomb your base and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, this is good. It shows that everybody is still playing the tit for tat game. And ideally that's what you want. And this does happen in international military back and forths.
In retaliation. The opposite of nice is nasty. That's a strategy that defects first. So Joss is nasty. Out of the 15 strategies in the tournament, 8 were nice and 7 nasty. The top 8 strategies were all...
Do these theories take for granted that each side have similar facts, perspectives, and understandings for when a side is committed? This is just a model that works in a very basic level. As you start... Yes, taking it for granted is just too It's a binary option on each side. It's a 0 or a 1 on both sides that they're equally perceiving at all points in time. Obviously, this is simplified. But obviously, they know this is simplified, right? But you have to understand your abstract before you get into more particular examples.
Joss is nasty. Out of the 15 strategies in the tournament, 8 were nice and 7 nasty. The top 8 strategies were all nice, and even the worst performing nice strategy still far outscored the best performing nasty one. The second important quality was being forgiving. A forgiving strategy is one that can retaliate, but it doesn't hold a grudge. So tit for tat is a forgiving strategy. It retaliates when its opponent defects, but it doesn't let defections from before the last round influence its current decisions. Friedman, on the other hand, is maximally unforgiving.
After the first defection, just from the opponent would defect for the rest of the game. Okay, that's it. No mercy. And that might feel good to do, but it doesn't end up working out well in the long run.
This conclusion, that it pays to be nice and forgiving, came as a shock to the experts. Many had tried to be tricky and create subtle, nasty strategies to beat their opponent and eke out an advantage, but they all failed. Instead, in this tournament, nice guys finished first. Now, tit for tat is quite forgiving, but it's possible to be even more forgiving.
And then, despite what Red Pillars will tell you, this like perfectly maps onto a lot of the animal world as well, right? A lot of the alpha male behavior you see with, I think it's silverback gorillas and one other thing or whatever. Like a lot of the big animal groups, even amongst their leaderships, like there's a ton of pro-social behavior. There's a lot of like mutually beneficial stuff that's going on. It's not just one like god, wolf, king, whatever the fuck, bullying around everybody else. It's a lot of back and forth cooperative stuff. And that makes sense too for human civilization. Like hardcore specialization of labor, we all cooperate in different ways across massive projects. Like this is how so much of human society has been, pushed forward.
Axelrod's sample strategy only defects after its opponent defected twice in a row. It was tit for 2 tats. Now, that might sound overly generous, but when Axelrod ran the numbers, he found that if anyone had submitted the sample strategy, they would have won the tournament.
I mean, it's so clever. There's so many layers to this story. After Axelrod published his analysis of what happened, or circulated it among these game theorists, he said, now that we all know what worked well, let's try again.
So he announced a second tournament where everything would be the same except for one change, the number of rounds per game.
See, in the first tournament, each game lasted...
Ooh, I don't know what the answer to this is, but I've heard that maximally defeatist strategies work here because if you know that your opponent is going to backstab you on round 3, well, then you might as well backstab them on round 2, so they might as well backstab you on round 1. I don't know how that
precisely
works.
200 rounds. And that is important, because if you know when the last round is, then there's no reason to cooperate in that round, so you're better off defecting. Of course, your opponent should reason the same, and so they should also defect in the last round. But if you both anticipate defection in the last round, then there's no reason for you to cooperate in the second to last round, or the round before that, and so on all the way to the very first round.
And so in Axelrod's tournament, it was a very important thing that the players didn't know exactly how long they were going to be playing. They knew on average it would be 200 rounds, but there was a random number generator that prevented them from knowing with certainty.
Yeah, if you're not sure when it ends, then you have to kind of keep cooperating because it might keep going and you might need them on your side. Yeah. For this second tournament, Axelrod received 62 entries and again added random. The contestants had gotten the results and analysis
way back in the day. We recorded stuff like on tape, and then these were like put inside like these little we called them floppy disks. For my Zoomer audience that doesn't know what these are, when you click save on games and stuff and you see the little symbol pop up, it's a floppy disk. Okay, what could these store like 5 megabytes of
random? The contestants had gotten the results and analysis from the first tournament and could use this information to their advantage. This created 2 camps. Some thought that clearly being nice and forgiving were winning qualities, so they submitted nice and forgiving strategies. One even submitted tit for 2 tats. The second camp anticipated that others would be nice and extra forgiving, and therefore they submitted nasty strategies to try to take advantage of those that were extra forgiving. One such strategy was called Tester. It would defect on the first move to see how its opponent reacted. If it retaliated, Tester would apologize and play tit for tat for the remainder of the game. If it didn't retaliate, Tester would defect every other move after that. But again, being nasty didn't pay.
And once again, tit for tat was the most effective.
Nice strategies again did much better. In the top 15, only 1 was not nice. Similarly, in the bottom 15, only 1 was not nasty.
After the second tournament, Axelrod identified the other qualities that distinguish the better performing strategies.
The third is being retaliatory, which means if your opponent...
Wait, hold on. I haven't thought about this. I'm sorry. Am I retarded? What happens if you're doing tit for tat, but like you both start off opposite? You don't get locked in a death spiral, do you? Or is there a solution for that? What's this? Or is it assuming you both start off nice? Because if he gets fucked, now he's going to fuck him, and then he tries to play... You do get locked in a death spiral? He goes into it? Oh, okay.
When it defects, strike back immediately. Don't be a pushover. Always cooperate is a total pushover, and so it's very easy to take advantage of. Tit for tat, on the other hand, is very hard to take advantage of. The last quality that Axelrod identified is being clear.
Programs that were too opaque, that were too similar to a random program. You couldn't figure them out because they were so complicated. It was very hard to establish any pattern of trust with a program like that because you couldn't figure out what it was doing. Not you. I mean, the other programs it was playing couldn't figure them out. And so they would end up more or less defaulting to thinking every turn is like the last time I'm going to see you, so I might as well.
This plays into a lot of like learning and everything as well, right? Like if you're trying to learn a skill, it's important that you have positive feedback to show you exactly how your body or brain or your synapses are adapted to the thing you're learning. So like if you're playing a video game and you're trying to push a button and time something, it's good to have good feedback so that you can see that you're building on something that you can, engage in repetition and everything to learn some motor pathway or whatever. But if it's hard, like playing like a 1v1 game or a fighting game is easier to improve at, in my opinion, than playing like a team game. Because in a team game, it's harder to tell when you're making a mistake because the feedback isn't always, clear and obvious to you. Because it could be a teammate that's fucking up as opposed to you yourself.
As well defect. What to me is mind-blowing about this is that these 4 principles, being nice, forgiving, provocable, and clear, is a lot like the morality that has evolved around the world that is often summarized as an eye for an eye. It's not Christianity, by the way. It's not turn the other cheek philosophy. It's some older philosophy.
What's interesting is that while Tit for Tats would have won the first tournament, it only came 24th in the second tournament.
This highlights an important fact. In the repeated prisoner's dilemma, there is no single best strategy. The strategy that performs best always depends on the other strategies it's interacting with.
For example, if you put Tit for Tat in an environment with only the ultimate bullies of always defect, then Tit for Tat comes in last.
I wanted to see whether, for example, the Tit for Tat did well because it did well with really stupid rules that didn't do well at all themselves, that basically took advantage of people.
So he ran a simulation where successful strategies in one generation would see their numbers grow, and unsuccessful ones would see their numbers drop. In this simulation, the worst performing strategies quickly shrink and go extinct, while the top performing strategies become more common. Harrington, the only nasty strategy in the top 15, first grew quickly, but then as the strategies it was preying on went extinct, Harrington's numbers also quickly dropped.
Loser.
This shows a main benefit of this simulation because it tests how well a strategy does with other successful strategies.
After 1,000 generations, the proportions are mostly stable, and only nice strategies survive. Again, Tit for Tat comes out on top, representing 14.5% of the total population.
Now, this process may sound similar to evolution, but there is a subtle difference, which is that in this case there are no mutations, so it's actually an ecological simulation.
But what if the world you started in was different?
Imagine a world that is a really nasty place to live, more or less populated with players that always defect. Except there's a little cluster of tit-for-tat players that live in some kind of nucleus. And they get to play with each other a lot because they're geographically sequestered. They will start building up a lot of points, and also, because that translates into offspring, they'll start to take...
The amount of open, bloodthirsty posts I've seen from conservatives today is genuinely stunning. How can they complain about toxic rhetoric and violence and then be so openly bloodthirsty, depressing? Again, I don't like to sound like an asshole, but it all plays into this. There's a reason I drew this today. There's a reason I watch this now. The tit for tat thing is a very real back and forth. Tit for tat is what you saw when Asmongold said, I don't want to make this joke because I think Destiny's going to roast me for it, right? If a side is allowed to indefinitely take advantage of the other side with no repercussion or no payback, then they're going to continue to do it, and they probably should continue to do it because it's the advantageous strategy. And that's how conservatives have been acting in the United States for at least the last decade, if not more. There has to be a cost associated with your behavior. And this is, I said this, and I think I still probably believe this because we haven't nuked ourselves yet. The worst outcome of the 2024 election was legitimizing conservative behavior for the past 10 years. I still think it's probably the worst outcome of that election. It's the fact that you said it's okay to act in this cancerous of a manner, in this one-sided of a way, in this like horribly cancerous, detrimental to civility and everything else. Like it was the ultimate reward or canonization almost of that type of behavior.
Sequestered. They will start building up a lot of points, and also, because that translates into offspring, they'll start to take over the population. So, in fact, Axelrod showed that a little island of cooperation can emerge and spread, and eventually will take over the world, which is fantastic. How can cooperation emerge in a population of players who are self-interested, who are not trying to be good because they're good-hearted? You don't have to be altruistic. You could be looking out for number one, for yourself and your own interests, and yet cooperation can still emerge.
Some argue that this could explain how we went from a world full of completely selfish organisms, where every organism only cared about themselves, to one where cooperation emerged and flourished.
That's also why the view of trade is a zero-sum game, where every trade deficit represented somebody taking advantage of us and fucking us over is just an absolutely absurdly childish, stupid way to view the world economy and the U.S. economy.
From impalas grooming each other to fish cleaning sharks. Many life forms experience conflicts similar to the prisoner's dilemma, but because they don't interact just once, both can be better off by cooperating. And this doesn't require trust or conscious thought either, because the strategy could be encoded in DNA. As long as it performs better than the other strategies, it can take over a population.
Axelrod's insights were applied to areas like evolutionary biology and international conflicts. But there was one aspect that his original tournaments didn't cover. What happens if there is a little bit of random error in the game, some noise in the system? For example, one player tries to cooperate, but it comes across as a defection. Little errors like this happen in the real world all the time.
Like in 1983, the Soviet satellite-based early warning system detected the launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile from the US. But the US hadn't launched anything. The Soviet system had confused sunlight reflecting off high-altitude clouds with a ballistic missile. Thankfully, Stanislav Petrov, the Soviet officer on duty, dismissed the alarm.
But this example shows the potential costs of a signal error and the importance of studying the effects of noise on those strategies.
The word game sounds like it's a children's game, or there's something a misnomer maybe in calling it game theory, because these are life and death matters, obviously. And as you mentioned, that this came up in the Cold War. I mean, it could actually be life and death of the whole planet. We could annihilate humans.
Holy shit! That Russian guy, I just realized who he was. You know who that guy was? Do you know who that guy was? The fucking alarms are going off. People are screaming at him, they're getting nuked. This guy rolls over in bed and he hits him up with the nothing ever happens. He was literally this guy. The nothing ever happens guy. I doubt it. I don't think they're actually nuking us. No shot. And he went back to sleep.
Civilization. So these are not games in any kind of trivial sense. It's just the term that is used by mathematicians and theorists.
When tit for tat plays against itself in a noisy environment, both start off by cooperating. But if a single cooperation is perceived as a defection, then the other tit for tat retaliates, and it sets off a chain of alternating retaliations. And if another cooperation is perceived as a defection, then the rest of the game is constant mutual defection. Therefore, in the long run, both would only get a third of the points they would get in a perfect environment. Tit for tat goes from performing very well to performing poorly.
So how do you solve this? Well, you need a reliable way to break out of these echo effects. And one way to do this is by playing tit for tat, but with around 10% more forgiveness.
So instead of retaliating after every defection, you only retaliate around 9 out of every 10 times. This helps you break out of those echoes while still being retaliatory enough to not be taken advantage of.
And so we also ran the tournament with noise and generosity, and that did quite well. My favorite example is tit for tat does really well, but it could never do better than the player it's playing with.
I mean, think about it. By design, all they can do is lose or draw.
And yet, when the results of all interactions are tallied up, they come out ahead of all other strategies. Similarly, Always Defect can never lose a game. It can only draw or win. But overall, it performs extremely poorly. This highlights a common misconception, because for many people when they think about winning, they think they need to beat the other person. In games like chess or poker, this is true, since one person's gain is necessarily another person's loss, so these games are zero-sum.
But most of life is not zero-sum. To win, you don't need to get your reward from the other player. Instead, you can get it from the banker. Only in real life, the banker is the world. It is literally everything around you. It is just up to us to find those win-win situations and then work together to unlock those rewards. Cooperation pays, even among rivals.
From 1950 to 1986, the US and Soviet Union had trouble cooperating, and both kept developing nukes. But then, from the late 80s onwards, they started reducing their nuclear stockpiles.
They too had learned how to resolve conflict. Rather than making an agreement to abolish all nuclear arms at once and essentially turning it into a single prisoner's dilemma, they would disarm slowly, a small number of nukes each year. And then they'd check each other to see that they had both cooperated, and then repeat the year after, and the year after that, all along checking to ensure mutual cooperation. In the more than 40 years since Axelrod's tournaments, researchers have continued to study which strategies perform best in a variety of environments. In doing so, they varied everything from payoff structures to strategies to errors and more. Some even allow the strategies to mutate. While tit for tat or generous tit for tat doesn't always come out on top, Axelrod's main takeaways still hold. Be nice, forgiving, but don't be a pushover.
Can I ask you, why did Anatol Rappaport submit tit for tat?
Well, the reason was because I asked him to. and he wrote saying, yeah.
Oh, I had like a 1.9 mil hit on this, I think, option, but it was not.
1.9 mil.
What's up? What's up?
Hi, what's up? I'm just watching you streaming and memeing.
Yeah, I'm giving you a heads up though. I'm doing Gabba, so if you don't want to be associated with that, you could just not look at the screen and whatnot.
Doing what?
I'm doing Gabba. I'm just saying, like, so. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I don't want you to, like, you know.
Okay, thank you for the warning. Gambling triggers me a lot, so.
Well, I'm being sensible. I'm telling you, it's what it is.
Okay.
Okay. What did I say that set you off this time?
Okay, here's my issue. All right.
Here it comes. Say it.
Have you heard of Prisoner's Dilemma before?
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna act like I'm well versed, right?
Yeah.
But it's like fuck. I heard the exact example. It's like good. Yeah, it's like gotta do it. He's gonna do it. I gotta do it. It's like this gamified shit. No.
Yeah. So the issue is that over the past 10, 15 years in the United States, conservatives have been infinitely ramping up the violent rhetoric over and over and over again. But every time it happens, the casual centrist crowd, so the Joe Rogans or the Asmongold or people like you, seem to think that they're not doing this at all, and all of the violence is only coming from the left.
Well, and I have never portrayed my audience ever like that. And I've never postured myself like that ever.
Okay. Do you agree that most of the violent rhetoric right now is coming from Donald Trump and the right?
As in what?
As in, when Donald Trump, somebody tried to shoot at him, Biden came out and made a speech, and Biden said, everybody needs to calm down. This isn't okay. We don't shoot our opponents. But when Donald Trump made a speech yesterday, he blamed the radical left Democrats, even though we have no idea who the fucking shooter even is.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll agree to that. Just to continue the conversation, I think I feel like I think it like putting these things like that or whatever. I'm not in the field of politics, whatever, of like finding out who's more at fault or not at fault or whatever. I don't really care about that. I think the whole thing is senseless and dog shit. That's where I'm at.
Isn't that like literally the most retarded opinion to have, though?
I don't think
if somebody killed somebody else and they said it was in self-defense, isn't it kind of important to figure out what the fact of the matter is before you know if they had the right to kill somebody or not?
I mean, I mean, I think now we're like going away from like
not going away from anything. I'm just saying.
I'm
just saying that
topic of what just happened.
I'm saying that
there's no justification of murder. It's not. There's no.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that if in a case where somebody kills somebody else, if somebody were to claim self-defense, it's important to know the fact of the matter, right? You wouldn't just say, oh, well, you should never kill anybody if somebody killed somebody in, we'll say, in the Rittenhouse circumstance or in some police shooting or whatever else, right? You kind of need to know the facts of the matter to have an opinion
in
on.
a scenario like that, yes, but
okay.
I don't think that we're even approaching that. But go ahead.
You don't think we're you don't think we're at a state right now in the United States of America where Donald Trump is making threats to states to send in the National Guard, where he's already forcibly deployed the National Guard in states and then the Marines to California, when has the feds running around arresting people in masks, when we have Alligator Alcatraz down in Florida, when we've invoked the Alien Enemies Act to deport Venezuelans with no due process, when we're showing videos of blowing up boats in the ocean and bragging about murdering 11 people who we think were drug dealers with no due process or any investigation at all, when we're talking about paying $10 million rewards to arrest foreign leaders in Venezuela, you don't think we're there yet? When we just named the Department of Defense the Department of War to show how epic it is, when we make jokes about invading Greenland or the Panama Canal, when we brag about successfully bombing places in Iran.
So if I agree with you on everything like that, right?
Sure.
It doesn't take away from anything that I've said or how I've conducted myself around the topic of what just happened. I think they're two separate topics.
Do you understand how infuriating it is when one side is saying this over and over and over again? We'll never back off a single point. We'll never
It's
apologize.
infuriating, but you have to be better. If
No.
you don't like what they're doing, you have to be better. Is what it is.
Okay.
Just be better.
If you and me both have a log that we're trying to set on fire, you're holding a match and I'm holding a match, would you just tell me to extinguish my match and the log won't catch fire? Does it work that way? You understand that doesn't do anything, right? It has to be both sides. It can't just be one side. If one side does it, then they just go extinct. That's not a winning strategy. There's nothing moral about that. If anything, it's immoral to do that, right?
But for me, it's more about the use of language and dialogue and all that.
Wait. Use of language and dialogue. Who is the most divisive political leader right now when it comes to language and dialogue?
So you want me to say Donald Trump? I'll say Donald Trump.
Okay. How many times has Asmongold or you said Donald Trump needs to stop?
Well, I say this all the time.
Donald Trump needs to stop. Not everybody and the left. Not everybody and the radical left. Donald Trump needs to stop.
Yo. What we know it doesn't. That's not at all. Bro, I'm always critical of everybody's dialogue.
Donald
even the people
Trump,
that you think.
If I went to during the Warsaw Ghetto Massacre, if I went in and I saw the Jews fighting the Nazis, I was like, okay, all of you guys need to chill. Wouldn't that be really fucking retarded? Wouldn't it be really stupid of me to say that?
Please don't throw some like historical or political references or whatever that I'm supposed to know. Like,
if I
bro,
walked into a house and there was some guy was fighting against 10 other dudes who were all trying to stab him to death, and this one guy had like a knife and he was trying to fight back, and I walked in and was like, hey, I think both sides here need to stop. Wouldn't that be really dumb? If one side was constantly ratcheting it up over and over and over again, and one side was constantly throwing more and more oil onto the fire,
but this point it kind of loses value, whatever, right? When it's about doing the act, though, that's the difference where it's at, right?
Why? How?
Well, I'm just saying, in this instance, somebody actually does that. They do that, like they do the murder thing. That's no good.
Sure, but that's done, right? We want to stop future murders, right? So if we could only control one person's actions today to stop future murders, who's the one person that we would want to tell everybody to calm the fuck down the most?
Okay, so go mega hard on the people that do the acts and be very vocal about it instead of stirring the pot of like, no, they should be speaking about this, they should be speaking about that, they shouldn't be going around the pot. How about you be really harsh about people that do the murders and do the
fuck
weird...
that. No, what a waste of time. No, we don't elect the president of the United States for every single person in the United States to act completely free and independent of what every other person says. There are thought leaders, there are political leaders, there are leaders of movements in this country. Why would we assume that every single individual person needs to be controlled and like, we would talk to the people that lead the country, wouldn't we? In that case, you don't care that Hassan says crazy shit, or you shouldn't get mad at me for making an edgy joke. Then apparently nothing we say matters. We should just go to the murderers themselves. Not to mention that's always retrospective, so we can only react to murders. We can't prevent any of them. Why is it so hard for you to just say, if Hillary Clinton or if Biden were president right now, would it be this hard for you to say, wow, Biden or Hillary really shouldn't say this shit, and they should tell the left to calm the fuck down? Would you really have the same position?
Absolutely.
I don't believe you.
What? Bro.
I don't believe you because it's such an obvious that if you get, I don't care what you get called. I don't care what you get called. In any world, it would be so obvious to an impartial observer that Donald Trump, who has stoked the flames in real ways, like pardoning people that have committed crimes for him on his behalf, in implicit ways, like inviting people to do crimes, like when he invites people to the Capitol to overthrow the fucking government, and then in rhetorical ways, when he's constantly making jokes about putting Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad and Second Amendment jokes and everything else, right? This guy should probably calm the fuck down.
I agree with all that, and I think that's dangerous language. And I am always vocal about dangerous language and loaded.
I'm not talking about dangerous language. I'm talking about a person who's doing it. Nothing you say matters if you're not willing to call out the person doing it.
Okay, then I think I'm a pretty good actor on that front. I think people will mostly agree with that.
So I can find a single example of you saying Donald Trump really needs to fuck off with this. He needs to stop. Donald Trump, not everybody.
1,000,000%. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
The fuck is that? I have something on the case and then you can go find one. I mean,
I've never heard it before. Maybe it has happened somewhere. I've never heard you say that in my entire life. I've certainly never heard
1,000,000%.
say it. Okay. If that is
Donald Trump, you act like I'm not critical of this guy. Like I'm associated. Like most of what he says is fucking brain dead. Most of the dialogues and lines of the talking are like some sub-zero IQ shit.
No.
Most of it.
No, you're doing it right now, and you don't even realize you're doing it. It's not brain dead, and it's not sub-zero IQ. It's evil. It's driving people to violent action. It's encouraging violence. It's inviting violence. That's not just stupid. You're downplaying it right now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to retell the dialogue for this one specific argument. I use that as an example. I do that as a pattern of behavior. Don't retwist this as no. This is different. No. You ask me if I ever do this. I give you an example of how I do that. Don't revert back to the main topic and be like, oh, gotcha. What a stupid fucking thing you're doing right now. Like, what problem with your IQ? Did it fall off your fucking shoulders or what? Your brain's cooked. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're just backtracking for no reason.
Who's backtracking?
You backtracking for no reason.
I didn't backtrack.
Why?
Because you said that Trump was retarded, and I'm trying to tell you it's not that he's just stupid. It's that his language, his rhetoric is leading to violence, like in a very real and predictable and obvious way.
You can't change the timeline and say, name me a thing where you've done that, and now you're doing this. Like, you can't just swap the fucking timeline on me and be go, gotcha. Like,
No, I just said, do you call out Trump? And you said, well, yeah, I think I call him out all the time. I say he's retarded or sub-zero IQ. I was like, it's not that he's retarded. I'm not asking you to say he's stupid. I'm saying, you have to call out that his rhetoric leads to violence.
Yeah. I call it doing dangerous language and stupid lines of dialogue and deliberately irresponsible. And yes, I use those words all the time. It's not some crazy new thing for me. Like, what?
Okay. Do you acknowledge that, like, right now, the right is driving up right now? Like, they're all praying for some kind of like left, like, counterattack. They want like the right to assassinate somebody, right? Including Donald Trump. Donald Trump is doing that.
I see all of them, and it's fucking weird.
Why weird? It's not weird. It's horrible. It's terrible. What do you say? Hassan is weird when he's fucking supporting terrorism? Like, why the weak language? It's not weird. It's horrible. It's abhorrent. It's irresponsible. It's insanity. It's calling for basically violence. I've seen like 20 different right-wingers on fucking Twitter today on their mainstream media and alternative media platforms all calling for violence.
Yeah. So I'm having a casual conversation with you and not using the exact word that is of that nature. You act like I'm doing this deliberately, and it's like, oh no, dude, I use the terminology correctly all the fucking time. And people show you examples. Buddy, it's actually inside out of everybody, right? That you think that I'm not like this. When I'm one of the most anti-violence person you probably know of.
Being anti-violence isn't a virtue. When one side is doing it more than the other, what you're saying is just empty. You're better off saying nothing. You're hurting more than helping. When you come into a situation where one side is being 90% of the violence and the other side is 10%, and you're like, I just want everybody to calm down. You're not helping. You're hurting at that point. You're feeding into the delusion that the right wing wants everybody to believe that it's like either both sides. They don't even say both sides. They just say it's always the left.
I disagree. I disagree. If you make it a point, to always call out whatever the side it is, whatever and to always sound business about the topic. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to fucking conduct yourself in that way without being a virtue cucklord. What about it? It's not some. How is that hard to understand?
You have to understand that when you say that, you're just supporting the person who's winning. It's a status quo reinforcement, if you don't realize it. If you go to Ukraine, Russia, and you're one of the people who's like, I just want the violence to stop. Who gets mad at that and who loves that? Russia loves that, and the Ukrainians get mad at that. What do you mean you just want the violence to stop? Fuck you, we've lost half our country. If you go to Israel, Palestine, you say, we just want the violence to stop. Who gets mad at that, right? The Palestinians say, we don't even do violence. That's all Israel. Fuck you guys. They're stealing our shit, right?
So how is your behavior a solution then? You're saying a lot of problems, not a solution.
The solution
how is your behavior a solution?
I can tell you, the solution is the right has to disavow their end. It's so obvious that when you look at what's going on, Donald Trump should be able to come out and say, hey, everybody, all of us, we're all being fucking insane, and everybody needs to calm the fuck down. Without saying Joe Biden, without saying the radical leftist Democrats, without even knowing who the fuck the shooter is, Donald Trump should very easily be able to say, everybody needs to calm the fuck down right now. He can't do that. Not only do they not disavow what they do, he constantly forgives it, and the whole right constantly make excuses for it. They don't know anything that they do.
Agreed. And does that fix the problem?
No, but it's better for both sides to be violent than to just sit there and endure the violence, because that just leads to a total eradication of your side.
So do you make it a point for you? Let's say, because if you're going to hold people to a standard, you have to hold yourself to the same standard, right? Mm-hmm. Do you make to denounce people that use bad language, the fucking leftist radical fucking dog shit call for violence? Do you make it a point for you to call these people out there when they do this shit? Is that what you stand on? Do you actually do that?
Generally, yeah. Less so now, though. Not when the Republicans are doing it. I think it's immoral to sit there and hand wring on the left. Now my statement is, I don't think anyone on the left should say shit about it until Donald Trump does.
So for everybody, it's no, they have to do it like that. But for you, it's now it's this, but now it's that. So how don't they get that shield and that grace or that charitability, right? But that you're giving yourself. Why don't they get to have that?
They've had that charitability for 5 years. What are you talking about? They've had the charitability for 3 election cycles, and they've done nothing with it. Even today, they will not call out their side ever. They deny it even happens. They think that Jan 6 was a Fedsurrection. The Minnesota lawmaker that just got killed, like a month ago or 2 months ago, they said that person was killed by a radical leftist. It wasn't. It was conservative. Both the guys that tried to kill Trump were probably conservative. At least one of them was.
Don't do this thing. Don't
See,
do
you're
that.
doing
Don't
it
do
right
this.
now. You're doing it right now. At least admit it. At least admit it.
Politics,
Good.
fucking
Call it what you
bullshit,
want.
dumbassery.
Call it what you want. But if you're watching me or Hassan or you or Aiden, yeah, do it, dude. That's great. I know it's epic for you. It's epic. It's epic. I hope that you repeat the video of one of us getting our fucking heads blown off, and you sit here and you do the same both sides shit. It's such it's the most cucked fucking position in the world. You're such a fucking loser. Holy shit.
So you're gonna say probably Republican, but you're gonna mad at somebody if somebody says, well, probably a trans shooter. What's the difference? You're making a pattern to do this shit language.
I know that you and Train like to victimize yourself all the time. Do you know what I'm perm banned for from Twitch on? Hold on. What do you think I'm perm banned from Twitch for? X, you're really going to use this on me?
Attack my argument. Attack my argument.
Your argument is that I wouldn't call out trans people for being crazy? Remind me what I'm perma banned from Twitch from again.
No. I said that is not what I said. I said you're doing this. Probably a guy of this side, whatever, right?
We're having, by the way, that's what I call it at the beginning of the conversation, that you don't want to address the facts.
Fucking rhetoric if people were saying, yo, probably a trans shooter, but like they always do. Like,
I'm not aware of.
Shield
I'm not
and a
aware.
pass.
It's not a shield and a pass. I'm not aware of there being like radical trans violent groups of people. If there were, I'd probably tell them to not do that. I'm not aware of this huge movement of like trans radicalist violent people. I'm sorry, do these people exist somewhere and I've missed them? I feel like I fought with every fucking trans group on the fucking internet. Am I just missing these people?
Did you misunderstand what I said? What I said is people use these rhetorics all the time, but for you it's okay to say, oh, probably a Republican. I think there's a pattern of behavior. It is a shit to do that. Wanna know why? Because you would probably get mad, as respectfully so, right? If people said, oh, probably another trans shooter, right? You would call them out if they said shit like that, right?
No.
But
X.
Okay.
X, it's cause and effect. People are not randomly doing acts of violence against the left for random reasons. The guy that showed up at the Pelosi household said that he got radicalized first watching Gamergate videos and then started rattling off a bunch of right-wing QAnon conspiracy theories. The people that showed up at Jan 6 were there because Donald Trump called them to be there to protest the outcome of the election because he said it was fucking rigged. The guy that just got convicted today said that he thought that he needed to make an assassination plot to shoot up 4 Democratic lawmakers because he lost his election in New Mexico. He said it's because he thought the election was rigged. These are all Republican talking points. It's not random. You're acting like any random shooter is just a random guy that does random things for random reasons. It's not the case. It's very predictable where a lot of it is coming from. The guy that mailed out pipe bombs to 12 different Democratic people, George Soros, the Clintons, the Obamas in 2018, was a QAnon or Donald Trump fan.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you're making it a side thing. So you're saying that this is not a thing that the left constantly prays and preaches this like this act of violence, but it gives me a W. Fuck it, we're gonna catch a W. Luigi fucking is my hero type shit. You don't think this is a narrative that's constantly being portrayed all the time, and that's fine?
I don't think the Luigi stuff was good, but there aren't lawmakers on the left. You think that the left is Hassan Piker, who's an actual terrorist fuck. No Democratic lawmakers are celebrating this. You're comparing the Republican Congress and the Republican president to 11 follower accounts on Twitter called "Give Me My Hormone 6969."
Nope. In this particular case, in this particular type of problem, inaction is just as bad as action. It is just as, because you're cashing in the W when it's your side gets a kill count plus 1 kill, but it's your side that got that. Oh, I don't know what that is. It's probably a misfire. The bullet landed on his head. Oh, guys, it's probably an accident.
You know what?
Some people maybe celebrating and misfired his gun. Oh my God, moving on. Right?
Okay, sanity check. Sanity check. How many? Hold on. How many people did Donald Trump pardon for the J6 thing? It was all of them, right? How many people did Biden pardon for the BLM riots?
Brother, you're doing this presidency cocked-lordery. Because Donald Trump won and knocked Kamala.
Because real life isn't just the Twitter accounts you see.
Why are you always reverting back to what Donald Trump is doing?
Oh my God.
Bro, it's one elderly fucking, like...
You're so cocked. It's actually so cocked. Is it a requirement? What is the visa you're on? Is it the fucking sperm swallow visa that you have to suck off at least 10 conservatives in order to be down here in the United States? What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, I hold the president of the United States. The president of the United States is more important with what he says than random fucking Twitter accounts. How is that really hard to understand?
Oh my God, Jesus Christ. So if you were to put a placeholder, let's say fuck it. Kamala is in the president. She won. Make history different. And she calls out the violence all the time. This shit suddenly stops and then what? The growing culture
yes, it would
of
probably
violence?
lower a lot. Yes. Why do you think that all of the massive protests did you know that? Here's a fun stat: 7 of the largest protests in U.S. history, 7 out of the last 10 of them, happened under Donald Trump's presidencies. Do you think it's random? Do you think that just happened to be by chance? This is a guy saying he could stop the invasion in Ukraine and he can't stop mass protests and riots in the United States? Tell me that's random before you say the next dumb thing. Just say at least, no, that was probably all random. That was just random. There was nothing Trump could have done about that.
What was random?
The fact that all the violent rioting, all of the fucking shit that's happening in our country, that so much of it is happening under Donald Trump. Do you think that's random? Do you think that Trump and Biden were just as inflammatory as each other?
Wait, I'm so confused. What is it? Is it statistically more violent things happening under Trump? What's happening?
I'm saying that of the last 10 huge protests, largest protests in U.S. history, 7 of them happened under Trump's presidency over the last 3 terms, and we're only 1 year into this one. Not even.
I think using a data sample of that size is genuinely irresponsible. I think it's irresponsible.
Okay, how would you measure it? How do you want to measure it? Politicians killed? Plots thwarted? Attempted political assassinations? Which one do you want to use? Tell me which one you want to use.
So
I'll
what
run
you're
them
saying?
down. What I'm
so
saying
what you're saying is that
Sorry, go ahead, Mike,
the right is speaking words I don't like and having narratives I don't like, but the left is the one carrying out actions of terrorism. So the right is wrong. But if they just spoke better, it would all stop. Brother. It's like you moved to California again and you're eating the utopia pill. Like you have it all the way up your asshole. It's so stupid. It's brain dead. It's uneducated, and it's because you're portraying these narratives like it's the truth. It's insane. You've lost your mind.
So nothing any of our leadership says, none of that matters. It doesn't influence any behavior whatsoever. You don't think? It doesn't play into it at all. Despite the fact that all the people that commit these crimes say they did it because of QAnon, because of Donald Trump, because of the election fraud, because of the guy that just shut up the CDC, because of the COVID vax lies. None of that matters. Even though the people committing the crimes are telling you why they're doing it, they're actually all wrong. But XTC, you're right. It's just random.
I feel like it's how would you say result based. It's very result based thinking.
So then why are you telling anybody to not say anything at all? Why did Charlie Kirk just get killed then? Let's assume it was a left-wing shooter. That was just a random act of violence then? Why say anything at all? Why bother telling people to adjust their rhetoric at all if none of it actually matters?
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Like if Hassan should be able to say whatever he wants, I should be able to make whatever jokes I want. Why should any of it matter online then? If what the president of the United States says doesn't influence people's actions, then why should anybody give a fuck about the violent rhetoric they use anywhere?
Well, I'm trying to unpack that real quick. Oh yeah, I mean that makes sense. That has validity. I absolutely agree that all these things should absolutely change. I was always on this on your camp on that it's all incredibly dangerous. All that is absolute dog shit. But you have to make an effort to denounce and condemn the one that actually fires the gun. That is the problem.
That's not the problem, though. You think it's a problem, but it's not. Every large media outlet and lawmaker on the left has unequivocally called it out as bad. Every person on the right is calling for fucking war and vengeance.
Oh my... see, that's the utopia pill. I feel like you have... This is like...
What's the utopia pill? What's the utopia pill? What do you mean by that?
It's the leftist dumb fuck colored glasses. The left is calling this out. No, they have not. Bro, the way that they portray these things that happen...
Click this and show your stream. Click this and show your stream, and then you can find counterexamples. I got nothing else to do tonight. Go ahead. Click this, show your stream, and let's just walk through both pictures. And then you can do all the counterexamples you want, okay?
Yeah, I'm looking at your picture. What about it?
Left. Click the left one. On the top left, we've got former President Barack Obama. We've got former President Joe Biden. We've got huge international mainstream media figure Mehdi Hassan. Bottom left, alternative left-wing media figure Cenk Uygur. We've got hopeful presidential candidate, current Senator Bernie Sanders. We've got Mamdani from New York City. We've got California Governor Gavin Newsom. We've got David Hogg, who is a DNC chair. We've got a representative, Pramila Jayapal, I can't pronounce her name. Huge center-left media figure Brian Tyler Cohen. Center-left media figure David Pakman, some of the largest people on the left wing on YouTube. We've got Crystal Ball. We've got Brian Krasenstein, huge fucking, Twitter lord, Hutch, fellow Twitch streamer for you. Okay, go to the next fucking picture. What do we have from these people? These are some of the biggest right-wing accounts. You think that this is comparable? You think that both sides are doing the same thing? I can send you videos of people on the Daily Wire. We can go through Matt Walsh's response, where he says the time for playing nice is over. We can go through Ben Shapiro's response.
What you did,
what
you did unironically, you sat there at your computer and you linked me this shit that compares Barack Obama to the libs of TikTok. I have had enough with your stupid dog shit.
Who is the video? Who is the guy?
I can't do it.
Who is the guy? Who is the guy in the top middle? Who is who is that guy? What's that video of? Who is that? Did he walk away? We can wait. Well, I can just play this for his chat next, actually. Hold on. How do I route this into my microphone?
24 hours.
This is retweeted from the Daily Wire account, which is the largest right-wing alternative media outlet in the United States. And it is a statement, part of a statement from Matt Walsh, who's one of the largest right-wing alternative media figures in the United States.
For hours, I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murder. Over the past 24 hours, I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murderous hatred against people like Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk specifically. Now saying that we need to turn down the temperature and start having conversations. Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left, and you killed him for it.
Yeah, I'm back.
You're killing
Sorry, I had
us
to go deflect some money.
in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates in Charlie Kirk. You have been openly cheering for and celebrating and encouraging.
We're just listening. We're listening to the statement that was made by the largest alternative media right-wing platform right now on the internet. Hold on, it's like 30 more seconds. 1 sec.
Political violence for years. Antifa,
Is it end
BLM.
wokeness?
What?
Is it end wokeness? Or is it libs of TikTok?
It's Matt
What is
Walsh
it?
from the Daily Wire.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Well-funded, highly orchestrated, widespread movements based in and fueled by violence. You made a hero out of Luigi Mangione. And you celebrate Charlie's death even now. It's too late to turn the temperature down. This is not a time to hold hands. It's a time for justice. It is a time for good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail for the sake of our country and for our families and our children and for Charlie.
What do you think he means when he says that? The time for talking is over.
What it means is I'm going to use this opportunity when the temperature is hot to get what I actually want in all this, and to fight back and get retaliation and revenge, and I'm a pussy, and I disagree with that. I disagree. That's what I hear is this bullshit.
You're disagreeing with that's the largest right-wing alternative media outlet.
Well, I don't give a fuck what he says. I don't give a fuck what anybody on the right or the left says.
That's fine. But I'm saying
everybody's deliberately stupid. Everybody's deliberately.
Everybody. Find me a left-wing account doing this. That is like a reputable figure on the left, like a large left-wing media account, like a media person, not just like random Twitter people.
So the reason why I said earlier, you're wearing these utopic glasses, or whatever, and you're always having these labels for others, but not you. It's this: give me a big account, left, state representative, official, massive, huge, and famous. But you, right? When you make an argument, it's libs of TikTok and wokeness, dumb fuck Christopher Ruffalo, what is the some random Twitter cuck. How come?
Hold on.
Why
First
are
of
the
all,
standards so high?
first of all,
for the left, look for the right. It's whatever. We'll use whatever we
First of
find
all,
on Twitter.
number one. First of all, number one. Okay, I didn't make this compilation. I was more leaning on the first image than the second image. But number two, even at that second image you have, that guy in the top right there, Elon Musk, is the owner of the platform and the richest man in the world, and was in the fucking White House. I noticed you didn't read his name. That bottom right person, Laura Loomer, people don't know if it's lip injections or the fact that she's had her mouth on Trump's cock for so long that makes those lips so fucking big. But this bitch is in the White House every other fucking month giving guidance to the President of the United States, and she's currently on a doxing spree right now on Twitter for people that she is accusing of supporting violence. I can give you more. We just listened to Matt Walsh from the Daily Wire. I can read you out tweets from fucking Stephen Miller, who is the fucking deputy chief of staff in the White House office, who's literally fucking Hitler 2.0. Our hearts are shattered. America's lost one of its greatest champions. All of us now must dedicate ourselves to defeating the evil that stole Charlie from this world. What do you think he means by that? There's a much longer tweet from his figure if you want. I've got a tweet from Nancy Mace, not a tweet, a video of her, who's a sitting congressperson. If you want, we can listen to what she says. I can play you that one next if you want. You can soy the fuck out over the fact that this guy included a lot of some of the largest Twitter accounts that are constantly interacted with by large right-wing figures. But we can find lawmakers and yeah, go ahead. Repeat the same retarded shit you just said in the face of everything I just told you. Go ahead, say it again. Pretend that I just gave you random Twitter accounts when I just rattled off 5 massive. Oh, okay, go ahead.
I agreed that everybody that's doing this shit.
Not everybody. Oh, there it is. Everybody. True.
Okay. I forgot what you had to do.
Can you admit there were some Jews? There were some Jews in the Holocaust that probably deserved it, right? I'll admit that. There probably were some piece of shit. There were probably some Jews. Say it. Just say it. Let me hear it. There were probably some Jews in the Holocaust that should have been fucking murdered. Okay, there were probably some. Statistically speaking, there has to have been.
Look at my POV.
There has to have been at least like 5 or 10. Come on.
I'm looking at the screen.
But I know at least a couple Jews.
I'm looking at the screen with right-wing Andy. When I say everybody. And I'm looking at the screen. What I meant. Sorry, I need to use my words here with you today because today, Jan, you're very fragile. The right-wing Andes, the big political figures on the right, are deliberately using dangerous language in a retaliatory manner to get payback for the act against one of their own. It's absolutely abysmal. It's awful. It's satanic. Boom. That's it.
Cool.
End story.
Okay.
I agree 100%.
Cool. Oh, that's good.
All the people are wrong. They're so wrong. It's disgusting.
Sure, that's fine.
Fuck all of them.
Every single event in the past decade has looked like this, with every single person on the left constantly saying this isn't good, no violence, we can't do this, and every single person on the right saying, actually, that wasn't even us. We didn't do that. That was a Fedsurrection. That was Fauci and the COVID vaccine. That guy was crazy, and we disavowed them. We don't even know that. There's Paul Pelosi's gay lover, and we don't know who mailed those pipe bombs. And the guy who shot him was maybe a secret liberal.
Okay.
So when it's one side doing it over and over and over again, and you come in and you say both sides need to calm down, and then the left says both sides need to calm down, and the right says we're going to war, baby.
Not my argument. My argument is that people have gamified their language. People have gamified their influence, and they're finding ways at which it is effective so their shit actually happens the way they want it to happen. And the reality is that this is what the right does, and I agree. What the left does, I think, is also satanic and abysmal, is the downplaying of violence, the ignoring acts of violence, downplaying arson and firebombing as protests is fucking looting and blowing cars up as being a legal demonstration. That's also the problem. They're both.
It's not.
It's awful. But you don't declare that.
No, the difference. X.
I'm gonna make a joke on Twitter to get some likes about this.
I already asked you the difference, X. The difference is that for Biden to get elected, Biden had to say that the rioting that happened over the BLM riots was bad, and he said that. And when Biden came into office, you know what he didn't do? He didn't pardon every single BLM rioter. When Trump came into office, he pardoned every single Jan 6er, even the people who were convicted of seditious treason. Do you see do you understand the difference there?
So what you're saying is that one villain stands on business and the other one doesn't, and that's somehow a way to make one better than the other. It's both awful.
No, one side is inviting violence and the other side is trying to tone it down. And it's constantly that dynamic. It is always Trump stoking the flames. It is always Trump telling people to be more violent. It is always Trump denying that anything even happened. Oh, they were good people on both sides. I don't know anything about...
Hold on. I'll make a good argument. I want you to try to break this down and give him an argument the validity that it deserves, okay? This, I've always said this. I don't know this very often, but I think about it a lot. This is like exactly how a Counter-Strike lobby is when there's a cheater. It is the exact same thing. If you are playing in a game and you're queuing with a cheater, right? And everybody else is cheating, right? And you don't denounce it, you don't say, oh, fuck this guy, you don't report him, you don't kick him, you don't ban him, you just, guys, oh, he's on my side, he's killing everybody, and I'm winning the game? I don't even know. Maybe he's cheating, I don't know. I just like playing with him, haha. And you know, over and over again, you are constantly green lighting the act, and you're reinforcing the thought that this is okay to do. And
Who
we'll
is
do
green?
that.
There are not large
The
figures
left
on the left.
does that all the time.
X, give me
They
an example.
cash in
Who
the W
on
because
the left?
cheaters are
Who
on
on the left is greenlighting this behavior? There are not large figures on the left doing this. It's crazy people
who
on Twitter and
don't
Hassan.
denounce act of violence.
Who does?
Bro,
What I'm telling you is, if you look at the leadership on the left, if you look at the media, if you look at the lawmakers, if you look at the presidents, the left doesn't do this. The right does.
Oh. You again?
Give me one example. Just one example. One example.
It is the
One example.
Like what? Gavin Newsom, whoever the fuck mayor of whatever city. Bro, it's like, oh, this event isn't some. Let me guess. Oh, this is a good one. Let me guess. It's not some arson or acts of violence. This is people demonstrating their right to freedom and what.
Gavin Newsom, absolutely. You're such a ghoulish fuck. Gavin Newsom absolutely never said that. Find me the fucking tweet where he said that when he encouraged violence in LA, Gavin told the feds to fuck off because they had it handled. And he told people that he wouldn't accept violent rioting, and they arrested motherfuckers that were violent rioting. Where are you talking about the shit that just happened in the last few months when the president of the United States deployed the National Guard illegally, by the way, against the will of the sitting governor, by the way, with 600 additional Marine reinforcements, by the way, when California themselves and LA said they had it handled. You're taking a situation where the president was unhinged, was out of pocket, was against the law, and was acting as a fucking dictator, and you're spinning this as though Gavin Newsom did something wrong? Do you understand how absolutely fucking brain broken you are? Right? Like, even worse than the normal Quebecois who happens to be in the US, like, sitting here. Do you understand how I need you to admit? No, you're not standing up business. It's the most fucking retarded shit I've ever heard you say in my entire life. It's so fucking retarded. Find me the tweet. Find me where Gavin was saying it was okay for the rioting to happen. I'll wait. I got nothing to do. Go. Do it. Or someone in your chat can find it. I want to see it.
What are you talking about? I wasn't even speaking about that either. You went on a tangent for no reason. The wording, the portrayal, avoiding the actual issue, not saying.
Avoiding what issue?
Oh my fucking god.
Gavin directly disavowed the rioting. He said it was bad. He said they were going to arrest people for doing it. What are you talking about?
We're going to arrest people that do this, guys. We don't like this over here, guys.
Yeah, he said that. They did it. He said that and they did it.
Okay.
You acknowledge it at the same time. Donald Trump was illegally sending the
I'm
military to California.
I'm not going to convince you. I'm not going to convince you.
Yeah, because it's the facts. I know. On the facts suck. Facts are annoying.
No,
but this is,
I'm never going to convince you.
The next guy that you see dying, please don't fucking pretend that you give a fuck, okay? Play the clip a few times, get some fucking laughs, go and fucking virgin. Don't pretend you actually give a fuck about any of this shit. Because you guys are the problem. It is your fault. It is your fault. People like you and Asmongold are the worst.
I am the most consistent anti-vaccine you'll ever find.
Yes, I agree.
I am so
consistently fucking retarded.
Crazy.
Consistently retarded.
It's crazy. Yo, Destiny, you understand? Like, this is my view of the world, okay? Doing the right thing, more often than not, the vast majority of the time, is taking L's. Because being actually better than whoever you're trying to denounce as the bad person means that you take an L, and you don't change your behavior. Oh, you're going to do this.
Can you give me one example? Can you give me one example in human history of that happening? Give me one example. Give me one example. Give me one example of that happening. When the Brits were taxing Americans without representation, did they just sit and take it? In the Civil War, when shots were fired at Fort Sumter and the South seceded from the United States, did they just take it?
So what
when Germany was steamrolling all of Europe, did
accelerationism equals win?
Who's talking about accelerationism? No, I'm asking you. Give me one example where somebody sat and took it and took L after L after L, and they magically went at the end. You know where that happens? It happens in anime and Marvel movies. Show me in the real world where this happens.
In what sense?
Where somebody takes L after L after L and they just sit there and lose over and over again, but they somehow magically win at the end. Where it's not a fucking anime. Where does this happen? What you're advocating for is extinction on one side, and you're pretending there's some morality in it because you're not affected. That's all you're doing at the end of the day. You people like you and Asmongold, you're not affected.
That is rich. That is rich. That is rich. That is incredibly rich to say that, by the way. While you're saying it's not affected, it's a classic. It's a classic.
A classic how?
Why? It's just a classic. It's a classic because the left always gets free W's all the time, out of not denouncing and skirting around bad words. This is not an epidemic, guys. This is a cultural phenomenon.
Wait, show me where Gavin. Watch this. Show me where Gavin says that this is. What is he? What do you want him to say here that he didn't say? This is in regards to the riots a few months ago.
Like it.
I sent you on Twitter or on Discord.
If you incite violence or destroy our communities, you're going to be held to account. That kind of criminal behavior will not be tolerated. Full stop. Already more than 200.
Guys, let me translate this to English so people that don't understand what he's saying. Guys, if you are guys, by the way, let me tell you, I'm on a 27 win streak in CS. If you cheat in my games, we will come after you. We will get you. We will ban you. By the way, I'm on a 73 win streak right now with this guy on my team. We will come after and we will get you. You will not cheat in our lobbies. You will not, and we will report you every time. By the way, guys, I'm currently rank 1 with this dual win with this cheater. We're gonna get you. It's fucking weird. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Blah 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 blah. Just talking, ignoring the act. It's cuck shit. It's cuck shit. The man does not stand on business. He does not stand on business.
He does stand on business. They arrested people. But if you want to use a cheating example, like you see, fine, let's use a cheating example. What happens in a game where you've got some people that cheat and some people that don't? What happens? There's one of two things can happen. You've played games, I played games, you know the answer. There's only one of two ways that situation can turn out. If there are people in games that cheat and people in games that don't cheat. Tell me what are the two ways that this can end up?
People get fed up and now everybody's cheating.
Yes, that's one way, yeah. So the game is overrun by cheaters. You see this happen especially with free-to-play stuff, right? Or two, what happens? The cheaters all get banned, right? There is no world where you go into those games and you tell everybody else, guys, just stop cheating. Guys, just stop cheating and they'll go away. Guys, just stop cheating. That never happens because what would it lead to? It would lead to extinction. And that's what happens in every single one of those. For a while, it happened with PUBG, it happened with CSGO, it happened with every free-to-play game in the world where it just got overrun by cheaters. And unless somebody comes in and bans them, then they take over and they just run shit.
I think if you make it a point to always shame people and always recurve the narrative, say, don't do this shit. It is my understanding that you're doing the right thing and you are the better person. Is what it is. What about it? This is what I think. You're doing the right thing, and I don't do this. Oh, dude, I'm gonna fucking. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna dox the people that are cheating. No, I think that's bullshit. I think it's all dog shit. I think people can just do better, man. It's that simple.
Really? Yeah, so what's one game where the cheating just disappeared without people getting, you say doxed, how about sued? Right? Didn't that happen to big cheat makers where they literally got fucking sued by Blizzard? I think for at least one of them. Or where people get banned. They get kicked out, deported. What game fixed the cheating problem magically? Ever?
Valorant.
Really? Valorant? Don't they literally have a fucking RAM injection program that Riot uses to...
They mine Bitcoin on my PC and I let them. I am a cuck of Bitcoin.
So obviously that example doesn't work then.
The Chinese spyware is in my ass as we speak, digging a hole, and I love it.
Okay, so then that example doesn't work then. There's somebody else that's enforcing that. We have nobody enforcing that in the United States. One side is just cheating right now with impunity, and you're pretending that it's going to magically go away. Why? They keep winning games. Trump won the last election. Cheating. They're just going to keep winning.
Oh, so now again. Oh, he's cheating. He's cheating. Right? Is that what you're saying? Is that where you're going with? This? They're cheating. No, I think that's rigged. I think saying that anything is rigged is like, unless there's proof that it's rigged. I mean, let's be honest. It's just, you're just saying things. Like, what about?
Sure. Here's proof that it was rigged. The fact that he pardoned every single person that showed up at the Capitol to insurrect the government that he ordered to be there, that he told people to come there. That would be one example of rigging. I can give you like 20 more if you want.
Boy, example of rigging how?
Donald Trump told everybody that the 2020 election was rigged. 80% plus of conservatives today still think the 2020 election was rigged. They showed up at the Capitol to protest the election, and then eventually to riot in the White House, and eventually to kick out the lawmakers so that they could prevent the peaceful transfer of power. Every single person involved with that, when Donald Trump was elected again, was pardoned. He said it's okay, it's cool. People that would
that's wild to me. Yes, that all that is a bit, that's abysmal. It's a failure of everything that every state that is set on. It's an absolute disaster.
Okay, is there a single equivalent action that anybody on the left has done?
Why, you mean like when Biden pardoned his the crack smoker?
Why did Biden pardon his son?
I don't know. You tell me.
Do you know
thought he said he wouldn't do it.
Do you know what two crimes he was convicted for?
Oh no, okay.
Hunter Biden was convicted for lying on a federal
So
tax
now
law.
you do it. Now you're doing charitability.
Oh, you don't like
again.
the facts.
Now,
you don't like the facts.
Now you're doing
I'm not being
charitability.
charitable. I'm not being charitable. I was just telling you a factual record of what was going on. But you don't like the facts because they bother. Yeah, they bother you. Oh, you want to tell?
No, I'm not one of those guys.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hunter Biden was convicted for two things. One, he was convicted for tax evasion in 2019 on taxes that he'd already paid back, that him and the IRS had already settled on. They were fully paid back. One. And then two, he was convicted for lying on a 4473 because he smoked crack at the same time that he bought his gun. This was after the Republicans had investigated him for 4 years, claiming that he was conspiring in Burisma in Ukraine to do illegal international business. Okay? Joe Biden pardoned him.
So he had paid his taxes. Is that how it actually went down?
Yes.
Is that an accurate, like documented thing? Because
Go to Wikipedia if you don't believe me, or Google it. Yes, they were all paid back already.
Well,
yes.
I just feel like this is. It sounds a little bit like a fairy tale. It could not be.
Wow. Oh, that's crazy how all the Republican shit is so fucking horrible and bad, but it's literally on the open. If any of you fucking retards would take 2 seconds to read about it, but yes,
Well, I'm not
they were
Republican.
paid
I'm
back.
not Republican.
They were
I'm not
paid.
Republican.
You are in practice. Yeah, of course you are. What do you mean? Obviously, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. I identity politics masturbated again.
It's not identity politics. It's just like a guy walks out of a room with cum leaking out of his asshole in his mouth and says, "I'm not gay." It doesn't really mean much. As long as you still get fucked in the ass and you take dick in your mouth, right? You carry all the Trump talking points and you do everything that they want you to do. It doesn't matter what the fuck you call yourself.
Okay.
At the end of the day, right? A Trump dick suck is a Trump dick suck.
Then you're a radical left. Then you're a radical left because you're a fucking short gnome with fucking blue hair doing cuck shit.
A radical.
There you go.
I'm the radical left.
Well,
who
I mean,
fights with, who half my fights with.
that's how I see it.
X.
That's how I see it.
Sure.
That's how I see it.
If you
so
want
I said it. So
you and I are standing in front of an assassin right now, and we have to figure out who's criticized who more. Have I criticized the far left more, or have you criticized Donald Trump more? Who's getting shot in that circumstance? Are you fucking serious? I'm literally Hassan's like waking nightmare, and you're telling me that I'm a radical leftist? Like, you would remember who you're talking to?
Okay, well, Hassan is a post radical, where it's a new meta that I made. It's post radical. It's accepted terrorism. Yeah, I think that's being a terrorist sympathetic person. That's fucking awful. That's post radical. That's what I say.
Sure. So I think I've easily exceeded my threshold for ever being called a far leftist. I think I've got my creds critiquing the far left. So I don't know how you could possibly say I'm critiquing the far left, but you refuse to call out Donald Trump and the right for constantly evading.
I call people on the right all the time. That's crazy.
Saying both sides and saying everyone does it is not the same.
I call out the right all the time.
If
Buddy,
you had to guess,
that is it.
If you had to guess for percentage of time, I'm just curious. If you had to guess percentage-wise, this is how much percentage time I criticize Donald Trump and the people in Congress versus how much time I criticize everything on the left. What do you think the split is there?
I don't know.
Do you think it's like 50-50? Do you think it's like 40-60? Do you think it's like... My guess is it's like 95-5, maybe. 5 is generous. I don't think I've ever heard you call out Trump before in my entire life.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, like I said, I mean, maybe it's more of a thing where like an I fell off argument type thing, but that's so false. It's crazy.
Okay.
That is being so. It generally is just being unfair and uncharitable. It is what it is.
Okay, for people in XQC's chat, does he call out Trump and I just miss it? Maybe I do. It could be. By the way, I admit it because maybe my chat just doesn't show me those clips. It's possible. You did do the advertisement with Aiden Frost. That's true, but
I did not. I mean, I was doing audio checks, but it's all good.
Really?
I was looking
I
at
saw pictures and everything of you with him and all that. Okay, we got some yeses, nos. Yes,
but which one has been posted? Which one have I posted on my own behalf? Where have I showed that? Oh yeah, like this is something. I want it. I'm doing this, dude. That's not how it happened. That is the standard. Which if somebody, let's say, had a job to be part of the thing, no, dude, you cannot be against the left. You have a job that is in the realm of the left. You are paid by the left. You are funded. You are an agent. Like, dudes, come on, bro. It's like some really like. I think it's just like you're thinking, but it's whatever.
Wait,
I think
what?
It's weak sauce. I think it's weak sauce. It's weak sauce.
I'm trying, hold on. I don't understand what you were saying. Could you rephrase it?
Yeah, I mean, if this is a smoking gun, like, oh, dude, you on that stream, like that's who you associate with.
No, I'm not saying that's
like,
the smoking gun. I don't even care that much about that. I'm just saying that in the grand totality of things, the strategy on the right is always the far right will never take responsibility for anything. Will always throw bombs at the far left. Useful people like you and Asmongold, well, he's probably far right now, but you guys will just say, oh, it's both sides. And then people on the left will have to sit there and say, oh, guys, maybe it's both sides. And that's it. Over and over and over and over and over again. For the last 10 years, that's what we've done.
You know what's sad? You would actually be very impressed by the amount of people that try to get streams and get stuff done with the left, with Kamal and with their group to help their campaign for free, voluntarily, right? You would be actually impressed and how unreceptive they are and how stupid they are and how it is their fault of the elections because they have branding problems. They're dog shit. Bro, the only one piece of media they did with somebody that talks to the youth a little bit is the guy that fucked the girl that was suing for 20 mil for free and fucking bagged this dumb fuck. Fucking Shannon Sharpie. Guys, I'm not gonna do a stream or whatever. I'm not gonna do this massive event where we get a lot of publicity. I'm gonna do the Shannon Sharpie podcast. That'll get them going. What a waste of fucking time. The left has fallen, and some people are fucking lock in on the fact that these people are almost losing deliberately. It is wild. Bro, Shannon Sharpie podcast, the only piece of media that's angled towards the youth thing. We lost the youth vote. Oh, these fucking red-pilled right-wing or corrupting the youth or whatever. What have you been doing? What have they been doing? They alienated everybody like a bunch of fucking cocklords. Jesus Christ.
What? I have no... How did this end up with you shitting on the left? I don't even know what we're talking about right now. What?
True. And that is true. What I'm saying is that if given the opportunity, I would have not been on the background of a fucking Trump stream. I would have been at the forefront of a Kamala stream, right? But these people are fucking brain dead. Don't hold it against me. That they have zero IQ. That they don't know how to conduct a fucking political campaign to make their candidate win the fucking election. They're fucking stupid.
Yeah, I agree. They have issues, yeah, for sure. But part of the issue, the thing that I'm fighting on right now, is the media environment. The reason why they're so brain broken is because they see people like you laugh when people like Trump say the most abhorrent, disgusting, fucked up shit in the universe, and then you guys lose your fucking mind when Hillary Clinton says like basket of deplorables, and it makes the media environment really fucking confusing. When they see a mass shooting happen, and everyone on the right is calling for fucking war, and then the president is deploying the National Guard and the military to states, and people like you are like, wow, president of peace, LOL, Department of War, that's so epic, XD. And then you look at Biden and you're like, oh my God, the Democrats are so violent all the time because look at this account on Twitter. Yeah, it's a really confusing and a difficult media environment to navigate. When any fair-minded person, when any apolitical person would look at what's going on in the US right now and go like, wow, it's not really that surprising that it's super violent. Your president, Donald Trump, is probably the most divisive figure in probably in at least the last century of US history, right? He's the least popular president right now. The second least popular was him in term 1. And you're turning around and it's like, oh, both sides. He has no responsibility for anything that happens. Like, you just sat here and told me that the president of the United States' own rhetoric doesn't matter and influence its citizens. Like, what the fuck? Well, you spend half your time here railing against me making edgy tweets or Hassan saying bad shit. Why does it matter?
I think words are whatever. I think words are whatever.
What do you mean words are whatever? What do you think people fucking go to war over? Do you think everybody goes to war because somebody killed their own personal family or friend? What do you mean? Words are whatever. People start wars over ideologies and words and religions and thoughts and ideas.
I mean, when you say, oh guys, don't do this. I mean, I'm just saying it falls on deaf ears. It is what it is. Like,
why do you think these people are influential at all? That when the killers go out and kill and they say I did it because this guy said it, that doesn't matter? What do you need to prove to connect the thoughts?
So the rhetorics, when it's from the right, it's clear coded. It's probably this, whatever. But when it's on the left, it could have been that. Whatever, dude. I think you're just not being consistent with it.
When the left does it, I call them out on it. All the cop shit and all the unarmed black people shit, I said that was bad. What do you mean? I called them out on it. And Biden and Kamala had to disavow it as well. When they ran for office, they had to say, you just saw a tweet of Gavin Newsom saying this violence is not acceptable. You can't do it. You'll be arrested. Show me one tweet of Donald Trump talking about the right like that. You will never be able to find it. You won't.
Then tell people to stop shooting people on the streets, stop gun violence. Oh my God, it's real bonus.
When did they go home?
Say stop doing drugs.
On January 6th. On January 6th, when did they go home? On January 6th, when did they go home? When did they go home?
Please, I beg it. We need Trump to say.
No, you're saying some retarded shit. Nobody does drugs because a political person told them to do drugs. You fucking retard. Nobody. The politicians told them to do drugs.
Saved. Homeless are saved. World-changing news are coming in. Fentanyl has disappeared from physical realm. All of it has turned to dust.
You guys need to go to more public events. At the very least, if you're going to sit here and talk about it, you should go. You need to go be at risk, just like anybody else. Don't say shit unless you're willing to go stand outside and see who the fuck is going to show up at your event. Because it is insane to me that retarded fucking roach lords like you and Asmongold will sit in your fucking house and stoke the flame so hard, and then point out random left-wing accounts where the president of the United States is literally saying unhinged shit every single fucking day, and you sit here and laugh at it like you're an actual fucking toddler watching a Jack in the Box. That's crazy. That is insane to me.
The language you're using is crazy, but now I think it's awful. I think
they're so brave. Wow, so brave. It's so brave of you to call me out. Good job. Nice. The guy who's, by the way, banned from your streaming platform, Twitch, for calling out the left wing, by the way. You're so brave. Meanwhile, Trump will never, ever call out the right because he doesn't need to, because fleshlights like you will always be there to take another fucking load for him. You will never call him out, and I bet you haven't. I'd be curious if somebody you're trying to link me after. If you calling out Trump without immediately after going, and the left does it too, and the far left too, and the Democrats too. Show me one time with you calling out Trump on his own. One time. I bet you haven't done it in the past year. I bet it hasn't happened.
Bro, when people link you to clips and when you see it, I don't want an apology publicly. I want an apology from you to me that you try to fucking actually pin this shit on me like that. I think it's odd. I think it's odd behavior.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Hopefully the past year. One time. Okay, I love you, buddy. Good luck gambling.
All right. Thank you, man. See ya.
I just want to play video games. I hate politics. It's so cringe. How did that get to words don't mean anything at the end, even when they come from the President of the United States?
My fellow Americans, I want to speak to you tonight about the need for us to lower the temperature.
Stop. Hold on. I need you to understand. Hold on. I need you to understand this. Somebody said, Destiny, why is it so hard for these people to just say Trump needs to calm down? Because they don't think he needs to calm down. They think that when he says that it's epic and based. It's not an intentional, at least not with XQC, probably not with Asmongold. I don't think these are intentional political propaganda strategies. We feel like Charlie Kirk it was, but for them, I don't think so. But they just think it's like funny and epic and based. And they don't draw the connection because to them, it's just memes at the end of the day. Anytime somebody says it's just words, LOL, like politics are just words? What do you mean? How, like empires rise and fall off of certain political leaders and shit that just speak, right? But words, like the whole reason for the existence of language is to invoke thought and ideally inspire action in the minds of other people. Like the statement, it's just words, when words are literally the most important thing. The concept for language is what separates us from the animal kingdom. It's just words. It's such an unbelievable thing to say. It's just so crazy to me that somebody could say that.
My fellow Americans, I want to speak to you tonight about the need for us to lower the temperature in our politics. And to remember, while we may disagree, we are not enemies. We're neighbors. We're friends, co-workers, citizens, and most importantly, we're fellow Americans. We must stand together. Yesterday's shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania calls on all of us to take a step back. Take stock of where we are, how we go forward from here.
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now.
What the fuck did X mean when he said Gavin was on a team with a cheater? He will never admit this, but what he means is he was scrolling Twitter and he saw a whole bunch of headlines and quotes from things that Gavin might have never even said, and he believes that that was reality, because reality is what conservatives put in front of you on social media.
My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives.
We still don't know the shooter, by the way. We still don't know this political ideology. But apparently we know it was the radical left over and 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 over again. It might be that, true. Sometimes Trump does do at least nice holiday tweets. Do you remember when Biden and Obama and Hillary used to tweet like this? Happy Easter to all, including the radical left lunatics who are fighting and scheming so hard to bring murderers, drug lords, dangerous prisoners, the mentally insane, and well-known MS-13 gang members and wife-beaters back into our country. Happy Easter also to the weak and ineffective judges and law enforcement officials who are allowing the sinister attack on our nation to continue, an attack so violent that it will never be forgotten. Sleepy Joe Biden purposefully allowed millions of criminals to enter our country totally unvetted and unchecked through an open borders policy that will go down in history as the single most calamitous act ever perpetrated upon America. He was by far our worst and most incompetent president, a man who had absolutely no idea what he was doing. But to him and to the person that ran and manipulated the auto pen, perhaps our real president, and to all of the people who cheated in the 2020 presidential election in order to get this highly destructive moron elected, I wish you, with great love, sincerity, and affection, a very happy Easter. Guarantee you, at least 20 large conservative people or streamers, whatever else, read this fucking tweet and giggled and laughed along and said, oh, that's just Trump being Trump. Like, it's unreal, dude. Remind Chad to sub on YouTube. Oh yeah, smash that subscribe button. The only person that I support right now on social media is Mehdi Hasan. He is my spirit animal. He is my soul. One guiding light. The only person mainstreamish that I think is... Oh, did more info on the shooter come out? Did that happen? Wait a second. Did we find out more info on them?
This shit ends. Like, enough is enough. And now I have to deal with real safety concerns. It sounds like the shooter was a tranny or pro-tranny. And just because I want to protect women, that I'm worried about getting murdered? Are you fucking kidding me? It's out of control, and enough is enough. And I'm going to double down on this. I'm going to be more vigilant than ever. I'm going to be louder than I've ever been until this shit stops. It's got to stop. This shit...
Oh. Huh. Wait, did we not find out? Is she just making shit up? My bad. And Elizabeth Warren, who I didn't surprise to be based, although I don't know if she said other cuck shit. This should, every single Democrat, you should bully the fuck out of them if they have any other response than this.
Oh, please. Right, why don't you start with the President of the United States, right? And every ugly meme he has posted and every ugly word.
It matters. It does. And especially if you're conservative, you should know this. I have very conservative parents. And you better fucking believe that every time I bullied my sister or watched a bad movie or was caught reading a fucking Maddox entry, this stuff will rot your brain, Stevie. My mom told me that shit all the time. I know if you're conservative, you heard your parents say this shit all the time. But the idea that somehow when the president does it, and then people act like they take accountability for their side.
I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today.
By the way, she said this. Well, she said this before we knew who the shooter. Oh, we still don't know who the shooter is. Wow. So.
Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. They probably, all the kids of every conservative in the country called panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
Then, by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the 2 Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota?
Political.
Isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking.
We
a
don't
serious
know
question.
what condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging leftist lunatic put a bullet through his.
We knew the condition Charlie Kirk was in. Okay, it was this. We don't know who the shooter is. Apparently some fucking Antifa trans super soldier who's literally leaping off of fucking buildings.
Lunatic put a bullet through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
No, I'm asking
no, not
you.
at all.
You said the Democrats
no,
have to own
this
it
is
too,
on.
but
I'm
asking,
Democrats own this.
But isn't there a problem
this.
with political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking about Charlie Kirk right now. That's the subject of this that we're talking about right now.
And they do. It's always right now. They always do this though. This is always the playbook, and it will happen over and over and over and over and over again. Is this? Do I have the right clip here?
Like the people who are despicable would be leading that type of rhetoric. It would
nice misspeak, retard.
Be denying every single bad thing. How many times as a liberal?
How
many times as a liberal have you been on a show? Not you in general, but like a liberal been on a show, and you've been forced to disavow all of the BLM riots, disavow all of the violence, and blah blah blah. And then you talk to conservatives about it. January 6th,
violence,
that was
that's
a false
good.
flag.
Yeah.
January 6th. Oh, like conservatives disavow January 6th?
Wait. First off, there's an entire cultural machine that has lied. There is an entire
we just saw it in real time. That's it.
What?
That's why conservatives deserve absolutely zero sympathy for anything that happens as a result of their
This was a year ago. This is the same shit. It hasn't changed. And we'll go to the next one too, with XQC and Asmongold saying they're wondering, wow, why is shit so crazy right now? What's going on right now? How's this happening? Like it's the same. It's getting crazy out there. True. Do you know if that debate comes off logical to an army? The one I just had about XCC? Oh, probably not. It was super unhinged. They retracted the bullet stuff. The stuff that Steven Crowder tweeted out with absolutely no additional information whatsoever. Some guy from the ATF emailed him unvetted intelligence. Imagine taking unvetted intelligence and using that to lead a witch hunt against somebody. Isn't that what we cried about Bush doing with the Iraq War? Huh. But it's okay when... Just whatever, dude. If the shooter comes out to be a griper, how are they spinning that? They'll just ignore it and move on probably. But also, who cares? It doesn't really matter what the shooter... If the shooter is a leftist, it's not good. If the shooter is a rightist, it's not good. But the fact that you would make us... It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. It's the fact that you'd be willing to make a statement on it without even knowing. Whether you end up being right or wrong, it doesn't speak to whether or not you're vindicated for making the guess. Also, if anything, I feel like conservatives in general would probably be happy if it was a griper, because I think the establishment really hates Nick Fuentes. And Fuentes, the gripers and the TPUSA guys fucking hated each other too. And now that fucking Charlie Kirk is dead, who probably was, I don't know if I'm like playing this up in my mind because recentism bias. But Donald Trump is just surrounded by deeply uninspiring people. But maybe that's like intentional. Maybe like cultish people surround themselves with losers like that. It's like the what do they call it with girls? It's not the Uggo effect, the halo effect or whatever. I don't know what it's called. Where Trump is surrounded by a bunch of people who aren't threatening to him. Like JD Vance is never replacing Trump as a cult leader. Like this guy has less charisma than fucking DeSantis. Like Stephen Miller. Now these guys are all creepy weirdos. Yeah, I don't know. Charlie Kirk was a pretty charismatic guy though, and very impressive. It's actually killing people for politics in the U.S. is doomer as fuck, and it's not good. So I don't take this as me celebrating it or giving props to the guy, but like killing Charlie Kirk is actually like an effective political assassination in the United States. That guy represented like a huge key to unlocking young conservatives in a demographic that was considered written off and lost by the entire conservative party, right? College kids were always supposed to be crazy Marxists, and then Turning Point USA was the largest student union thing in the whole fucking United States. And so whoever killed him, like that's a big deal on the. I think that's a big hurt to the conservative side in the United States. It's not good. Who knows where we go? Who knows where we go from here? But just the fact that like the president of the United States hasn't said this isn't good for either of us, none of us should do this, and now all these fucking right-wing losers are calling for fucking violence. So now if I go and I do my little West Coast events, I know that there's some type 2 diabetic fuck in the sorry, I thought I was gonna kick there for a second, sitting in the audience somewhere knowing that if he fucking kills me, he's gonna be a hero in the right wing, and that people like Donald Trump and nobody else are gonna tell people like this to calm the fuck down. That's just crazy to me. That's insane to me. And then people like Asmongold are out here saying, oh, it's 90-10 left-wing violence. Unreal, dude. What an unbelievably cucked, cowardly statement. I have so much less respect for centrists than I do for hardcore conservative types. I've always respected the neo-Nazi or Nazi-adjacent people in this country more than the cucked fucking centrists that will carry so much fucking water for like right-wing beliefs and pretend that they're not. It's actually so unbelievably cowardly and spineless. 176,000. What is this? I am told that as a state representative, this is the moment where I'm supposed to express my heartfelt condolences and then stand in solidarity with those on the other side of the aisle as we condemn political violence and stand unified as one people. But we aren't one people, are we? The truth is, we haven't been for some time now, and there's really no point in pretending anymore, if there ever was. We are two very different peoples. We may occupy the same piece of geography, but this is where the similarities seem to abruptly end. I convinced myself for a long time that whenever the left called me a racist, a bigot, a sexist, a fascist, a threat to democracy, for even the most innocent of disagreements, that it was simply hyperbolic rhetoric done for effect. I don't understand. This is another thing I don't understand for people. I wish I could talk to Anna Kasparian about this because she epitomizes this. I have never in my life felt so bullied that I had to 180 my entire political ideology. I cannot imagine letting somebody mind rape me so fucking hard. That's the equivalent of getting dumped so hard by your girlfriend that you become gay. I cannot imagine how much it would take for somebody to make me 180 my whole, like, God damn it, that guy called me a Nazi so much, I just decided to fucking become one. How unbelievably insane to me that you can let yourself be manipulated like such a fucking tool. And now the effect is a widow and 2 orphan children because the left couldn't bear the thought of a peaceful man debating them and winning. I don't think they realized it yet, but murdering Charlie is going to be remembered as the day where we finally woke up to what this fight really is. It's not a civil dispute among fellow countrymen. It's a war between diametrically opposed worldviews which cannot peacefully coexist. A war. A war. That's the language that you guys have been using forever. Donald Trump is literally going to war in the United States. Like, you're using the military. And if you're in the military, it should make you discuss it as well. It's one of the biggest disappointments I got. I heard so much shit from my parents about Air Force and the military and the jobs of like everybody. The idea that Donald Trump is so glib to use them as his personal police force is so weird and gross and queer, and it should make you feel uncomfortable. If you're in the military, you should know you don't sign up for the military to go and police fellow citizens at the command of the president. It's so fucking strange. It's a war between diametrically opposed worldviews which cannot peacefully coexist with one another. One side will win and one side will lose. Always zero sum. Charlie tried to win that fight through argumentation, through discussion, through peaceful resolution of differences. And the other side murdered him. We still don't know the shooter, by the way. We still don't know the shooter. Not because he was extreme or inciting violence or any other hyperbolic slur they hurled at him. They murdered him because he was effective, because he was unafraid, because he inspired others and made them feel like they had a voice, that they were not alone. And he did it at the very institutions which have fomented so much hatred towards conservatives. As Donald Trump pulls funding from every Ivy League university that doesn't toe his line, as Donald Trump pulls scientific grants and funding from medical research because his side has become so mind-fucked by the conspiracies that they spread that they need to save their lives more than anyone else, right? A literal fucking death cult. I don't want to stand in solidarity with the other side of the aisle. I want to defeat you. I want to defeat the godless ideology that kills babies in the womb, sterilizes confused children, turns our cities into cesspools of degeneracy and lawlessness, and that murdered Charlie Kirk. Like, you see how he's like pretending, like, I'm sorry, but this is like when you guys go to Israel and you're like, you just bombed Iran? I hope you realize that they're going to target your civilians now. And Israel's like, yeah, we got it. We've been living here for 80 years. It's basically how it's been the whole time. Like, what extreme rhetoric. They call pro-choice murdering babies. They call trans healthcare sterilizing children. And they think that liberal cities are cesspools of degeneracy and lawlessness? No way. Social media is aflame right now with leftist celebration of Charlie's death. I wonder if any among them understand what has just happened. If there is a Yamamoto somewhere in their midst warning that all they have done is awoken a sleeping giant. How many different conservative channels did trials, by the way, of the George Floyd knee on neck thing? That guy died of fentanyl, by the way. I doubt it. I think they gave up such introspection and self-awareness long ago. What is this? 1 month ago, look at the top comments. XQC on Donald Trump's military takeover of D.C.
Are they arresting people, or are they just like making their presence known?
They're arresting. It's more so like they're taking probable cause to be able to harass you. It's kind of like marketing or like vending.
Check it out, be honest. I still felt, even if they took a place that has like crime rate low, right? And you put more people for whatever reason to like police more, how is that a bad thing? I don't really see it. Yeah, I'm saying over here, I don't see it. I'm confused what the problem is.
You know what I'm saying? Like the
is it not a net positive?
Okay. Listen, I want to shit on XQC for this take. But this is this is a low information thing. I don't think a lot of people, including Americans, I don't think a lot of people realize that the military is not for policing civilians. Like, I think he's asking a legitimate question. I think there's probably a lot of Americans that actually don't understand the difference. It's just not even deploying the feds to take over Like, that's like even the meme in TV shows, right? Where a local police is doing some scene and the FBI shows up and they're like, who gave you jurisdiction? And they're like, this is our jurisdiction. Now we're going to fucking do that, right? And they even fight over it. Like, I just don't think that, I don't think people understand the difference between like, how, like, just being in the army and then you're like patrolling American streets, arresting American citizens. It's just, that's just not normal. And it's not what they signed up for. And it's not what the military is supposed to be for, right? The military is for fighting enemies, right? The military is, in some ways, it's a hammer looking for nails. You don't want your citizens to be nails to a military hammer. You know what you should be deploying the military for, relentlessly, is for times of national crisis, like for FEMA, when the National Guard have to show up and help with shit. That's the one time when Donald Trump withholds it. When Donald Trump threatens not to deploy the National Guard, not to make FEMA funds available, is for political opponents. It's the opposite of what he should do.
It's a numbers game. So the more people I pull over or mess with, I'm going to...
What was there a state, what a waste of time, because I think she ended up walking back, or completely changing her mind and everything. Anyway, was it a state assembly person in Florida or South Carolina that Biden like took a walk with her and explained like the FEMA shit and everything after the hurricane? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Like, the measure of these two men is just so unbelievably different. When Tectone was comparing Kirk with Floyd, he was saying that Floyd had fent in his system. It's so gross, especially considering 90% of the streamers you watch abuse the fuck out of amphetamines anyway, and have been doing it for a decade. Jesus Christ, bro. I thought that shit was memes until, fuck, I was in my Omaha house. Was it a TwitchCon or whatever? When I realized, like, wait a second. He was told this by his dad, and this still didn't really change his opinion. Wait, XQC or Asmongold?
Hold on. What do you think about the LA riots? We're gonna know.
I can't believe you.
We gotta know.
Yesterday, I could have punched all of you in the car.
Why? Because I was right?
Felix!
Because you were wrong.
Felix! You don't put soldiers in your own country. Ever.
Oh, they go to other countries instead.
Yes. That's what the military is for. Yeah, your military is to go and fight other countries. Yes. Yes.
You can do that. You don't put soldiers. That's why it's called National Guard. Hey, when I was a kid, what was it? September or May? No, May.
So what do you do then?
1970. National Guard shows up. They shoot all these kids in college.
Okay. But I gotta ask though. If I lived in LA, right, and I was driving to work and people were blocking the highway, what about that?
You'd be pretty pissed off.
I'd be pretty pissed off. So what happens when you can't control that anymore?
So how do you protest?
Oh, you do a peaceful demonstration, right? Where you voice your...
Or even here, then you call the police, but not the military.
We are people living with AFib. And over 500,000 of us have left blood thinners behind. For life.
For life?
We've cut our stroke risk and said goodbye.
Oh shit, sounds like Trump needs some of this.
Watchman implant.
That face was pretty droopy today. Felt like I was watching Rocky V.
More out of life. And we are just getting started. Join us at Watchman.com. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
Our next guests are reeling from both storms and are here to tell us what they need to recover. Tana and Sean Anderson are co-owners of the Crescent Beach Market, and they join me now. Thank you both so much for joining us.
I know this video is not going to be related to the headline at all.
Our store.
God damn it. It's not every day that a member of the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus sits down to meet with the Democratic commander-in-chief. But national crises have a way of creating strange bedfellows. Representative Anna Pauline Luna, a Republican from... Wait. Why is it abbreviated like that? Is there another FL in the... We've been over this? I don't remember why. Is there another FL state? AP style guide? Oh, Christ. Told Fox News Digital she was not expecting a call late last week when her phone screen flashed with an unknown Washington, D.C. based government number. When she answered it, it was President Biden's voice on the line. Well, I did not expect that, so I talked to him on the phone for about 10 minutes. First thing that he asked me was, what did I need for my constituents, and how did I fare with the storm? And then we moved forward into talking about the issues that we are having with FEMA, Luna said. First-term Republican whose district was hit hard by Hurricane Milton last week said that she also met with Biden when he surveyed storm damage in Florida over the weekend. In both of their conversations, Luna said that Biden agreed with her that FEMA's $750 upfront payment to disaster survivors was inadequate. He said it was a bunch of malarkey, which is 100% true, and that $750 was not enough. The pair met for an extensive discussion on a number of disaster aid reforms, Luna said. Compare this to Trump's comments that Gavin was hoarding all of the water so that the fire hydrants were empty in the California fires. And then compare this... There is no comparison. I don't know exactly what will happen next. I just know that it won't be the same as what has happened in the past. There will be thoughts and prayers. Charlie would have wanted prayers, not for himself, but for those left behind, for the country that he loved. But then there will be a reckoning. My Christian faith requires me to love my enemies and pray for those who curse me. It does not require me to stand idly by in the midst of savagery and barbarism. Quite the opposite. My faith is whatever I want it to be. So every time I feel tired, every time I feel discouraged or overwhelmed, I'm going to watch the video of a good man being murdered in Utah. I will force myself to watch it, and then I will return to the work of destroying the evil ideology responsible for that and so much more. Rest with God, Charlie. Your fight is over. Ours is just beginning. 176,000 likes. This is an unhinged tweet. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Every time I think of how upset I am, and then I forget that Epstein abused those children, I play the CSAM I talked about with Willie Mack over and over again. I'm just kidding. But seriously, what the fuck? Is this guy on a death loop? Does this guy have like a home theater with Charlie Kirk's exploding neck on replay? What the fuck is wrong with this? This is unhinged. Okay, can I... This guy got called out by Speaker of Virginia House, and he sent him death threats in a response. What, really? Fucking based, I guess. I don't know, bro. What? It is not a both sides issue. No assassination attempts on Biden. Excuse me, the guy that mailed the pipe bombs to everybody. No assassination attempts on Kamala. Kamala was like, I think, at 1.6 feet from a pipe bomb during the Jan 6 stuff. No assassination attempts on AOC. That might be true. I don't remember if the pipe bomb guy mailed anything to her. No assassination attempts on any other prominent voice on the political left. What? The Steve Scalise guy, that was liberal, right? The Minnesota state senator was a liberal. The guy had a list of other liberals. He shot another state senator person. The guy that showed up at the Pelosi household. Pelosi are prominent left-leaning people. Oh no, Scalise was Republican. Oh, the shooters were conservative in that. Sorry, the one shooter was, I think. The guys that were in the building on the Capitol were literally in. Was it Pelosi and AOC's office? I think it was just Pelosi's office, right? That were joking about it. I don't even remember the details for the Josh Shapiro thing for the arson at his house. I feel like that came and went in like 12 hours. Oh, somebody said the Scalise shooter was a Bernie bro. Was he? Oh, fuck. I have that on my list to look up. I don't remember that event. That was like 13 years ago, I think, right? Oh, the Whitmer kidnapping plot? When was the Scalise shooting? The GOP baseball shooting was in 2017. The Charlottesville stuff. Gabby Gifford, yeah. Whatever. Scroll down for Medi. Where what? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go sleep. It's 1 a.m. Fuck me. What a day. I love you guys. Be careful. I'm sure by the time I wake up tomorrow, we'll have found this radical leftist trans shooter who has arrows engraved on their bullets. Ripper cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. I will catch you guys next. Stream Marino, assuming I don't get killed overnight. Be careful.